Hello. Welcome to Beside the Rookery, a special episode, Let's Map, in which Andy Law will be teaching us critical cartography 3.5.
Not so much teaching, more using, since we've already done the teaching part. That's already up on the Rookery Patreon. This is using it all and just building a map. I'm going to be streaming the map, hopefully until it's finished. I've got it sitting right here, ready to go, using a part of my old master map of the Empire.
Hello, everyone in the comments. Hello, Icarus Faith, Tillers, Jaleb, Cosmonaut, Desmond Van. Hi. You can put comments in Twitch, in YouTube, in Facebook, and Andy will be able to pick them all up. I'm not going to be staying with him because I need to do other things. So he may be slightly longer than usual to pick up the comments, although I will keep an eye on him and shout at him from another room in this house if he misses a comment that looks really important. I am in our new, it's going to be our streaming room for when we live stream our game. I'm going to take you on a tour. Andy, can you make me?
I can.
Clearly, I'm the most important here.
You are indeed.
See my new room. So you can see it's got some of our special interests on the walls. Can you see that? That is. Can you see that?
You can sort of see it. What are you trying to show?
Sort of see it.
The painting?
The starter set.
Yes, the original artwork from the starter set.
Some swords.
Very important to Lindsay, since she does.
Some of Andy Law's other interests. What's that?
It's a Mass Effect picture.
A Mass Effect poster.
Oh dear.
Another Mass Effect poster. Sorry, that's got my head.
You can tell the room's a little bit empty just now. We've got nothing in it.
It is quite empty. Look, if you spin round, you can see a nice view outside behind me. Oh no, it's just my reflection. Anyway, I'm going to leave you to it. Enjoy the stream, and I will catch you all later.
Indeed. So let's bring up my map. Right. What are we doing today? Right. Not all of you may know this, but I did a tutorial not that long ago on how to do a map that looks very similar to the old starter set map that I did, the GM map. I'll bring that up so you can have a quick look at it. That one there. If any of you have got the starter set, which Lindsay has already showed you the picture from through the living room, which was quite nice. It looked sort of like this. I did a tutorial for how to go through that map and step by step build it yourself. It's pretty easy. The whole point of this map was that it's full of fun details, but still has enough character that it doesn't just look like it doesn't just look like, let's bring it up, my master map, which looks more like this. And that is kind of characterless. It was meant to be. It's designed to be functional for me to grab all the details that I need for any particular part of the Empire, should I ever be mapping it. So today I'm just going to map it. And in this particular case, I'm going to map the Princedom of Altdorf, which, if I bring it over, is quite a large area. Let me just zoom out here. My mouse is butting up against my drink. So let's move that out of the way. Right, there we go. Let's zoom that out. Now, in this version of the Empire, because as we all know, pretty much every map that's ever made for Warhammer contradicts itself. But in this version, the Princedom of Altdorf is pretty dang big. Now, you might recognize its general shape because my master map, when I sent it over as a reference to be used in Enemy and Shadows, it was pretty much just used as was. So you're going to recognize this shape very well because it's the shape that was presented there. Today, I'm going to turn, hopefully, this area, if you can see my mouse, making my way around here, all the way around here, all of this area, which is the Princedom. And I'm going to map it so it hopefully looks like that, which actually sounds like quite an ask, given that this map took quite a long time to do. But we have a process, and we're going to go step by step through it. Now, if you've not seen that tutorial, don't worry. It's still all up there for those of you who want to go look at it. I can provide links and similar as we go along. But the basic process is super simple. It's as I recall, I've actually got it sitting in front of me. I'm going to use my own blog post about it. As I recall, it's a 7-step process, I think. Yes, a 7-step process. And I'm just going to go through the processes exactly as I stated them in my tutorial. Now, obviously, because I'm just going to be doing it here, you're not going to get all the details about the different settings that I'm using in Photoshop or whatever. You can go check the tutorial itself for that. The tutorial also provides a bunch of reference files and the file that I built in the map tutorial itself. So you can, well, do it yourself or see exactly how it was built. So, whew. Without any further ado, I'm pretty much just going to jump into this and go. Now, as I go, if you've got any questions, feel free to bring them up. I'm going to bring up a little banner that explains that I am mapping like mad. So you may not notice your comments immediately. I will get to them. I will. Feel free to bring them up. One of the reasons that I'm doing this now is because normally every Saturday we stream for Inside the Rookery, but we're on a hiatus between seasons just now. And at the end of this month, we've got a big birthday coming up. In fact, I can bring up a little bit about that. Hey, Inside the Spookery. Where our big birthday's on the 30th, and we're going to have special guests and we're going to have prizes. We're going to have all sorts of things. So if you happen to be around on the 30th, I do recommend coming along. I will look like an idiot because almost certainly I'll be dressed up for Halloween, as will Lindsay. And if all the stars align correctly, Mark Gibbons will also be streaming from our house. He'll be here. That's our marvelous artist. Andy Leask might be here too. It'll be like 4 rooks in one place. Graham Davis will also be with us, but he'll be streaming obviously from America. And we'll have, as I say, lots of other fun guests. But this isn't about Inside the Spookery. I only bring that up because it's lots of fun. I'll also bring this up just because it amuses me. I just built this the other day, just as a small aside before I begin. This is what we did for the last year in terms of all the videos we've done, and it's a lot. I'm going to pop this picture up somewhere and I'll share it so you can all have a look at it later. But we have had a lot of really awesome guests. For the Warhammer fans out there, if you're wanting to do it, we've got the developing Warhammer Fantasy roleplay video, if you haven't seen that one, and also the Rooks do the Hedge Witches, because I was the one that added Hedge Witches to the game back in the day, at least the stripe that you get inside Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, 4 of them anyway. I did that back in Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 2 days. But there's loads of Warhammer videos and loads of just general, really good role-playing videos in general. So if you've not checked up our YouTube stuff, I strongly recommend having a gander through there. There's a link down there. I could probably bring one up to share as well. Do take a look. But let's get back to what we're actually here to do, which is bring up my comments, see if I've got anything to chat there. I resolved the audio issue. Now, I hear you. Excellent. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, didn't. I was just spraffing. And Seagoat says, evening all. Evening, Seagoat. Great to see you. That looks like Creator Bingo. It kind of is like Creator Bingo. I'm going to bring that back up again. Wrong one. In fact, I've numbered every single one of them so that you can do a quick bit of, have I watched this one, and tick box it. I'll put it all up so if anybody desperately wants to print it. In fact, it might be quite fun if we did a little bit where everybody shares which ones they've watched and crosses them off, and anyone who does can have a fun little birthday bonus thing. But we can worry about that later. Anyway, let's go dive in. So, as many of you know, I've got a master map. I've taken a section of this master map so you can have a little looky at what lies behind many of the maps that I've created for Warhammer down through the years, including the Duchy of Tame for those horrible trots. House Trot is not a house, nice household. And today I'm going to be mapping the Princedom of Reichland, as I mentioned. One of the reasons I'm doing this is both to show the way to use the masterclass that I did last time, but also because I need this for my own game. I obviously still play Warhammer a lot, even though I'm no longer producing the game. And I'm going to be live streaming the Enemy Within campaign relatively soon. I've got a little Lawhammer bloggy patron thing discussing all that. And one of the things that I need for that is maps, lots of them. So we're as well to combine things and get the best of both worlds and give a go of the Reichland. So I'm just going to dive straight in unless we've got any questions. Always, I know I am, aren't I? Look at that. And yes, you're right. Get back on topic. So yeah, let me just tease that map again. First thing we need to do is make sure this map is the right size. Now, we obviously don't need all the details of, I don't know, Delbrin up in the top corner, although it's quite nice to see it there because you get the complete Delbrin all the way across past the Coaching Horses, down to Altdorf, down across the Weissbruck Canal there, all the way down to Where is it? Oh, just off in the edge, Bogenhafen or Bergenhafen. But we don't need all that. All we need is the duchy. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to square off. Now, if we take a look at the original Ubersreich duchy map, I centered the map around, almost centered it around the duchy of Ubersreich itself, the Ubersreich, pardon me, the town. Because that gave me enough space to put everything in and put scales off towards the side. I'm going to do something vaguely similar here, but the Duchy of Altdorf is very much bottom heavy. So I'm going to image crop, drop it to about that size, which will give us everything that we need. There's good old Altdorf. Slightly different version of Altdorf to the version that was presented in the Altdorf book, but that doesn't really matter. For those of you who know the area, there's the Amber Hills just to the south where the Amber College is. We have all the Altdorf flats, all the marshes. If we go over here, all the similar marshes out around Karaberg. Now, for those of you who like your borders, you'll note immediately that outside the standard bordering that is normally shown in Warhammer maps, this map has the borders for Altdorf cross over into what many maps show as Middenland. That's this section here, if you can see my mouse going over it. It also, if we go down here, crosses over here with the Duchy of Adenauer around Castle Reitgard. No one works as hard as Reitgard. There's Castle Reitgard, and it crosses over. Now, in my game, there's various reasons for why the patchwork of different baronies, counties, duchies, princedoms look the way they do. When I was discussing with Games Workshop exactly how it should be presented for this version, they very much were happy with having that patchwork crossover and different maps showing slightly different versions. Because in the end, cartographers are, well, just ask me, they're not exactly the most reliable folk in the world, and they often make mistakes. So the master map behind it all is meant to be the correct version, so to speak, but any of the ones that are presented in the books are generally always in-character versions. We're going to be turning this into a GM version. So first thing we're going to need is step one. Now, for those of you who didn't do the tutorial, step one means nothing. I'll just quickly cover it. It is put a texture on it. Now, the texture on the Ubersreich map was basically just a big brown texture. And I have got that texture already on my map. There we go. Texture. How easy is that? Step one. So first step 1 of 7 is already finished. This is going to be the easiest map ever. Yeah, we'll see. Okay, so step 1 done. If I go to my blog, step 2 was doing the borders. And these are the primary borders for the duchies and the princedoms that are involved here. Now, we have a few of them. Now, normally, if I was just doing this straight from my master map, all of these borders are already drawn in place. All I need to do is go select, and it automatically selects all of the Duchy of Reichland, for example. If I go up here, I can automatically select all of the, let's go choose one of them, the Barony of Holzwig, for example, which is down there. If I pop over here, you've got the Barony of Steichel. Or if I pop up here, we've got the Duchy of Holzkrug for those nasty Holzkrugs. They are all marked in my map, but I'm going to create the map today as if I'm doing it from scratch, just taking an image that I've grabbed online and I want to build for my own game. So that means I'm just going to do this by hand, which of course means this is going to be a bit slower, but I think is more representative for how most people build their own maps at home anyway. Now, before I go into step 2, I'll quickly pull up my comments and see if there's anything there. Just look at the map. Yeah, absolutely. And indeed, when you drill down, because this one's only got the top level and second level duchies marked. So that's the top level, like, for example, the Reichland estates. So that would be the top level of Reichland. And then the internal fiefs for the Reichland estates, they're marked. But they drill down even further into smaller landholds. Because the empire is super, super complicated. And that's something that this map very much jumps on and holds on, grips too tightly. Moving aside, in the enemy shadow maps on 2 adjacent places, Duchy of Snittle and Duchy of Midwald seem to be in different places. And what different to what I've got here? If that's the case, then maybe they made a different change on their side. But on my one, it's definitely there. The source one, the map that I gave was that. Interesting. I should go have a check at that. I've not even noticed. And finally, that one there. Yeah, not the case. And absolutely agreed with you there, Infinite Saxon. The Empire does tend to be presented as if it's very neat, where almost all of the fictional versions of it, whether it's the different types of the Empire that are presented in Black Library books, or whether it's even the roleplay ones. If you take a look at the article that I added to the Empire in Shadows Companion, where it has a discussion about how the Empire is broken up into its various provinces, it makes it look very clearly a massive patchwork with your grand provinces at the top, your bigger provinces, some of those are split up to smaller provinces, and then individual fiefdoms all the way down. And that was something that this map very much runs with, largely because it takes all of the locations presented in all of the Black Library books, in all of the computer games, in all of the comics or anything else, and it tries to fit them into wherever they go. And that by its very nature creates a patchwork, whether you want it to or not, because, well, there's a lot of stuff to include. Anyway, let's get rid of that comment and pop up with our borders. Now, this is where I stick my head down a little bit and do our main borders. Now, the main borders for this one, if I grab my pen, are we going? There we go. Let's get rid of that. Yep, got it. So first I need to do is create a new layer. For those of you who don't use Photoshop, Photoshop works in layers. I'll just call this border 1 while I figure out what I'm doing. As in each layer you can draw on separately without drawing on to the other layers. So I just create a new layer. There's a nice little button down at the bottom here which can just add layers, or for those of you who like using your Photoshop, you can go up there and just go new layer and choose different types up at the top corner. So I'm gonna build a new layer and rather boringly pop around it. Now the borders here are very clear. The Princedom is the big red border. You can hopefully see that go all the way around down here. In fact, it's not true. It's not just the big red border, it's the big white one. The big red one does other parts. It's all of Reichland. Yeah, the big red one's Reichland. The white one, the paling off on the inside as I move around here, is the Reichland in particular. And that's the part that I'm going to pull out first. So if I just quickly run down here. Now, I'm using a pen tool. That means that what I'm doing is I'm building a selection. I'm not drawing a line. If, for example, I just go down here, down the River Bergen. In fact, I'm go across there. If I do that, for example, you can see that hopefully you can see the lasso line. It won't show very well on the screen. Depends how big your screen is at your end. Anyway, let's continue on. Moving over down into the Barony of Ostkag in the Skag Hills. Down here. Now, I am going to warn you now, chunks of this video are going to be me just drawing circles and moving from one section to another, doing things that don't look very exciting. This is not a tutorial vid where I explain everything that I'm doing, meaning that it is not short. A tutorial vid tends to be pretty short. It'll be all over and done with in about an hour, where this one is just going to go until, not necessarily I'm done, but we've got all the core in place. This map I'm going to be popping up for everybody to take if they want it when it's finished. Over into the Duchy of Adenauer. Let's pop along here, and now we're just going up the River Reich. And up into the north of the Princedom. Right, so around that triangular bump at the top, and oops, that's not adding. Let's do that again. So that's the border of the Reichland, well, pardon me, the Altdorf done. Now, if I get rid of my reference map, oh, I missed a bit in the middle. There we go. That's the border. I can now fill that like so. Ta-da! We have the Princedom of Reichland and its general shape. And now if I pop my reference map on top, layer, and bring that in, multiply it. That's it all cleared. Now, when I did similar for Ubersreich, I then went in afterwards. Oops. And I double checked that my lines were correctly in place by going along and making sure that everything matched. And then filling those areas. Fill. But I'm close enough for the moment, at least. I'll fill that one too. Now, in the Uber's right map, if we go back and have a little look at that, you'll see that the area has a big sort of fuzzy bit that sits around it so that it marks out nice and clearly. It's also got itself, if I zoom in closer, a dashed line that goes all the way around. Now, there's multiple different ways that we can build that. I'm going to here, get rid of my reference map, and then pop over to my tutorial and just cheat and take all the settings that I did from there. So first, I'm going to do the coloring over. So I want to get rid of that. I want to bring up layer effects. Now, I've just got rid of everything, so my screen looks completely white. What I've done is I've made the layer of the entirety of the print stem invisible. I can now add layer styles to that. Layer styles are a way that you modify your different layers. So, for example, if I do layer style of a color overlay, it will immediately put a color over the entire area. The actual drawing part that I did is invisible, but the layers can still be seen. The layer effects part can still be seen. I'm not doing color overlay. What I'm doing is an outer glow, and I'm going to tell that to be normal. I'm going to make it a sort of reddish color. There we go. So we've now got the border beginning to show. I am going to probably make it a bit darker than that because it looks a bit bright. Drop it down to about that. I want an opacity. I want that to be about that. That to be that. Excuse me as I just fill in some numbers. And that to be that. And that gives me, when I bring this back up, a shadowed bordered area. Well, whoops. Partly I've got a bit there. Let's get rid of that. And the scale. There we go. So we've now got our bordered area. The next thing to do is to give it that dot line around it. So we shall pop over into here and select it. Use that as a path. Now in Photoshop, you can do what's called work paths, make a work path. A work path is basically a path that your brush will walk along or whatever setting you choose. And I'm going to build a brush that will just make dots. And I'll just tell it to follow that entire path, dropping dots as it goes. So I shall pop up my brush settings. Press the wrong button there. Come here. There we go. And I want brush. And I want some sort of slightly fuzzier textury brush. Change the spacing so that we get dots. You can hopefully see that building already. And I'll make it a bit bigger, about that-ish. That'll do for me. And then new layer and call that Altdorf border. And then all I need to do is go stroke path. Have I got my path? There we go. And see if I like the look of it. What's my brush on? I don't like the look of that. It's too light. I'm going to change the color. And do that again. That's pretty messy. I'm going to make it darker even. Change my brush. Not happy with that one. Yeah, that'll be better. I'll try again. Stroke. Give it a second while it catches up. Got a nice little bitty symbol. Oh, there's a. Is that a bit big? So as we zoom out, no, that should do. And let's get rid of our blue line. Delete path. So we have ourselves a nice, very clean border for the Duchy of, well, pardon me, the Princedom of Altdorf. Lovely. Next, it's the internal borders and potentially the external borders too. Now, if we have a quick look over at the Duchy map, it does mark the external borders for the surrounding provinces. So, for example, you've got the March of Fukberg there with its border marked carefully there. We've got the Kingdom of Karakazgaraz with its border marked all the way around the edge of there. The Free Territory of Frugalhorn with its borders marked too. And also on the internal, you can see we've got borders marked with colors and very thin dotted lines that make their way across. I'm not going to go through every single last one of them right this second because I want to go through all the steps. So at least we've done them. Then I can fill in all the details as we go. But if we go back to, pardon me, there and bring up our reference map, you can see we've got the internal Barony of Stikel here, the Barony of Feilbach there. Feilbach, when was that added? I think that was actually for one of the campaigns that Gav Thorpe did when Feilbach was added to the river. And on the outside, we've got things like the March of Confluence, the Freistadt of Najigard, and so on and so forth. All of which can be under the right Gravenate of Clowenland. That's part of the Princedom of Karlberg, actually. So all of those can be individually done. They're done in exactly the same way, just with smaller dotted lines and slightly different versions of the internal shading. But yeah, I'll do one so you get the idea. We pop up here and build it like so. Oops, did I go to the wrong place there? I did. Borders are complicated. So it goes up there, down the road to the Pelt, over the Darkstone Ring, which anyone who's read Gotrek and Felix books will know. And I don't need to be careful there because I can just go to this one. Magic brush, please. Right, so a new one in, call that Stikel. And I spelled Stikel wrong there. And that immediately builds a border, but for this one, I don't want the border to be an outer glow. I want it to be inner glow. And let's go with a classic mappy color. Multiply, please. Opacity up. Maybe go with a more pinky color. Number of maps that I've got here, because I've got quite a lot of old maps from the 17 and 1800s. Frugalhorn, Lindsay, just to bring that up there. Did you say the Barony of Flugelhorn? No, it's Frugalhorn. That came from Terror of the Light Masters, I recall. So that is an example of one of the borders, and because we've got the shape in place, we can then just get it to stroke. Make work path. Oh, someone's bringing me. What's this? Oh, one of the maps. Look at that. Examples of ancient maps. These aren't that ancient. These ones are a few. One of them's 100. The other one's about 150. That's just a random picture. It's a Michael Moorcock picture, actually. What's this one here? This is Transylvania. You can't go wrong with Transylvania. Anyway, let's put those away. We don't need those just now. They are super inspirational. Right, let's quickly drop some dots on this one. And now, for those of you who use, I really don't want to spell Stikel correctly. For those of you who use Photoshop and use it for art, for example, you tend to find that most artists use like 5, 6, 7, 8 layers at most, maybe some masking layers so they can play around with different depths on different layers within the image. But when you're doing maps, particularly if you're doing maps that you intend to reference at a later date, pretty much every useful piece of information needs to be on a separate layer so it can be extracted. For example, now I can just extract at any point the area of Stikel. This area is now mine to play with as I wish, and I will have that forever as its own separate layer. So if ever at a later date I go, well, you know what, I could really do with a map of Stikel for my players, I can just pop into the existing map that I've already built, select that area, copy it out, job done. If I'd kept them not on separate layers, all flattened together, then you wouldn't be able to do that. That information would be have to be extracted, much like I'm doing just now, separately every single time, which is a pain in the neck. So anyway, let's get my border in place. Let's change my brush. Let's pop that down in size. I'm on the wrong one again. Brush, please. And let's spread it to that. And drop down the size to about that. Make an internal border. So I will change the color. And I will now tell it to stroke path. And then get rid of the word path. Delete word path. And now we have, oh, I did it inside the selection. Oops. The stroke path again. Okay, so there's our internal border for Speckle, and it's nicely marked out. In fact, I'm going to do them all just now because I'm as well to get out of the way. So let's build our next one. Our next one is going to be the Duchy of Holzkrug, which is quite a significant sized of area there. For those of you who don't know, the good old Duke of Holzkrug is a very important individual. He was detailed inside the core book, basically the ambassador of the empire, the High Lord Ambassador. Another way of saying he's the spy master. And Holzkrug, a primary rival to the Emperor's house for control of the princedom of Altdorf. And in my version of the empire, which of course is different to everybody else's, that is always the case. The House of Holzkrug is not some passive house that happily follows the emperor in all things, or indeed has no chance of supplanting him. My Karl Franz leading up to The Enemy Within is, well, he's not the hero, hammer-wielding, griffin-riding, awesome hero that many know. That, in many respects, is propaganda in my version. However, the events of The Enemy Within, let's just say things happen. And in my version of The Enemy Within, lots of things happen. And that's half the fun of these things, justifying how your empire works. We all have our own version. So let me just pop onto the cycle. Get rid of that. So there we go. We've now selected that area. I'm now just going to create the Holzkrug one, copy layer style, and then pop that straight on, paste layer style, and that should give us, oh, not quite. Let's do that again. There. Go away, brush thing, I can't see. Why isn't my inner glow showing? Let's have a quick look on the inside. Inner glow. Let's change the color to a nice green. Oh, it's because I've not filled it yet. Yep.
Take my comment off.
Oh, your comment's on the screen. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, you're going to notice I do this a lot. I'm not paying attention to what's on the stream screen, so I apologize deeply if I leave something on. Please slap a comment out as I go, and I'll hopefully catch it at some point and remove it, because you might not be able to see what's going on. So there we go. There's the Duchy of Holzkrug in place. We've done that one green. We're going to do the same thing for doing the border. So I'm going to do the border for Holzkrug. Holzkrug border. Make that a work path. And then stroke that work path. And then get rid of the extra dots I don't need, which are all those. Okay, so we now have that internal border in place. Life is good. Next, let's go down to Adenauer and do that one. Adenauer is going to be a super easy one because it's just following that river. All the rest I've already selected by creating that one. So if I now go +1, Adenauer. And Adenauer family, having lost its name and been absorbed into the Holzwig household and is now the Holzwig Adenauers. They had money, so they didn't lose their name entirely, unlike at that point the Holzwigs. Oh, and that's that one selected. Let's fill that, fill, and copy their style, paste their style, and then let's build one to the border. Well, let's change color first. What color do we want for that one? Anyone got any preference for what color we go for? Feel free to drop comments in as we're going if you want to see anything done, changed, or if you've got any questions or comments about what I'm doing. I will catch up with it as we go. I understand that many of you are probably just having it on in the background, so not watching everything that I'm doing. I get that, but if you do have any questions, feel free to ask as I'm messing around. I'm going to change the color to this one to the Adenauer's good old Castle Right Guard. It feels like it should be more of a red one. No one works as hard as Right Guard. Alrighty, we still have, I think, file back, and is that it? I think there's only the barony of file back left, and the rest of it's all the original Princedom. Let me just double check I'm correct. I am. So there are no other internal borders. Now, to make it clear what these internal borders are, okay, Desmond Vang, I see you there, and I shall indeed do something bluish. The internal borders here are the Reichland estates that are held within the princedom. A Reichland estate is someone who swears directly to the Prince of Reichland, and that includes internal fiefdoms within his own princedom. So that in this case, we've got the fiefdom, well, pardon me, the province of Holzkrug, Steikel, Adenauer, and Feilbach, all of which count as Reichland estates, even though they're inside the princedom. That's an equivalent level as to say the Reichland estate of, I don't know, let's say the Saponatine down by Bergenhafen. It's important that these areas are marked cleanly and clearly for my GM version of the map so that I understand exactly what's on the top of it all. Lindsay's just brought me some food. She's the best. She understands. She brought me a pepperami and toast. I'm not sure what to say about that. That's kind of awesome. That amuses me. It's important they're marked, particularly from the perspective of understanding how the empire is broken down and what the different provinces bring. In my version of the empire, for example, each one of the Reichland estates has got a right to build its own state army. It's not something they have to do unless they're in times of war, but it's most definitely a right. And oh, Lindsay's returned. Hello, Lindsay. And on top of that, and she's gone. That was random. On top of that, different types of provinces have got a different amount of regiments that they're allowed to legally raise. There was, in my version of the empire, many legal restrictions put in place by Magnus during his era to try and ensure that civil war never occurred again, meaning that certain provinces were only allowed to raise a certain amount of troops legally, and going beyond that meant that they could be slapped down. It was an important part of the power balancing between those that were at the top who wanted to rule and those that were ostensibly ruled, but were only ruled because they allowed themselves to be. And it was to ensure that none of the people who were ruled were ever in a position where they could individually threaten ever again, whilst at the top, equally, they were never in a place where they could threaten downwards again either. It's a long and complicated affair. I wrote some articles about it way back in the day, back in Fantasy Roleplay 2 era. There was a book called Shades of Empire. And in Shades of Empire, there were a whole host of different setups for different organizations that you got in the Empire. I wrote 2 of the articles in that one, one about hedge witches and one about the Imperial Navy. But I also wrote 2 other articles, mostly for myself, because when the original pitch came through, we were all told we could have 1 article each. So I made 4 pitches and just started writing them. They took 2 of my pitches, so I just already had it ready and I passed them over. So my remaining 2 pitches sat in my hard drive lapsing away, and one of those was about the nobility, and another one of those was about the state armies and how the state armies were broken down. The state army one was, for me, a particularly fascinating article to write, because it was something you could draw from the old Holy Roman Empire armies, and looking back at what Magnus did, almost the new model army version that he built when he came into power, and how that all balanced off with what Games Workshop itself represented with its lore, which was often contradictory and simply was made for what was ever needed for the product at hand. But behind it all, there was always that concept of the state army, and the emperor being able to call upon the state army. So that being part of it. Anyway, I'm losing it here because I'm getting too busy caught up. Let me just see what everyone's saying there. Oh, I'm glad, because apparently I went off on one. Partly I can't help myself. And can anyone his map be found in the Warhammer source book? Some of it, yes. Some of it, no. Depends on whether I wrote it. The ones that I wrote, most definitely, they will be an influencing part. Much like my Empire Master Map that lay behind all of the maps that I created for the Empire, I sort of built a similar imperial structure master document, so to speak. I write that spans back from the time of Sigmar and details every single grand province and the way that the different rune fangs were allocated between them throughout history from then to now. So throughout the time of the Age of 3 Emperors, which of course with Warhammer Old World coming around will now be completely overwritten, all the way up to the formation of the Empire, the reformation of the Empire by Magnus the Pious, up to now. I'm probably going to drop some of that on my Lawhammer blog, because it's the history of why the world is the way it is totally informs why the Enemy Within campaign falls out the way that it does, whether that's the long-held and often bitter rivalries between the old wolf emperors, the Ottilian emperors over in Talabicland, and the Reichland Sigmarite version of the empire as well, and how even though 200 years have passed, there is still a very strong sense of individual rulership that Magnus had to contend with, and sort of was put to bed, but not quite. And the story of the Enemy Within, in some respects, you could argue, is the reformation of that patchwork from everything that Magnus forged, as it attempts to flex its muscles with a weak emperor at the very top, incapable of controlling it. And how that resolves and turns into, arguably, the empire of Warhammer 8th edition. I have a lot to potentially say in that, but I can cover that in my Lawhammer blog. So let's get back to the mapping so I can get the file back, in place, and we can get our last little bits done. Because if not, I'm just going to sit here chatting about Warhammer all day. Warhammer, whatever. Warhammer is my version, I suppose. This is file back. File back was, as I recall, added by Gav Thorpe during the what was the name of the campaign after the Storm of Chaos? The Crown campaign. If anybody can recall, Alaric the Mad's crown that he made a warp stone that took place long after. If anybody's at Nemesis Crown, thanks. Infinite Saxon, you are the best. I actually wrote an article about that. I wonder if I wrote an article about all the artifacts that were created by Alaric the Mad, and I passed that over before I left I think I gave it to Graham, so he might have used it in one of the companions. I should really check, as a basis for the rune fangs, right? But I wrote that all the way back in Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 2 times, because the Runefangs are such an integral part of what makes the Empire. And owning a Runefang is tantamount to saying I rule a grand province. Can obviously be passed on to other people to wield in your stead, as Karl Franz is famous for doing. What was I doing? I was going to copy that, copy layer style, and drop down file back, paste layer style. And we're going to go for a blue one this time, for Desmond Vang. Let's go blue, like so. Nice. Okay, let's get rid of our reference map. Let's have a quick look at what we have. Partly nothing because my mouse doesn't want to work. There we go. We need to do the border for that as well. Oops. So up there, make a work path. Okay, let's add file back border. Now, I am an almost obsessive labeler of all my different layers as I go, because if I don't, once I'm up to my first 100 layers, 150 layers, everything just gets lost and confused. I can never find anything. So I obsessively group them up and put them in place so that I can, at a later date, if I ever need to extract any of the information, do that quickly. Lindsay's just asking, do I want some gourmet cheesy pie? I really don't. The toast is enough. Thank you. Did I stroke that path? That sounds rude. I don't think I did. Stroke. Apologize for crunching at my toast here. Delete work path, please. And let's get rid of this excess border. Okay. I think that gives you an idea of what the internal politics of the Princedom of Altdorf are, pardon me. There are many internal fiefs within that, although Altdorf itself, the princedom, no longer has any for political reasons. There are many minor duchies and not even duchies, minor baronies and similar on the inside. Yeah, it's worth saying it's my version. It is always the case with these things. They are very much individual versions of how the Empire's gone. It's just I've been writing about the Empire now for, I don't know, 30 years in one fashion or another. So because of that, and because I desperately wanted it all to, regardless of when I was writing it, make sense, I did an awful lot of behind the scenes detail building to make sure that whatever I was writing would always be consistent from that step forwards. I'm that sort of anal person. Right. So where do you sign up? I suppose I'll be doing much of this on my Lawhammer blog. I'll be posting about each one of them. In fact, I'm actually thinking of building a database of all the core information. I'm speaking to the people over at World Anvil next week, actually. If anybody knows World Anvil, recommend them. They're absolutely brilliant. And the World Anvil people build online databases for world building, effectively. Easily accessible, and they can also be set up for open access. And I was thinking that as I went through each one of the areas and mapped them for my own campaign, like, for example, the Princedom of Altdorf, I can just very quickly drop in and discuss each one of them, all the locations, because every single one of them has either come from a source or been added because a source said there was a village over there or there's a thing over there, or, I don't know, Gotrek and Felix passed along this way, passed through a town, and if there's no town on the map in that area, I've got to go, well, if they pass in that area and there's a town, I'll drop a town there. So some of them I've had to add my own details to for names. Others are just direct lifts from various books, various games. The Confluence, for example, that's from the Nemesis Crown campaign, as is Fileback. That comes from the Nemesis Crown campaign, where you take something like, say, I don't know, moving around somebody, Blutrock, that's from the original Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 1. Vicebrook, that's from Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 1, and the Barony as well, on the inside of the Duchy of Hallskrug, because Hallskrug was put over there, I think, in... Oh, I think that was in a Black Librarian book. Now I'm stretching myself. I can't remember where everything came from. But building that up as a database, it could be a fun little thing that a lot of people could use. Obviously, as Games Workshop releases more books and as other roleplay books or games come out, it's going to fall out of date because these things do. particularly when Warhammer Old World comes out. It's going to completely redraft many borders and many stories that we all know and love, because that is the nature of the studio coming in and saying, well, I now want it to be this because that's going to make the coolest miniature. And I totally get that. Some of that can be incorporated, some of it will be incorporated, some of it kind of won't. Oh yes, silly comment. Thank you, Sassy Pancakes. Let me just say, yeah, you do need to mention that. Thanks, because I'm bad at it. Right, so we've got our borders, and if I was going to be doing the whole map, I would then go and do the borders on the outside too. I can do them quickly, actually, if I do them with a cheat. So if I just do a layer called outer border, rather than selecting each of these areas and getting the stroke, I can just grab my brush, which has currently got the border brush on, and I can just quickly go down each of the major outer borders and pop those into place so we've got them. So that will be the main border with Talabheq Land down there. I'm going to fade that off so it's not so strong, so I can actually see where I'm doing my bordering. Back to outer borders. Okay, we've got the inner border there for Nadjagard, which was also added during the Nemesis Crown campaign. Nemesis Crown added a lot of detail in the Reichland and southern Middenland area and parts of Talabheq Land, which was really good because Games Workshop has historically left some areas very empty whilst describing them as being very full. Reichland in particular is often described as being a very, very, very busy area with large forests dominating the top and over in the west. But nevertheless, forests that are populated with towns. And yes, those towns are like islands of civilization in the mess of horror that lies beyond the borders of those townships, whether it's greenskins or whatever else is bugging everybody from the outside. But still, a place that's full of canals and trade and much wealth, with a breadbasket down to this. Am I actually following? I'm not following that border correctly. Princedom of Karabberg is all the way over there. And the internal borders are not primary borders of Middenland. Right, there we go. The borders that I'm following, again, are the borders for the Reichland estates. At least the Reichland versions ones are. So that's the most important divisions of the Reichland, each one of which swears directly to the Prince of Reichland. That's what defines one of the Reichland estates, and they have many rights. That was loosely described inside Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4 in the Glorious Reichland chapter, where the Reichland estates are discussed, and just how much control the Emperor does or does not have as Prince of Reichland over those areas. And the truth is, he has pretty much almost none. As the Prince of Reichland, he rules almost in name only. Right, so have I got all the major ones? Yes. I missed one there. Pop that border in. That's that one done. Midwall done. That's all those done. Do I want to do the internal ones of Karabberg? Now, I quite like Karabberg being its own separate thing for the internal princedom. Much like the princedom of Altdorf, the princedom of Karabberg is split up into major sections which have equivalent political rights in Middenland to the Reichland estates in the Reichland. It's also worth saying, though, that the Middenland rulership is quite different in the same way that, say, Middenheim, Boris is, well, he's an absolute monarch. He has absolute control and authority in a classic king sense, where if you go to the Reichland, the Prince of Reichland does not. He has a completely different setup over the entirety of the Reichland. Anyway, that's by the by. Let's get rid of my references. We now look at what is now beginning to look like a proper patchwork. Look at that. Let's just bring up a logo just so that we can say, look at that. The Princedom of Reichland and surrounds. Whoops. It helps if you're on the right layer. Hey, we're done. Yeah, no, not quite. We've got a lot to do yet. Okay, so that's all of our borders in place. I shall take a brief moment. If you've got any questions, throw them up now, because we're about to move on to the next section, which is forests. Forests are not going to take long. This is one of the bits that I enjoy doing most because it's so freaking easy. Unlike, say, rivers, which are so freaking hard. Okay, Cosmonaut. That's a good question. The role of player-facing maps for me are they're not just about providing information, although at their core, maps are about providing information. That can often be misinformation as well. Having locations not where the players expect them to be because they bought a rubbish map from, I don't know, Johan down on the street of whatever, and it's just inaccurate. It's, for me, one of the biggest roles of our player-facing map is grounding people into the setting. It's to give them a greater sense of immersion, which means that our player-facing maps, I much prefer to be low on detail and high on feeling like it's a real-world artifact. This one here that we're building is very much not a real-world artifact. This is a Photoshop-created piece of mappage. But a player-facing one, you really want to feel like it is, well, something the actual character themselves would hold. So for me, the information it provides is often significantly second place to what it does for the players in terms of immersion and turning into also potentially a conversation piece. We obviously only have so much time that we can dedicate to our role playing, whether that's once a week, once every other week, once a month. And in our individual sessions, be they 2 hours long or 4 hours long or whatever they may be, we have a limited amount of time to ensure that we get through stories, have our excitement, have our fun, have our laughter, or whatever it is that you're looking for from your role-playing games. But an immersion is an important aspect of that so that they feel what their character feels. And maps really aid with that. And they give something you can talk about when the map is wrong, or when the map is right, or when the map lacks detail, or when you arrive at a place and there's just simply nothing there and you expected it to be there. And for all that does take a little bit of extra time in your sessions, it's fun cart for detail, because each one of them provides an extra stress. And also, particularly for player-facing ones where your maps probably should be inaccurate, saying something about the world and the cartography. But I will add one other thing about this, particularly for the Warhammer world, and it's something that many people who play Warhammer tend to forget. This is a world that is steeped with magic. Now, I'm not saying this because it means that the terrain changes and Altdorf cannot be mapped properly because the College of Magic. Yeah, nonsense, and screw that. No, I'm not interested in that particular point for this. What I am interested in, though, is that certain areas can be objectively mapped accurately by using magic to a degree. And there are going to be those who are exceedingly interested in having accurate maps. The second it comes to war, maps and intelligence in general are almost more important than throwing fireballs. So mapping magic, for want of a better description, is going to be part of the technology bumps that everybody's going to be looking to investigate in. And each of the colleges of magic are going to be able to express that in different ways. And it's something that simply can't be forgotten. Often the colleges are perceived as this almost other block that we don't really think too much about. And it's just the colleges and their magic and stuff. And you forget that these are real people who have got real abilities. And when you consider what those abilities could do if they were just real people that you met, and the pressures that would come from those above them, you'll find that they are going to be, as effectively war colleges, looking at all manners of different ways that they can support their individual states. And accurate maps is a part of that. So I quite like having utterly inaccurate player-facing maps, but I also like there being completely accurate ones, because there are many different ways that, I mean, just take say a priestess of Remedia turning into an eagle and flying up. You're going to get a pretty good idea of what the lay of the land is. And all you need to do is have one person interested in cartography doing that, and then suddenly you've got an actual accurate layout of a particular river section or a missing thing. They've effectively got satellite technology without having satellites. So do consider that when you're building your own player-facing ones, that different aspects of the empire will have different access to accurate information, and top-level tier people, your electric counts and similar, won't have rubbish maps, unlike real-world equivalents, because they have magic, not just of the arcane variety, but of the divine variety. However, I'm going off on one. What's the next one? Thanks for streaming. It inspired me to make sure. And Graphel, no, I approve. Good old Graphel Scrooge. It's a good way of introducing the character as well. We intend to use him in the final parts of in the Empire and Ruins. He is a primary character in what I'm going to present for my version of the Empire and Ruins, but in a very, very different way to the way Empire and Ruins use him. So I'll possibly maybe ever watch my streams about how our enemy within unfolds. You might get an inspiration for a different version of what that character could be like. My character is arguably much more powerful. Much, much more powerful. I'm definitely not a friend of the state. Anyway, where were we? We're meant to be going to the next layer, which is going to be trees, as I recall. Now, this one's going to be super easy because there's a lot of trees in this one. Now, much like we did with the... let's bring this back up. Let's now get rid of everything we've done and pop it into its own folder. Oops. Pop that into the folder as well, please. Probably just tidying up my layers. I can't help myself. I apologize while I sort these out. And that's provinces. You can now remove it well. Oh yeah, we're going for way longer than an hour. I'm just going to keep on going, dude. Bring that one. I'm in for the long haul. I've got drink. I've got food. I'm just going to keep on going. And I fully understand that by the end of the stream, there'll probably be maybe one of you left. When I last did a stream where I just went, which is available online, I did a quick, I can't remember what it was now. I did a map from my last masterclass showing all the different techniques that I used from that one. That one went on for 5 hours. So yeah, I hope I'm not going for that long this time. But yeah, I'm going on. So feel free to either stay or not, come back in maybe at a later date. See if I'm still streaming in 3 hours. I'm fine with whatever works best for you. I'm still going to be here. Alrighty. Where am I? Trees. Yes, trees. Now, again, if I was using my master map, let's get rid of the one, not a problem. If I was using my master map, I already have all the tree layers built. So this would be a matter of clicking 3 buttons. And I would have everything already made. It's one of the reasons that I built this technique for doing the Ubersreich map, because I had a deadline of, well, no time. We needed to have a GM map for Ubersreich instantly. So I went to my master map and thought, how can I present the quickest version of a GM map in the shortest amount of time? And that's how we got to this one. So yeah, we're going to do that. The first thing we need to do for our trees is select all of our trees. Now, if I was doing this as the master map, I would just go select tree layer. Unfortunately, I don't have one because I'm doing it as from a reference map. So I need to go in and quickly do it. Now, you notice I'm not going to follow it exactly. I'm going to follow it close enough. There are a lot of trees on this map. And where do they go to? They go to here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to build most of them here. Oh, I can't even see where that was meant to be going, so let's just do that. And then I can tidy it up a little bit later. Let me just bring up Sassy Pancake's comment there before I go on. Truly appreciate your layering madness. You're going to work with a map. It was built over several iterations by someone else. Yeah, oh yeah. It had some layer naming, but in the different sets, different chaos. Oh, you're not wrong. I've just as a small anecdote, I've worked for many different companies on many different cartography projects, and the difference between a well-constructed map file and one that has just been built on the cuff, possibly by multiple people over time, is stark. It can change a job from being a 2-day job to a 2-month job sometimes, because you end up having to reconstruct it all yourself, particularly if they flattened layers and all that information was no longer accessible and you're meant to be presenting a new version of it. You can't just access the individual bit and say, just the trees. Oh, that's where all the trees are. I'll just use those. I'll change it, mess around a bit. You have to just redraw it all yourself. Which, if you're working on part of an iterative project, which is slowly developing, just adds time. One of the things that, when I'm brought onto a project, one of the things that I do is often, first job, let's have a look at what the layering's like and how much work is it going to take to bring it into something useful. Indeed, I remember for one job, I won't say for what company, I was sent over a map. Can you do this prettier? When I received it, I said yes. I took their files, redid all the layers, redrew all the layers, so it was back to a nice and clean file. Took 4 days worth of work, and then got offered a full-time job working on Warhammer. So I called back and said, actually, I've not signed contracts yet, and I kind of have to do this job because there's no way I'm turning this job down. Yay. Could we possibly not? But I fixed your file for you. So I just sent them back the fixed file. They were extremely appreciative. I sent them somebody else, a different cartographer, that they could contact because I had quite a few cartography friends. Let's get rid of that logo. That's silly. So they weren't left in the lurch, but it wasn't the best situation. Anyway, let's get our trees sorted. Woods. And let's do this. All right. So when you're selecting things in Photoshop, you can press the Shift button to just add extra selection to the layer that you're currently working on. You can press the Alt button. You'll notice that Shift and Alt pop up on the screen. I don't know if you can see it as I go between them. Not sure how big your screen is at your end. To remove bits. So if I want to remove that bit from the selection, I just do that. I'm not sure how well that's coming through on your side, but it makes a lot of sense on this side. I'm just going to go around selecting all of the trees in a slightly wobbly fashion. Now, you may notice this has already been done on the underlying map, and this is exactly what I'm talking about saving work if you get somebody else's map file. Because if somebody else had built this map, this master map that I'm using, and not left the trees on a separate layer, I would have to do this to access all the information that they've already created. And you may note this takes time. Boring. Going around selecting all of these wobbly trees, which I will tidy up slightly a little bit later. And it also adds inaccuracies because we are, after all human beings, and we will not accurately select areas necessarily in the same way that they were originally built. Let me just fill that bit up. Now to there's a nice little bit here in the March of Confluence called Tal's Tangle. It's on the screen. It's on the screen. You can just see it down there at the bottom of the screen. Tal's Tangle is the thickest bit of woodland in the Empire. Small detail, you can see it there. It's marked as a separate forest within a forest almost here, and is also one of the most magical areas within the Empire. I considered when I was deciding how the Aeonir were going to present in Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4, putting the Aeonir into Tal's Tangle because it made sense. But because they are far, 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 far more political than the Azrai, they have more interest in being much closer to the Imperial seat. So instead, the Aeonir were sited in the Bloodpine Woods, just south of the Amber Hills, which, if you know your Warhammer lore, is the site of many a battle with greenskins. Goblins down there, and they indeed use those greenskins as a cover. So that's this area here, if you want to know where the Aeonir are, at least in my version of the Warhammer world. And from there, they are influencing the politics, or at least attempting to influence the politics of the Empire to their own ends in a similar fashion to how they have influenced the politics of Middenheim to their own ends, and in turn, Nordland. But they pay more attention to Middenheim, particularly because Middenheim currently rules Nordland. Let's just add all that in. Yeah, you're probably beginning to notice by now that this bit is just lots of tree and lots of boring. And it makes you wish, why didn't you just use the master map file? There's a reason why I didn't. So I'll get onto that. It's not just so that you can see how much is involved with doing this for yourself. It's because the master map file is too big for this PC now. And meaning that if I used that as a basis, you would have to deal with the master map slowdown. And the master map slowdown isn't just significant, it's freaking huge. The file takes over 20 minutes to open. And can take as much as, I don't know, 30 seconds to modify each one of the layers. So you've just got a wait. And you don't want that when you're streaming live. So not only do you get to see the joys of what is involved with Dabernink here. Dabernink family are a nasty family. There we go. You might know the Daberninks from the Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay starter set. The main general leading the Reichland forces is a Dabernink, and he, as you know, comes from here, this part of the Empire, right there. That's where his family seat lies. Von Daberninks. Yeah, he's not the brightest chap, but he's loyal, which I'm sure the Emperor appreciates. The seizure of Ubersreich is a primary part of my version of the Enemy Within campaign. So if any of you end up watching my streams about that bad boy, oh crap, I'm moving the whole way by mistake. Wrong button. The Daberninks will play a significant part in the conclusion to the campaign, and also, as will Emmanuel Nacht, a character that is, for me, key to the Enemy Within. After all, she is who employs Adolphus Cusco. He is not just a simple bounty hunter by the end of it, or at least not in my version of affairs. Right, do I want to tie in more from there? I don't think so. There's a bunch of little trees around here, which I will sort of add, I suppose. This is just time. I haven't done this side of the river, Weisbrook Canal. I don't want to forget the good old Weisbrook Canal. It's funny because I've been playing Warhammer for so long in my life that some of these places are more real to me than places that I have actually visited, which is admittedly a bit stupid and a bit crazy, but true. The Weisbrook Canal down into Weisbrook itself, the ruling family there, they are all, for me, almost real. I know what the place looks like in my head. There was a part of me that was quite upset that I resigned from the job before I got to map Weisbrook, purely because it's a little bit like mapping my own home. I was a bit disappointed I wasn't going to be doing that. Did I screw that up? Yeah, I totally did. What am I doing? I didn't realize I crossed over the layers there. I can fix that quickly though. Okay, we're reaching the point where I'm just going to fill this in so you can see it. Oh, yeah, I'm not bald yet. I mean, I'm getting closer. I mean, my hair's a bit shaggy just now because, you know, although we're out of lockdown, there's still parts of me that still feels like I'm half in lockdown. I'm getting kind of shaggy again. But yeah, no, I am most. Why aren't I getting anything on this layer? Oops. There we go. I am most certainly not bald yet. Although, like my father, I have a slowly swelling bald patch growing upon my head, which if I lean over, actually, sadly, much as I'm potentially doing right now, can be seen. Right, so let's go to your comments so I don't lose it. Great air, yeah, thanks very much. I appreciate the comments. For me, it's just one giant mess. It's funny because in my head, I look a certain way. Now I look in the mirror and I'm like, oh yeah, I still don't look like that. I'm much, much, much messier. Right, there we go. Okay, let's drop in by the Abbey of the Holy Word. Very, very important location for the Sigmarites out there. That is where the Word of Sigmar is kept, the supposed foundation to many Sigmarite beliefs. And it's where the head of the Order of the Anvil, you could argue he holds court from there, couldn't you? Right, have I got all the woods down here? I do. I'll take out a few extra bits here. as well around tame. This is where I'm currently mapping around this at tame. Is arguably one of the most important locations, almost in not just Reichland, but in the Empire, for the events of the enemy within, in my version of it. Because what the Thames are doing, marrying into the Ubersreich family, which I think was mentioned in some of the books somewhere. Oh, where did we drop that? It might actually be in the starter set. I'm pretty sure I dropped it into there as the initial point. One of the goals of the entirety of Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4's line was that it all spoke to all the other products without you needing to know any of the other products to be able to use whatever was in the one you happen to be looking at. Where, for example, the descriptions of the Thames and the Jungfreuds et al. Inside the starter set were all part of the build-up towards the Enemy Within campaign. So for all the information was entirely discrete and required you know nothing about the Enemy Within or anything similar. If you did have the Enemy Within and read it with everything that was planned to go into that, it would all tie together. At least that was the plan. Of course, I left, so only a certain amount of that information is in place. I think. I'm really not sure what was done with it after I left because I didn't pay a huge amount of attention. I had my own games to run and build. Right, okay. This will probably do as a start. Oh, there's quite a few bits over here too. So normally this would be, as I said, a super easy part of the process because I just select the existing tree layer. I didn't have an existing tree layer, so I've just had to build one. But we're now in a position where we're off. Now, before in fact, I'll fill it in first so that we've got the layers in place. I'm going to just fill it first. Look at that. Let's fill it with the green so at least it looks like it's trees before I erase it. Let's go really luminescent. Oh, look at that. It's awful. Oh, that's disgusting. Ugh. All right, let's turn the fill to 0 and let's put some layer effects on it. Right, first I'm going to want to, what I'm going to do first, I'll do a color overlay so I can actually select my color. I want it about 50% so it's transparent. And oh, I'm on the wrong one. I want that one. And I want a color that's close to that, maybe. A bit grayer, please. A bit less gray. Let's go here. A bit less color. About there. Not that, about 50. There we go. All right, next. Let's do a slight pattern overlay. Yep, that'll do. I want that to be the same green I was using before. So about there. And I want that. Pardon me, will I go quiet while I fiddle with all the settings so it goes to about where I want? Don't want to spread that at all. On that about. Then let's do a very small, oops, drop that layer. And do a very small drop shadow. Not that much, that is horrendous. And that should do. Let's get rid of my reference map and take a quick look at what we've got. Yeah, that's pretty close to what I was looking for. All right, so let's take a quick look. This is obviously just the tree bits, and I've got a little bit of tidying up to do. Like there's a stick of tree sticking out here. Excellent. That is to obviously reflect all the trees that are on there, and that is a similar, hopefully. Now the one on this one's much darker, so I'm going to change my coloring here. I'm not sure why it's so bright. So let's go my color overlay and check it. It's because it's on color. It's not on multiply. There we go. That's much better. Nice dark color. Who doesn't like a nice dark color for your trees? In fact, I'm not going to make it multiply. I'm just going to make it normal for that. Okay, it's It's not going to be much of a difference. But let me, that's better. Okay, now that should hopefully look very close. It does look very close to the 2. And then when we add our borders back onto this, we begin to see a map taking shape. Hello, borders, where are you? There they are. As we can now see the primary area nicely marked with our individual borders, and we can now clearly see the main forest and possibly the main river areas as well. You can quite clearly see the Weisbruck Canal where it's going to be there. The Grunberg as well. It's called Grunberg of the Grun. What did we call that one? I forget what we called that one. It's been so long since I wrote that one. It's the Grunberg Canal. The Grunberg as well, a very important canal and an expensive one. Huffers can take you through the mess that is the Riker Marshes if you wish to do so. Or you can spend a whole hell of a lot of money and go down the Grunberg, which cuts out that exceedingly difficult stretch of water, including Leopold's Folly, which, as I recall, we wrote a little bit about inside the Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4 core book. We added a little bit about there about where all the sands gather and the barges sink. And let me just say, very good to see you, Zoltan. Always happy to see you drop by. Since you've said hi, there's a little question here from Creative Fossey as well, which I shall grab onto. How much do you know about the history of inhabitants living in the areas where you're going to map out before you actually start creating the map? Is it vital for you to know all of those things? Or are you happy just being so? Both. If it's a general map, the more I know, the better. One of the first questions I have to anyone who employs me is, can you supply me with all of the books? So then I can then read them cover to cover. So, for example, when I was mapping for, let's say, something quite non-Warhammery, let's say Critical Role, Matt Mercer got in contact and he said, hi, Andy, could you do this? To which I said, sure. What do you have? And at that point, because it was quite early in Critical Role's existence, he said, nothing other than what we're currently creating. And I said, great, that's good, because I know what the boundaries are. The boundaries are they currently don't exist, and I just need to talk to you to match out what we need. So we hashed out between ourselves exactly what the areas should look like. And he then took the map and used that as inspiration to fill in the areas himself. So in some respects, it was the second of those. It wasn't vital at all. It was just creating without limits. Somewhat similarly, when Will Wheaton employed me to do the Titan's Grave maps, Will and I had a big, long discussion. And he essentially said, go wild, do whatever you want. So I did. But if it's working for, say, something like the Warhammer maps, for me, knowing all this stuff, because there's such a massive wealth of existing lore, is an integral part of doing the maps. I would not be happy doing the maps if I didn't read all the books first, because that's just the sort of person I am. I want to make sure that everything that's mentioned in the books is either included or not included for a reason. For example, the location is too small to be included on this map, or it's too important not to be included on a player map because it's for GMs. I'd want to make sure that that was all in place. It's one of the reasons I always had enormous amounts of problems with the Altdorf maps, because the Altdorf maps never, ever matched the text. And if there was a single regret from leaving Warhammer that I had, it was that. Because I was really looking forward to finally doing a map that matched all the textual descriptions. But the map that we have doesn't, and all the maps that we have kind of don't. And that's, for me, it's a personal loss because I was really looking forward to it. I may, through the course of doing my Enemy Within campaign streaming one, build my own version of Warhammer Altdorf, but it will be very much my one. It will match the text versions. It will not match the existing maps. And a lot of people won't like it because of that. But then I'll admit half of my career with Warhammer has been people coming along and saying, really? Is that how you see Warhammer? To which I generally say, no, it's not how I see it. It's how it's described here or how it's described there. I'm very much the sort of person that likes to take the existing work and do my best to reflect that rather than project my version onto it. And passing by, I wish I had famous friends. I don't really have famous friends. I mean, I spoke to Matt a few times when I was doing maps. I can't really say I have famous friends. I've got good friends, but not necessarily famous ones. Famously, no one can quite agree with it. I can, but then that's because I have a master map. Anyway, that's just my map. I could go through all this, tidying it all up. Now, you can see immediately, if I look at this zoomed in section of the map, why aren't you selecting? There we go, select, that I haven't followed the trees exactly when I was quickly buzzing around with this part of the map. And if I was being super accurate and worrying about it, I would indeed go around adding sections, removing other sections, making it all work. But that can be done at any time because the trees are the trees. This is them done. Nothing else gets done to them. For a map that's going for the GM facing side of things, it is literally just a base color with some edging. And you can see that's the case for this one. It's a base color with some edging, nothing more, nothing less. It's super simple. And that's because the information has to be accessible. The more detail I add, the more inaccessible this map is going to be. And it's a GM facing one. So we want the map to be as accessible as possible while still having a little bit of flavor. So, right, that's that. Anyway, let's see if there's anything else on this before I dive into the next layers. I can, but not right now because I'll need to go check my maps. But again, that'll be my version and nothing more. Schwarzhafen is one that gets moved. Oh, by the gods, does it? Schwarzhafen over in Sylvania got moved a lot. And amusingly as well, I remember when I just done the Sylvania map. And then the next edition of Warhammer came out. And they used my map as a basis and then just moved some stuff. I remember going, what do I do now? Do I make it update to match this one? Which means that I'm going to have to, oh no, this is complicated. So I did a compromise. I moved some of the stuff so it matched the map. Some of the stuff I left where it was because to make those movements would have invalidated other locations that were described in other books. So I used the map as an inspiration for the master map rather than using it as a direct push. But often when I'm mapping onto the master map, the original maps, if I can get them on accurately, they're going on accurately. It's when the contradictions arise that things become, let's say, fascinating, because there's a lot of them. And let's not get into the whole Del Bowers, Del Bren thing, huh? Anyway, where were we? Next step. So we're going by my step-by-step process. The next one is rivers and lakes. And this is one that is hideously time-consuming the way that we're going to do it here. And super, super easy if you're doing it straight from the master map. Because basically we do exactly the same as what we just did here with the trees, but with the rivers. And when you've already got all the rivers drawn, that means I just go copy the style, paste it onto the rivers, finished. But if I'm drawing it by hand, I have to go to my reference map and literally, rather sadly, draw in every single last bit of the rivers. Now, I'm... what time are we at? We're already at 8:30, and I would like to get at least a map that looks relatively finished. I'm going to do a chunk of this. And as I do a chunk of this, I'm going to probably lapse into silence several times. Lapse into silence several times. Feel free to keep putting up your post. I will look. I'm going to make sure I get all the primary rivers into place. And if you've got any questions about any of the locations you see as I'm running around, feel free to ask them because, you know, I'm here and I'm happy to answer any that I can answer. This entire area is central to much of what becomes the Enemy Within campaign, which is one of the reasons why I'm mapping this one first. Let's get rid of my provinces. I don't need those now. Let's get rid of my woods because I don't need those now. I already did get rid of the woods. Let's make a new layer, +1, and call it rivers. Now, when we're in Photoshop, there's a couple of different ways that we can do the drawing. One, I can just take a brush and wherever there is river, draw it. For example, like this. There's a river here. Let's go. No, I've still got my bumpy brush. Let's just get a standard hard round, say size 9, so it's not too big. I could just draw it like so. And anywhere where there's river, just fill it in. This works perfectly well. It looks really good for most versions of what you're doing. You may notice that the River Reich here is absolutely freaking huge. And there's a reason for that. In my version of the Empire, the River Reich is absolutely freaking huge. It is the equivalent of the largest rivers in our world. It's not a simple Rhine analogy. The Warhammer world, at least my version of it, is a bigger world than our real world. All of its continents are heavier and bigger, and all of the rivers that are draining these far bigger places are also, in turn, far bigger. Look at some of the huge rivers that make their way through Russia up towards the northeast, for example. I don't want to draw on the Amazon because the Amazon's a completely different type of river. But think of more of the big, huge Russian rivers and just how wide they can get. And sometimes wider than what we would consider to be a lake here in Scotland, significantly bigger than a lake here in Scotland. Some of it at points it's miles across. And this is described in some of the sources. Admittedly, a couple of the sources I wrote myself, so that's kind of like almost supporting myself. Yeah, the good old Volga, for example. Yeah, Volga, baby. And it's, for example, one of the Gotrek and Felix novels, they mention that the Reich is about 3 miles wide, just outside of Nuln. Consider how far up the River Reich system that is. The Reichsport, which is where the Imperial First Fleet gathers. If I just move that over, I've just apparently brought Volga again. The Reichsport, which is marked on this map here, you can see it right there, the Reichsport. An enormous body of water that lies not far outside Altdorf that they keep on forgetting to add to the maps, although it's been part of Altdorf since like 1990, I think, is when the Reichsport is first mentioned. And then it's heavily referenced in, say, games like Manowar, where the Imperial First Fleet was detailed with a little bit more depth. And they keep on forgetting that there's this huge body of water where all the boats, well, they're not boats, they're big, massive warships. And some of them are far bigger than our real world equivalents, or at least of similar size to the biggest examples. And again, I'm losing track. I should be drawing while I do this. Again, these all lead for a huge River Reich system, which is often forgotten by some writers, remembered by others, not known by some, meaning that the River Reich and indeed the Talabek changes size often from supplement to supplement. I'll give a clean example of that. When I was working for Black Library on what book was it? The Empire at War. That's what it was called, rather appropriately for you Enemy Within fans. The Empire at War was a book that detailed some of the most important wars that happened in the Empire's history. And it had a bunch of maps in it detailing where the troops went and the disposition of the different forces. A little bit like the war books that you get covering, say, Napoleonics or anything similar, of which I have one or two too many. And gosh, this is boring, and I'm just doing this. I haven't even discussed other ways of drawing these yet. In that book, there was a battle described that was during Empress Attilia's time that the original writer marked as being fought over the Talabek. And me being me, when I received that, I said, really? Because if it's been fought over the Talabek, right by Talabheim, this is how wide the river is there. And I gave the descriptions that were popped up elsewhere. And given the description, there is literally no way you could fight a war over that. It's like miles wide. How do you see this happening? And we ended up citing it on one of the tributaries of the Talabek, not far away from Talabheim, and that worked perfectly. But I think it's a nice example of showing how different writers have got a different appreciation of the scale of what the Empire represents. And when I was brought in, I gave them options. I basically said, if you want to run with that, run with it. It's your book. But it contradicts other sources, and these are the other sources. Do you want to contradict those, or would you prefer to move it? And then after some discussion, they went, yeah, let's just move it. Huh. Weed Marn's not marked where it should be. Weed Marn's up there. Oh, that's an interesting little flaw on this one that I grabbed. I didn't actually grab from the original map. I grabbed from a copy of the map. Right, let's do all the bits around Altdorf so that we've got them. My Altdorf is a city of islands that puts Marienburg to shame sometimes. Not quite the Altdorf that many perceive. So, yeah.
Right, it's big, or at least my version is. Your right can be as big as you want it to be, whether that's miles wide at points, drawing into far swifter areas of the flow, like for example down by the Lorley Rock, which is just north of Grisonvold. It's described there that the river grows much tighter, much thinner, and has two primary flows that go around the Lorley, which is an igneous rock formation, and has naiads that live beneath it for a rather random extra, much like you get dryads over with the wood elves. And indeed, I believe there's a story somewhere about a high elf that was married to a naiad, pardon me. There's also a naiad of the Blot River, which is in the middle of this map. The River Blood. I love Warhammer names. Now you can see why this takes freaking ages. Now, as I say, there are other ways that you can do this. So rather than going through and copying all your rivers or making your rivers up if you're making your own map at home, you can do what I did with the trees and just create one big selection and then fill it at the end. And the reason for doing it that way rather than this way is that the edges are far, far sharper. And it just looks much, much nicer when you're applying different effects over it. You may notice here that the Talabek is actually a really big river, as is the Delb as it comes in. The Delb here. If we get our scale, do I still have the scale or did I accidentally delete it? No, I deleted it because I was an idiot. I'll bring the scale back in a moment. But many of these places, they're a good mile or so wide. Some of these rivers are not small. It's one of the reasons why I repeatedly mentioned in the various books that river travel for many is seen to be the best way of traveling, because it's really difficult to wreck a ship if it's half a mile out from the coast. It's not something you can do without having boats and ships yourself. It's relatively safe from, say, greenskin excursions and similar, unless they are actually building giant rafts or ships of their own to get across the various areas. Let's have a quick the original one, as I recall, but I can't remember which one. I'm pretty sure it was the original one. In fact, it was the original one. Go check the Empire at War book, the original Attilia. I did a picture of her. She was drawn in a similar fashion to almost Queen Elizabeth I type, in that she had ginger hair, her hair pulled back and swept up. It was also the same book where I pictured the Ice Queen of Kislev as far more Eastern than she had been depicted previously, as that was asked for. Aldous, very long about, completely agree. I think that's also fair. Moving down, that's you could argue there are parts of that as an influence, but I would not say so, because it's Aldorf's very much over the course of time become its own city. It's no longer really an analogy of anything in terms of its physical disposition. It's a place with the confluence of two giant rivers that also wrap around it. It's got farmlands on the outside and then marshlands beyond that, massive causeways that lead out across marshlands that just extend for miles. It's a really different place, and it's one of the reasons I love Altdorf, because it is this big smash of everything in one place. There's sections of it that feel far more Edinburgh, for example, than feel London. Other sections that feel far more London than Edinburgh. In the same way that you go up to Middenheim, it really feels to its core a very Edinburgh layer upon layer upon layer upon layer upon layer of city style. If you ever come to Edinburgh, I suggest visiting Mary King's Close, where you can pop in there and go down through all the different layers and get an idea of just how deep the city of Edinburgh actually is beyond the surface version that you can see today. Anyway, where are we? Where else? Blood Level place. Yeah, well, it's not unfair. I think when you see that port, it'll be around. So go grab the book. Select color range blues and then clean up the selection to shortcut remaking rivers. I'm not quite sure what you're asking me there. Could I select color range blues? Yes. Then clean up the section. I mean, I could, but you'd end up with loads of holes. I see what you're saying. You'd end up with tons and tons of holes, which I'd need to fill anyway. I just suddenly realized what you were asking. I could, but there's a part of me that quite enjoys doing it this way, purely because this is far more like what it would be if I was making this map for the first time. When I do later maps that I'm going to be doing for other parts of the Enemy Within, I'm going to be skipping this, but I like having done it at least once so that you can all see how freaking awful it is. Was that? Yeah. Yeah, not quite that. Yeah, close. Yeah, I've got a lot of fondness for the Ice Queen of Kislev. She's a character that plays a lot. I added her to the Enemy Within. I think she might still be in it. I haven't read that section. But that's also the section where you were meant to meet with one of the Ubersreich 5, which I don't think made it into the final version that was presented. We asked the lovely folks over at Vermintide Land if we could use that, and Fat Shark said yes. They were very happy with that. Let's drop in some of the canals there in Schmiedorf. Schmiedorf is the primary smithing town in Middenland. It's where they make their, let's be honest, inferior, but most certainly real cannons down in Schmiedorf. Oh. And yes, I could do this quicker, but I've started, so I'll finish. There we go. Let's squeeze that in there. Now, as you'll note, this takes freaking ages, so I'm going to do some more of this, at least the marshes and canals around Altdorf, get all the River Reich in place, maybe parts of the Bergen, but I'm not going to do it all for this one because we're already coming up to 9, and I would like most of the map to be in place by the time I sign off. These other bits can just be added. As you see, it's not particularly hard to do. In fact, I can pop out and let's have a look at how much we've covered so far and give you an idea. But we've just done those parts of the river system up there. I'm going to do that bit, and then the little bit there. So we're looking at probably about another 10, 15 minutes on that alone. Maybe 20, maybe more. But while I'm here, let's quickly do the layer file. So at least we can have a look at what it's going to look like when it is done. Okay, so we're going to need to get a layer style. Hello, layer style, awaken please, thank you. And do a color overlay first. No, actually top and stroke, so let's do a stroke. And let's do a stroke of 3. This puts a nice line around everything that I've drawn. This is where having sharp lines that you'll get from doing it as a selection tool rather than a brush really makes a difference, because on a soft line, the edging bleeds a bit and it just doesn't look as sharp or as nice. But yeah, this will do. I want a sort of deepish bluish color, sort of close to around there, maybe a bit less color. I'm going to guess about there. That'll do. Okay, now I want to do inner shadow to give the idea that there's a little bit of depth, but nowhere near that much. That is horrendous. Put that down to about just. That should do. Nice little inner shadow. Great. Next, I'm going to want to have let's go for the color so that we've got that in place. We want to have a darkish blue, a bit paler than that. Round about there should do. That's about what I did for Ubersreich, as I recall. Then finally do a small outer glow just to ground it in, because we want it to look like it's part of this existing terrain. So we're going to do a dark brown. Now let's go down here. We want it to be relatively close to that. I want a higher noise. Slightly bigger, please. And let's up the range slightly. And actually ground it. Now what I've done is I've just added, if I zoom in, you'll see there's just this slight idea of dirt around the edges. Now, up close, that just looks a bit messy, but at a distance, that just gives it a little bit more grounding. And that should hopefully, if I go back to Ubersreich now, the Ubersreich one, the blue is slightly paler, I'd argue. Let's have a quick check, compare and contrast. Yeah, it's a bit paler. And let's get rid of all the layers one. Just use that one. Yeah, I'm going to go a bit paler with my river color, just so that I get a bit closer. Let's drop up to about that. There we go. Okay, lovely. Let's add in some more river then while we're here. Again, as I'm going, if you've got any questions about anything that I'm popping into place, feel free to ask. If you've got any observations, if you think I'm an idiot because I'm doing it this way, you'd be right. But I've started, so I'm going to turn off the layer effect so that, whoops, not the whole thing. Let's do that and then turn off the effects. actually see what I'm drawing. Yeah, feel free to ask. It's funny as I go over all these. It's one of the reasons that I wanted to do this by hand rather than just doing the selections, because it lets me see all of the locations again, some of which I originally put in place as much as 15 to 20 years ago. Parts of this map are really old. And just seeing them again sort of brings me back the memory of, oh, that place comes from there. And, oh, I remember when we added that. Or we had a discussion when we were writing Tome of Salvation about putting a holy place there. Some of them never actually hit print. So there's a couple of locations that get mentioned. Oh, the claw's got a bit missing there. That's weird. That were intended to be big. Malfic Island. You gotta love the names that some people added for these late places. Malfic. It's undead, as I recall. Something to do with, maybe something to do with House Router. I should check that. I think it was House Router. The Necromancer's down there. Midland House. Is it the Routers? I need to check that. Oh wow, we're going up into the Mirror Moors, stroke Midden Moors. A place that the gnome lovers out there, all one of you maybe, will know very well, since it's the site of Glimdwaro. They're a very controversial species. I do wonder if anyone's watching the stream and is still listening. Do any of you use gnomes? Be intrigued. To know that one. They were a fun wee addition. Remember how delighted Graham was when I pinged him and said that I was getting to write it. He was very happy. It was a part of the lore that had been long lost through the various editions, so getting to add them back in again was quite fun. A tolerator of gnomes there, popping up into the comments. I'll bring up one. There we go. Tolerator of gnomes. Again, if you're on Facebook, YouTube, or if you are on Twitch, you can add comments and I'll be able to see them. I understand most generally use Twitch, but if you're on Facebook, you can add comments and I'll see those there too. And if you're on YouTube, I'll see them as well. The streaming software is, I think, kind of genius for that, because it means I have no work. It does all the hard lifting for me. What else do we have here? We got Oxcutor. Hello, Oxcutor. What have you said? You're very happy to see no back. Glad to hear it. Glimdwaro is fake news. You're not wrong. And just because I'm pedantic, it's Glimdwaro, which, as Lindsay was pointing out to me the other day, actually means dwarf in some languages. But I used a different language base, meaning that the Dwaro that we ended up with, as I described in the article I popped up on my little Warhammer blog about the different locations, means something a little bit different. If you've not seen that, in fact, I could probably grab it for you now, just because it's a fun little thing. Okay, maybe I won't. And that's on. Oh, there we go. No, I should be able to grab that pretty quickly for you. I'll grab a link just so you've got it and I'll pop that in. As long as I find it. Gnome settlements. There it is. There's gnome settlements like gnome settlements. There's gnome settlements. I know. Everything about them is appealing. There you go. You can go read about gnomes. Because I'm caught here adding in little watery bits that the gnomes, the moor folk, as they're often referred to, in this part of the empire do their thing. Right, so as you can probably see, this is pretty dull. But for all my sins, it's the job that I chose to do. Very. Coming over to the Weisbrook here. There's the Weisbrook Canal. The Reichsfang Fortress. I think it was Nathan Long that got on my case for not adding the Reichsfang Fortress where it should be. If any of you know Nathan, he was the writer of Go Trekking Felix after Bill King. And in fact is coming over to visit us for his birthday in about a few weeks' time. Maybe a month. He's coming all the way over from LA, where he lives with his absolutely wonderful wife, Lily. I haven't seen them for a while, so I'm really looking forward to that since before COVID times. And for those of you looking forward to our next season of Inside the Rookery, we're going to have quite a few folks on that many of you will know from playing Warhammer through its various iterations, but many other folks as well. We've got an interesting mix of guests here next season so far. I'm really quite digging them, coming from quite a few different backgrounds. We're going to be covering everything from the tech behind our modern games to just classic storytelling to GMing goodies. I'm really looking forward to this one. And again, I strongly advise, if you've not checked our videos so far, do go and have a look at the Rookery YouTube channel. We have a wealth of videos covering just about every subject that you could ask, not just for role-playing, but for gaming in general. For example, when Warhammer 3, Warhammer Total War, pardon me for bashing my mic there. When Warhammer Total War 3 came out, Andy Hall, the lead writer for that, he popped on to say hi just before the game released. And he was answering all sorts of fun questions about the decisions they made when they were building that game. Assuming any of you play the Total War Warhammer games, which if you don't, I do recommend them. They're quite fun. Quite fun. I've had far too much fun messing around with those things. No, that one didn't go. That work was too small there. Do 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 do. Yeah, well, I said about that the best. I kept the checklist in the the Realm of the Ice Queen, because they're an existing part of the setting, and I asked if they should be renamed. And we had with us Graham McNeil as one of the co-writers, and he'd written the Ambassador Chronicles, where the checklist also were. So after some discussion, we decided, no, they're going to stay for good or ill. But I can't say that I'm upset to see them gone. Graham McNeil obviously is awesome. If you don't know him, you should go check out all of his wonderful novels for Warhammer and for 40k too. In fact, I'd argue he's probably better known for his 40k novels. He now works for, is it Riot Games? I forget where he works. I am terrible with names. Let's see, do we have anything else? Oh, we've got a few things running here. Right, let's quick done that one already. Oh, I'm really glad that you like them, Sassy Pancakes. We've had a lot of fun with them. We never ever intended to do them, and we've had a variety of problems with COVID, just like everybody else, with not having any financial backing, and having to take on other jobs just so we could do the jobs we wanted to do. And these have been the videos, that is, an absolutely marvelous aside for us, because we just get to speak with people that we either admire or know or are close friends, or are people that we're really keen to just chat with about the stuff that we ourselves have been doing for years. And that for me has been super, super fun. And I'm really glad when others come along and say, oh, I've really enjoyed this one. That was awesome because of X, Y, and Z. So if any of you out there who can still hear me are not aware of our video output, do take a look. You get everything from interviews with authors and writers to discussions about how games are put together. Recently, for example, we had Ben Aranovich, the author of Rivers of London, come on to discuss changing his novels into the role-playing versions of those. And then not long after, we had Lynn, the developer of that game, Lynn Hardy. She popped on and she discussed her side of it, the development side, what's required practically to work with an author and turn an exceedingly well-known set of books into a fully fledged role-playing game. But we've also had artists on and cartographers like me. We had Jared Blando on not that long ago. If you know Jared's work, he's recently been posting about working with some rather famous authors, Sword of Shannara types, Terry Brooks, and discussing signing books with him. That was fun. Where are we at the moment? We're over in Clownland. Good old Clownland. We're still deep in Caraburg territory. Not far away from here is the lands of Gorman, where the Gorman family hold court. You may know them from the most famous example of their family, Cyrus Gorman, Supreme Patriarch of the 8 Colleges of Magic, later supplanted by Balthazar Gelt during the Hall of Jewels. Some think that that was a big, massive fix. Good old Cyrus Gorman had been Supreme Patriarch almost since he was a kid because he was so massively talented. My version of the Warhammer world, there's a reason for that. That may or may not come out during the stream when we're streaming the game. Oh, I do love Rivers. Just seeing them all forming. Oh, thank you. Comments. Let's go through the others. Right, where are we? Warhammer the Musical. I presume that was because I was singing. I'm bad at it. I apologize. Any tips for GMs running Enemy and Shadows for the first times? Right, so my version of this is going to be quite different to the book. It's going to be largely the same because it's such a classic adventure. I don't want to screw with it too much. I have run Enemy and Shadows, as in Mistaken Identity and Shadows over Bergenhafen, about, I don't know, 30 times, maybe at least. And I do have quite a few tips, but almost all of them are specific to individual groups and how you want to play games and what you're intending. If, for example, you're intending on running the entire Enemy Within campaign, I have a whole bunch of tips about things that I would suggest foreshadowing far earlier, some of which were dropped into Enemy and Shadows. For example, as you pass through I was about to say Edinburgh, shows you how tired I am. When you pass through Altdorf, various things occur that were dropped in that are new additions in comparison to what was there before. And we're not just talking about our Manic Street Preacher who pops up. We're just talking about the oddities and the strange stuff that's in place. The reasoning behind that was never properly covered in at least the original reasoning, the one that we'd first conceived for that. But I would definitely foreshadow whatever end you're looking for your campaign as early as possible. So, for example, I don't want to go into any too heavy details into things I'd foreshadow because if you're intent to have your campaign end with war, then you want to make sure that you seed the civil unrest all the way through Enemy and Shadows. If you want to conclude your campaign with some sort of Skaven nonsense, then make sure that Enemy and Shadows introduces them just a little bit earlier than, say, for example, Death in the Reich would do. All of the primary themes and goals that you're attempting to put forward for your campaign, you want in early. And I will give some clean examples of that when I blog about it on Lawhammer. So, I'm changing some of the characters that the PCs meet right at the very beginning. And the reason for that is because I want to drill hard down on some of the primary core themes of what the enemy within as an entire campaign is doing, whether we're talking about just simple stuff like duplication and duplicity, I suppose, and doubles, and the way they represent and what they represent, and why they're there. I have answers for all of that the PCs are going to be diving into, but I want to have that theme nailed down hard right at the very beginning. And if you've checked the blog for the cultists, because my campaign's also going to have cultists running in the background. I've got a second group of cultists that are going to be running hand in hand, well, not hand in hand, pardon me, separate to the main group, and the effect of those cultists on the main game is going to be potentially profound. That game is going to be entirely offline, so that the people there can just squirrel away and do their things. I'll be posting reports about what they do each time that they do something. But if you check the second of those, that second of those characters is, I'm not going to give it away for those of you who are not who are going to be watching the unfolding business. But the second of those characters directly reflects a core theme of the enemy within. And that's going to be my next one, which is, if you're going to run the enemy within, why not set up your characters so that they're designed for the enemy within? It's something that very few people do. A lot of people just go with the let's go random and let's just make it happen. They're the nobodies that become somebodies, where I was much more interested, for at least this presentation of it, the one we're doing here, in making the characters interweave directly with the story. It's not the enemy within story, it's their character story, and it happens to be the enemy within. It's a great campaign, and it deserves, I feel, a little bit more attention on that front if you're willing to put the time in. Battle aside, just for running itself, it's a super easy one. The mistaken identity section could not be easier to run. So there's very little I could say in general tips beyond just normal GMing stuff. And we've got a few videos about GMing stuff, as I recall. The Shadows over Bogenhafen section is a cross between being a bit railroady and also giving freedom. But there's a reason for that. It's because it's actually pitched at relatively beginner GMs. They've not really had a go of it themselves yet as a basic starting point. So the actual plot is very step by step. You go from here to here to here to here to here, even though they can arguably go anywhere. There's a few sections that the plot revolves around. You've got to make sure that they land, learning about. Again, I don't want to drop spoilers, which is a difficult thing about this. I'm finding myself meandering because I'm purposely avoiding spoilers. Finding out important clues and making sure that they are found out. If you want to make modifications to that, ensuring that those important clues land is something I would suggest. That can loosely be done by just adding more clues. So anything that you know that the players have to know, drop it multiple times in different places. But I'm not going to go into specifics because there are potentially people here who will be deeply spoiled. Let's leave that over for a blog about it at some other point. Agreed. Well, yeah. Still on screen. Thank you for calling that one out again. Gelt's cheating. I'm not seeing anything. Gorman's uncle was high up. Actually, it's his father in my world. And it's a lot deeper than just his father is high up. But that might come out during the course of my game. I definitely played a part. Yeah, you should. It's great. Right, so let's get back to doing this. I am a big lover of the Enemy Within campaign, so I obviously recommend that you all grab it and play it and do things with it. The version that we have out is obviously different to the original. That's good. It's different to the version that I would have presented if I was still in the job. Again, that's still good. It means that when I do my one for the stream version, it will hopefully be fresh for a lot of people and give GMs that are thinking of running it themselves some inspiration for different ways it could be run. we all, after all, have very different versions of what the Warhammer world is at each of our tables. For some people, it's very low fantasy. For some people, it's very high fantasy. For some people, it's a game mostly about humans. For other people, it's a game that very intrinsically follows classic fantasy parties of dwarf and elf and barbarian or whatever. One of the core goals of writing the 4th edition was to ensure that no matter what version of Warhammer you played, the rulebook could accommodate it. And I think to a degree it largely did that. It pretty much got to where it needed to. It gave options for everything from noble lords right at the top, right down to your filthiest beggar. They were all covered. A common theme for people who grew up with Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 1 is to try and keep everyone grounded in the dirt while simultaneously playing the enemy within campaign and making them all, I don't know, Knights Panther and important figures of the Empire. There's an interesting dichotomy going on with many fans of the original edition where they claim to want to play one game while simultaneously playing a slightly different version of it in truth at their tables. And that is just fascinating because I had to try and make sure that whatever we did could cover both eventualities and could be purely low fantasy and could also be not. So we, with our class system, which I would argue was largely erroneous, but certainly added to the flavor, we put as much stress on classes like, say, boroughs, as we did on things like, say, warriors, just to put it at its simplest. And that gives GMs the scope to focus on the areas that they themselves like, which inevitably is going to be all slightly different. Let's just double check we're long passing by. Someday I'll get back. Oh, yeah, you'll get there. Yeah, not a problem. Although I felt I was very vague there, Mihao. I presume it's Mihao. So, yeah, be aware that I would like to give far more specific advice. And I think we should probably pick this up at a later date. And we can possibly go into a nice in-depth blog post about it concerning different ways that you can try and nail home the primary themes of the campaign long before the campaign begins, so that when you finally get to the midpoint and the end, it all starts to have, let's say, a similar resonance. The entire piece is played in a single key rather than lurching from one writer's version to another writer's version, or one style of adventure to another style of adventure. It's all about making the whole thing run together. Oh, interesting. I do like to see Josie dropping by. Hi, Joe, wherever you're hiding out there in the real world. That's my daughter. She's awesome. And I find that super fascinating. So, hey, Joe, if you ever need any help building game maps for your course, interestingly, your dad might be able to help. Just possibly. I won't go into any depths as to what she's studying, but the simplest point is games design. She obviously fell very far from the tree there. Down by Castle Grauenberg. I love that place. I hope that you've all had a look at Rough Nights and Hard Days. And I hope that you've all had an opportunity to plumb through that castle yourself. It was a lot of fun to be able to reprint Nastasia's wedding in Rough Nights and Hard Days. For those of you who know, I think that was originally written for Pyramid magazine a bajillion years ago by Graham. And it was super fun to go back to that adventure and zing it up, add in some details that were a bit more reminiscent of modern Warhammer. But for me, it was super fun because I'd rewritten the adventure for my own games for the marriage of one of my PCs. A chap called Curls, was getting married to an ice witch. It was, let's just say, a nightmarish situation. There's the Blut, good old River Blut. And I used Graham's original Nastasia's wedding as the framework, although I used pretty much none of his plot points. I just used it as the framework for how I presented that wedding. And it was lots of fun because I got to use a couple of those elements when we were working on the rewrite of it. And it's always nice to be able to draw on those experiences while you're doing your work. I hope you all have rough nights and hard days, because if you don't, then you don't have gnomes. And as we've already said, that arguably is a crime. Oh, some more bits. Oh, the Dead Town of Blackrock. Oh, did I accidentally delete that one? Oh, I put a star in it. I didn't know I could do stars. What does that mean? I have literally no idea what that means. Good old Blackrock. It's a nice way. It was fun. And how wide would the blot be near? It's not actually not that big, at least in my version of it. The blot changes in size. It's big enough that it needs a pretty extensive bridge. As I recall, the bridge is dwarven made and is quite ancient. And occasionally the ruling princes of Reichland need to call in dwarf stonemasons to go back and repair it. It's a primary route into the Reichland, so clearly has been used by orc invasions and similar in the past. One of the forgotten things, pardon me, about the Empire is that it's actually really difficult to move through all the forest lands, and the primary routes in are down by the rivers, often down the rivers, or down the major thoroughfares, the main roadways. So the old dwarven roads that were built long, long ago are also the primary routes that of invasion that have been taken multiple times. So most of those places have got ruined castles and forts from previous generations. And if you're looking to add a little bit of color and detail to your descriptions for these locations, to add that sense of age and history, don't forget not just to include ruins, but to include ruins of different styles to suggest different eras of the Empire. When, for example, in these parts of the world, there used to be a king. Slightly further south where the kings used to be. But down in the Vorbergland, there was a king. Before Magnus came along and said, yeah, I don't think so. They did not like that. And as we all know, for those of us who've read the starter set, that caused some issues. That's details to a degree also drawn from Warhammer 3rd edition, if you know that game. Controversial though it may be. I seem to be just going and going here, so I'm just going to keep on going. I want to go do the right so I don't forget it. Let's go get the right towards the upper right. This one will be much thicker and arguably faster. Let's have a quick little check here. Anything else? Sassy pancakes. Oh, we already said that one. And yeah, I'm glad you like it. It was an interesting one. It was a book that was already on the roster when I came in. I wasn't part of the team at the very beginning for the 4th edition. The license had been held for quite some time, almost a year. And they'd made little progress that they were happy with. And I got contacted near the end of one of the years. I even forget which year it is now. Is this the circle? That makes no sense. Let's have a quick check where that was going. Is that a border? I got that wrong. There's something going on there. I see. That doesn't go to there, and that goes there. Got it. Anyway, yes, I was brought onto the team, and they didn't have a system. They had a lot of ideas as to what they wanted it to be, but they hadn't pinned it down yet. And they asked me how I would do it, and I gave a very different answer to anything they were doing, because they told me that they had the enemy within on their slate, and the enemy within is a long-term campaign, which means that your rules have got to be able to cope with long-term character development. And Warhammer, in its 1st, 2nd, and 3rd edition, didn't. It was a game system that tended to collapse after around about 20 to 30 sessions. Now, admittedly, depending on how you handled experience, depending on how you developed your characters, you might got a lot more time out of it or traction out of how the rules worked. But as a single example, I was playing with, let's say 2nd edition. I was playing with 2nd edition, the Pass of the Damned campaign. That was the first major campaign for the 2nd edition of the game. This is a very not straight line. I should use a tool for this, but I'm doing this quickly. And Pass of the Damned was a 3-book campaign, not necessarily the longest of campaigns, but long enough that it took quite a number of sessions. Now, our game running through it, we detailed almost a night-by-night traveling between, say, for example, Middenheim down to Altdorf. And that meant that we had a lot of sessions. And by the time my group had reached Altdorf, who was at that point a priestess of Ulrich, she was already hard enough to not only take on God King Emperor Karl Franz, and I say that because that was very much the Griffin riding version of him. Not only could she take him on, she would go toe-to-toe with him with ease. There was no one in the Empire she couldn't take on because of the way the career system worked and how she'd already pretty much peaked out in terms of what it could offer. And that was not a flaw of the system. The system was designed around relatively short-term play. And it did that perfectly. But the second you did it long-term, it sort of began to collapse. And we ended up having to rewrite the entire system just to accommodate her in particular. Because it was just wrong that what was a 17-year-old kid, admittedly, a priestess and a blessed one at that of Ulrich, but still, a 17-year-old kid could take on dragons with ease. It was just not what we were looking for. And that was something that I saw as a very, very real potential issue for the 4th edition of the game. Because if you're going to be playing the Enemy Within campaign, for all that the 5 books of the Enemy Within, at least as it was presented there, could be played through very quickly. You can play through Enemy in Shadows in a very small number of sessions. Death in the Right can go by, for some people, in like 3 or 4 of them with ease. That's possibly the case, but most don't play it like that. Indeed, Death in the Reich for many can take 20 sessions, 40 sessions for some. They're floating around going from A to B, not doing the thing. Very famously, James Wallace tackled this, and James Wallace was in several of our videos. If you haven't watched them, strongly recommend that you do. He was the developer for Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 1 during the Hogshead era. Very famously, he said, you've got to sink their fucking barge, because the players will happily just wander around, sailing about, going from A to B, trading, meeting, I don't know, creatures on the Reich, and generally having no real impetus to move forward with the plot. And that is damaging to your game, arguably, if you're looking for a nice fast one. But it's super damaging if the system doesn't cope with a really long-term campaign. And Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 1 doesn't, and neither did 2. I mean, Fantasy Roleplay 1 famously had its naked dwarves. Dwarves that became so tough that without wearing any armor, they could just go with their basic toughness, wander out there naked and take on anything, which worked out really nicely for your heroic slayers if you wanted to go down the I'm a slayer and I'm rock hard. But it didn't work so nicely for, say, someone who's playing a shopkeeper, or at least an original shopkeeper dwarf, and somehow his dwarf was, well, with his naked dwarf syndrome, taking on anything, effectively undamageable. A classic problem during the Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay era that lots of different people house ruled in different ways. And when 4 came around, my first suggestion was that their rules had to accommodate long-term play, which means that the experience system had to be completely different. The career system had to be both the same and completely different. And if you're doing that, you're as well to make sure that everybody can stay in the career that they want. Because one of the biggest problems is, particularly with Warhammer 1 and 2 and 3, in fact, is that you start off with a career that you like, you love it, and you have to change. You've got no choice, because once you finish that career, you're done. So no matter how much you enjoy being, say, a rat catcher, once you'd completed rat catcher, you were done. It was now time to become what inevitably became, everyone was an assassin, or a wizard lord level 4, or a priest, or whatever. There was relatively few top-end careers, so it meant that when we were going to conventions, the number of parties that were long-term parties that were ultimately the same was really fascinating. Because they'd all gone through the career system, they'd all had a player that preferred one style of play, but most groups generally had 1 or 2 of each type of player. I mean, they all ended up sort of similar. One was a wizard, one was a priest, one was an assassin, one was a witch hunter, or whatever. And there was surprisingly little diversity in the Warhammer parties. That being the case, one of our initial, and there we go, goals was to ensure that every single career path that you took had a top end. Hence, all of the careers were given an equal number of tiers and a potential top end. That was, as it turned out to be, super, super important because it meant that no matter what type of career you went into, there was always a place you could go to at the top end. And there was an equal diversity of different ends. And it meant that the playing groups no longer mirrored each other all the time. Every group now is completely different. And contrary to what many people considered at the time, the top levels, as in tier 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever, they are all separate careers. The 64 careers in this, the career paths, as I called them originally, and I still call them, the career paths were effectively all comprised of 4 careers. And you might go, but they're not really, because they're all tied together. But Wizard level 1, Wizard level 2, Wizard level 3, Wizard level 4, all wrapped together with its different names. It's exactly the same as what first edition, second edition, and third edition did, with 3 separate careers. The same crossover of skills, the same crossover of talents to a degree. It was exactly the same system. It's just we named it differently. Good old Norden Fast. Fond memories of that place too. Meaning that really the core set of 4th had 256 careers built in. And that I am still exceedingly pleased with. The way we managed to squeeze in so much detail into just one book. Now, the book may have all manner of issues, which I'm sure we all have in different places, since we all look for different things from our books. But one thing I think that it did succeed at very well was presenting a toolbox that meant that with just the core book alone, you could play. And that was something that during second edition's run was a primary issue for many, because second edition didn't have the necessary tools to, for example, build your own creatures or similarly play any way you want. And that, I think, we tackled relatively well. I still wish we'd done parts of it differently, but you know, with hindsight, you always think that you'd rather do things in a slightly different way. So I've blathered for long enough. Let's see if there's anything else here. Where were we? There we go. I can't wait to run Rough Nights and Hard Days. I have the same core. Also, I'm just worried that the XP packet will. It shouldn't do, actually. For my version of the Anime Within that we're going to be starting very, very soon. I don't want to give a date because we haven't set up all the cameras yet. And until I've got all the tech nailed down, I will not provide a date. We are playing with experienced characters. We're not playing with people who are new. And I'm doing that very much on purpose because on one side, I wanted to make sure that the players were completely familiar with their characters before we just threw them out into the internet, so that they would definitely have a consistent style of playing that wasn't going to modify with time. But I also wanted to show that the Anime Within doesn't need to be played with beginners. It just doesn't. The XP creep, as far as I'm concerned, is not an issue. But that's because almost every single encounter that I'll be presenting to the PCs will almost certainly be harder. The encounters as they're built into the core book, I mean, the first one was designed to be easy, as in Enemy and Shadows. But the stats that have been used in Death and the Reich are much weaker than I would have preferred. So you're going to find that the versions that we're using are much, much more powerful. And that's a challenge for the players, and it's supposed to be. Warhammer has a unique mechanic where it's got lives, and most systems don't have that. But Warhammer does, which means that you can throw awfulness at your players, and they can then try and figure out how to get out of it themselves. I'll give a single example. We had one encounter in, where were we? We were making our way down the Bergen through one playthrough of the Enemy Within, and there was an encounter with just 2 trolls. And those 2 trolls were stat-wise powerful enough to kill not just the PCs, but most of the watch and anyone else that was thrown at them. They were an absolute nightmare that had been rustled up from the depths of the river by a passing storm. We used the downtime rules, the between adventure setup, to decide what had been happening locally. And while they were staying in the town, an encounter came up and it happened to be trolls. And the PCs literally could not take on the trolls. There was almost nothing they could do. But of course, that's only on a physical stat by stat, number by number. PCs aren't just their numbers. They eventually came up with an exceedingly cunning plan involving strings of explosives that they managed to persuade a local engineer to provide them with. They went off and went through loads of hoops in an attempt to come up with a plan to drive these things away, and succeeded. It was a great role-playing moment, and if it had just been left to the stats alone, it would have been a walkover. If it had been basic stats, or equally a walkover for the trolls if it had just been them fighting them. But making sure that you've got very realistically nasty bad guys can make an enormous difference to how problem solving takes place at the table. If it's all just, yeah, it's just one of those, I'll take it, you tend to find that there is no problem solving at the table. It's just dice rolling. And I do quite like mixing it up. What looks like an impossible enemy is very rarely ever impossible. Anyway, what else do we have here? You're focusing on details. Yeah, I agree. Nothing else to say. Yeah, I've got the sweat pouring out my forehead too. I'm taking a pause for a reason. Yeah, it's okay. I understood what you meant. For me, long term, I agree. The world has been lived one, and yes, I agree. The way the actually role play career systems, I don't need my headphones on. I literally can't hear anything. System is built up allows that, and I absolutely appreciate it. Yeah, me too. And it's something that I feel is worth nailing when you're playing your version of the Empire. Is, do you want it to feel old? Do you want it to feel like it's a big lived-in place, or do you want it to feel like it's not? I mean, you could argue that with the recent upheavals in the Reichland, where the Reichland has moved from being just one of the provinces to being by far the richest province in all of the Empire. You could argue that means that many of the things that you find lying around the Reichland are new. And reinforcing that is also important. Allowing your steam bridges or your crazy canal network extras that the Engineers Guild have put, and put a little bit of shine on that if you wish to. But again, one of the aspects I think that Graham very accurately described in Enemy in Shadows is that Warhammer, for all it may have those things, is not a high or a low fantasy. It's a grubby fantasy. And reinforcing that is something that I prefer as well. So even if you do have something that's recently been put in place by the engineers, it's not shiny for long. And probably is not necessarily well built. And knowing the engineers may explode. But yeah, we're living in a Warhammer world that allows you to have mechanical horses and similar. So you can certainly go a bit wild with some of your creations if you fancy. Someone's just arrived. Found 4, spent fortune. I approve. Just like, Looks could kill. That was a fun one. Actually, that was the second adventure we wrote, or at least planned. The first one, we had an adventure that was going to be written by someone completely different. I won't name names, but for reasons was incapable of finishing that. And it was a real shame because I really liked our first introductory adventure to Warhammer 4. It was, again, set close to Ubersreich. And took you into the town, much like the end of Felix Kill does, but it was so different, and it really nailed the tone in a way that I very much approved. Felix Could Kill was rather hastily put together when that one no longer was going to be able to be finished. For its first draft, there was a bunch of things that we felt needed to be updated to really nail home the potential different options for Warhammer. At that point, we were also building the Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay starter set, and it had just been nailed in place. And after discussions with TS, we had just sorted out Klumpenkrug, for example, whom I felt was pretty much exactly what I was looking for a first patron, so to speak, for your PCs, someone who effectively is going to be channeling them in one direction or another. was just an awful character. I still love Clump and Krog. He's just brilliant. And in the first draft of For Looks Could Kill, we hadn't quite nailed home, not necessarily that, but just parts of the tone. Like, for example, the stone circle. And again, I'm not going to go into any details. I don't want to provide any spoilers, but the stone circle completely changed during development and how it was presented. The nature of the bad guy also changed. The let's say without again going into any details, the somewhat more immortal nature of the bad guy was added. A whole manner of details were added. The entire section at the end for how to resolve affairs in Ubersreich. Again, I'm really trying to avoid spoilers. That was all added as well. The adventure didn't originally have any of that. It was one that had a really nice core to begin with, but we were quite keen to nail home one of the things that makes Warhammer adventures a bit different to your standard adventure that you might get from other settings. And I quite like If Looks Could Kill. It does a lot of good. I would like to have had an extra couple of weeks with it to have added a few extra details. At the time, it was B. Sherry and I that were working on the development of that one. And I'm still pretty pleased where it landed. I think it does an awful lot of heavy lifting for what is a free PDF. That Scott Purdy illustrated in almost no time at all. He was an absolute god. Just drop that while I'm passing by. Scott Purdy is a god. As I'm doing that, I think we must be almost finished all these rivers. Let's have a quick look at where we are. Time-wise, we're at 21. Oh, half past already. What's the next one? Grubby Fantasy. Oh, did I? Oh, I didn't get the other one. Looks as well. Went to the start set with my lot. It was well good. Looks Could Kill into the starter set, I think, makes a really good start. Really good start. I should play as well. Great. I recommend it. It works really well. I would argue the slightly more freeform of Looks Could Kill into the tighter starter set, where it almost railroads you at the beginning because it's very much meant to be a starter. I would argue that you loosen that up a little bit and still railroad into without the first scene and where it lands. I won't give any spoilers again, just in case anyone's watching. But I would still use that, make it feel a little bit less railroaded, and then open up the later section so it's far more freeform from that point onwards with our pal Clumpy kicking around. Well, indeed. Apparently, you love Grumpy. Perfectly timed. I did it as a grey area mixed with some half decent. Yeah, indeed. Everybody's done him differently, and I think that's one of the great joys of the character. There was just the right amount of detail that he could wildly swing from some GMs presenting him as at heart a good guy, but he was a bit work shy. And he just, he did some dodgy stuff on the side, but at heart, he was a good guy too. An absolute scene-stealing dick. And I really love seeing all the different versions that have been presented of him. I was actually speaking to Erin, the artist who did that. She did a great job with characterizing. It was her very first job ever on a role-playing game. I first met Erin in Blockbuster, of all places. Give you an idea of how long ago I met her. I'd seen her art firsthand, and it was just gorgeous. Very much not necessarily Warhammer style, but I wanted to give her an opportunity to come into gaming if she wanted to, and she was very keen. And her first pieces were that, and there was a Skaven inside the starter set as well. There was quite a lot of development in both of those pieces because they were her first attempts at doing that style of pick. But I'm super delighted to see that she's still working on, say, the 40k role-playing games now and the Warhammer role-play games and others as well for, I think, Nightfall games and similar. It's just great. It's super, super pleasing because she's wonderful. And the more wonderful people doing awesome stuff, the better. And I'm very pleased with just how smarmy that Clump and Krug looks. Still makes me smile. A little bit too Terry Pratchett, perhaps. Holy crap, have I actually done all the rivers? Oh, there's a couple down here. Let's just grab those. That's the bottom parts of the Bergen. Let's just grab those, just so, you know what, so we have actually done the lot. So for those of you out there who think maps don't need to take a long time, this is how long the original master map took for each part that was presented on it. But remember, I wasn't just drawing over something that already existed in that case. In that case, I was referencing text, checking it up, overlaying other maps, making sure that they matched. Then, now this is going to sound potentially crazy, because it kind of is, my version of the empire isn't the shape of the empire that you get in any of the books. The master map is the entire Warhammer world placed over a globe. And that section of the globe that is the empire then put down, which is a completely different shape to what you would get if it was just a flat map of each area. That means that the scale is not consistent across the map, and that the scale in the midpoint is different to the top, where it's a bit tighter, and it's different to the bottom, where it's a bit broader, because it's a super big area, meaning that in truth you can't make it flat because it's a three-dimensional surface. So yeah, my empire looks like it's a completely different shape because of that, but I'm quite happy with that. Doesn't bother me. Grubby fantasy was the term they tried to achieve one for play. It's absolutely correct. In contrast to the shinies, did I not answer the grubby thing above? Oh, I didn't know. I just passed it by. Thanks, Sassy Pancakes, for coming in. In contrast to shiny sorcery system is very well grubby because the situation is it's absolutely true. When the first Enemy Within was written, it was written before the concepts of high fantasy and low fantasy were hard coded. They just didn't really exist. It was just fantasy, and there was different breeds of it. And when they were writing it, Graham et al. Coined the phrase grubby fantasy, where no matter how high and low, and let's be honest, Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 1, contrary to many people's belief, is super high fantasy. I mean, for goodness sake, it's got flying ships in the core book. It's got rules for creating magic items in the core book, and a pretty good, damn decent set of them too. There's all manner of high fantasy elements in there, but they didn't really see it as high or low. They saw it as just grubby. And what that meant, well, go check out Enemy in Shadows. Graham goes into it with some detail in there. That section that Graham added at the beginning, I think did a good bit of leg work to show how Warhammer is not the game that really anyone plays. Warhammer's, but it is. It's both a high fantasy and a low fantasy. It's pretty much whatever you wish it to be. Moving on from there. My player love to hate. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Whenever I hear stories of Club and Grug, it makes me smile. TS nailed it there. TS did the primary writing for the adventure leading into that. Through development, there wasn't a great deal of changes. Clumpy didn't get much of a change. TS nailed it pretty much on the first try. I remember when we were discussing what the adventure would contain, TS and I, right at the very beginning, we had a good snigger at pretty much everything that Clump and Grug would represent. Yeah, loads of water. I think that's, I think that's something that people forget. And it's one of the reasons I love doing this, and doing it this way, it really does ground it. The Empire is the right basin. I used that term several times in the second edition and a few times in the fourth as well. The Empire is very much a massive water system. And even the smallest rivers here are navigable by barge, most of them. And that completely changes the nature of travel in the Empire, particularly because the forests are so enormously dangerous. Even pacified forests, like, say, for example, the Reichwald to the south. The Reichwald is seen by many as being, oh, yeah, that's the nice forest. It's not. I mean, just go take a look through the, let's say, the various Beastmen, I was going to call them codices, Beastmen army lists. There's Beastmen all over the place down there, and greenskins all over the place down there, and all manner of other stuff. And that's not to go into all the stuff that Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay details, because it can, where it's dealing with your bog octopuses or whatever else you may be adding to the mix. The stuff that you don't necessarily find joining your average Warhammer army. It's exceedingly dangerous. Now, yes, the riverways are also full of exceedingly dangerous creatures, ranging from stirpikes, which are basically the great sharks of the river systems, to our aforementioned bog octopuses and river trolls and all the rest. But they're much easier to get away with from on the river, particularly because trolls can actually run pretty fast on ground. Remember, their movement 6, your average human, movement 4, your average elf, movement 5. Trolls are a little bit like hippopotamuses in that front. They're fast. So, yeah, you've got to be careful of those buggers. But in the river, not so much so. If you're in a barge, you can outsail them. Or if you're going downriver, just let the river take you down. And there's a few up here. I am going to finish these because there's so few left. So yeah, you're absolutely spot on. And there's a reason that river folk are one of the primary Reichland career types, classes. That's to reinforce that a significant portion of your Reichland population live on rivers, breathe on rivers, and feel safest on rivers. Coaches, whilst arguably faster in some cases, are more expensive and are arguably much more dangerous. All you need to do is play the enemy within to realize just how dangerous those buggers can be. Okay, I think we must be almost done by now. I mean, there can't be any more, really. Is there any over here? No, that's the Barn Hills. There's not much in the way of water drainage from there. No, there's a little bit left. And there's a little bit left there too. Let's grab both of those. There's not much left there. Any other comments before I go do these little bits? Oh, there is. Exciting. What you saying, Miha? We started with the start set and it looks cool. I wish I flipped it. Yeah. New players, yeah. I agree. It's not a bad way to do it, but I think the natural narrative flow is to go from It Looks Good Kill into the starter set. Yeah, I think that would have been nice. But was purposely chosen not to be because we wanted I'll explain why it is the way it was. We wanted the Ubersreich set to be a sandbox. And I didn't want to impose what parts of the sandbox you used. I'd rather each of the individual adventures did that. And that was the decision we chose, so that if you didn't buy all the product, then you still had all the available sandbox there and you could make your own adventures. I mean, the starter set has got an absolute shed load of material. You can just play in Ubersreich for years and still not run out of all the adventure books that are there. But equally, the adventures that went on top drilled into all the extra detail and how they might express. I had a plan for a complete set of adventures that moved from Ubersreich into the Enemy Within campaign. Some of which landed after I left, but not all of it. There's one adventure I particularly regret that never hit. That was called One of Our Luminarchs is Missing. And it was actually hilarious. It was a proper romp, and it was tied through to the adventure that B put down. That was arguably right at the very beginning. Which one's that? The adventure where you're chasing off up into the mountains and you've got the lenses. Dead body at the beginning. I won't go into details beyond that. And you are employed to investigate. I won't go into any more details other than that because I think it would be a massive spoiler territory. I can see it. Heart of Glass. That's it. Heart of Glass. And the details from Heart of Glass moved into One of Our Luminarchs is Missing. And the lenses were taken from the Luminarch that had gone missing. And then what happened with those lenses and the character from that next adventure was meant to conclude with another point, which would have led you directly into the first foreshadowing for the Enemy Within sections. But sadly, that all got lost in the mix. There's a part of me that kind of wants to write One of Our Luminarchs is Missing because I so enjoyed the pitch. It was just such a fun adventure. We have not done everything, have we? No, there's still a little bit up by Karaberg, I recall. There it is. Let's get those bits into place. Yeah, it's all marshes and rivers and mess around here. Up into the Skag Hills. Let's see more comments. My players have just come out of the Going Service. Oh, Jesus. Hey! And Smells, definitely growing fantasy. I approve. The disease rules were actually a point of contention when we were putting it together. I felt it was important that we had some, but if we just went with very simple diseases like were presented in Modern Fantasy Roleplay 2, it would have taken up less space, arguably, but would have been less useful for players and further GMs to create their own adventures. So we eventually went down the toolkit route, which was to provide a bunch of symptoms which you could combine to create your own diseases any way you wished. And then and that was it, really. It worked. We dropped a couple of illnesses on top of that, all the primary ones that you'd expect, and you were in a position where you could build your own diseases, which any GM might want to love to do, eh? Yeah, I know. Physical. No, I'm not. That's very much like hard work. I have too much on my plate these days. Things like this, I can spend time doing. Normally, I wouldn't ever do a map that wasn't useful for something that was going to be potentially released. But the reason that I'm doing this is because I need it for my own game. So it's a lovely combination of building something that I'm going to use myself and also combining something that will be useful for everyone to watch. Comment something, yeah, sorry, thanks about that one. I'll make sure I remove it at the end of this set. People who don't spend money on hunting, yeah. I love hitting them with the rules that mean they then get ill, because hey, that's what they get for being cheap. You can always use the bodies well. Exactly. And that's exactly where it's about to go, and that's what I've done with the trees. I'm going to fix them up there. No, I don't think that is possible. Anything that I was building for Warhammer, it's very much going to stay on Warhammer's side. And if I ever created it, I'd probably just offer it for free. If they ever did, I don't know, some sort of fan-created system where there's a little bit of the river not filled in there, where the fans can create and sell their own stuff and slap it on drive through, I might consider doing one or two things for that, but probably not. I'd probably still just offer it for free. Anything that's official Warhammer, by that I mean anything that uses anything that's Warhammery, because Games Workshop own all that copyright. I have no desire to be put in a position where I feel like I've created something that really should have belonged to them at some point. I'd rather just offer it for free, slap it up online, then everyone can use it as they want. For things like the Rookery, it's doing very much its own thing. And say Lawhammer, the stuff that I'm building for that, anything that directly takes from Games Workshop, it's again all offered for free. So all our house rules, that's free. All the maps that we create, that like this one here, it's going to be offered for free. The stuff that sits behind paywalls are for people who want to help us out with actually building our streams and me tirelessly working away at all the extra house rules and everything. But we also offer behind the scenes stuff and what the cultists in our group are doing and the stuff that doesn't hit the streams, all the secret bits. And we'll have some secret videos there as well, because that'll be fun. But ultimately, loosely, although I could do it through another route, I would much rather do it through just the standard fan material option, which, you know, is nice. Have I actually done it? Holy crap. Huh. It's a lot of rivers. Really is a lot of rivers, isn't it? Look at that. What a mess. Let's put some trees on. Wow, it's already beginning to slow up. Look how long it took before those trees arrived. And then let's add the provinces. Eventually. There we go. Wow, the provinces aren't at the top layer. Let's put them up above the rivers. Wow. We're making progress. We are making legitimate progress. Okay, so we have done, effectively finished, step tree. No, pardon me, step river. I think that was the third, maybe the fourth step of what we're doing. Fourth, we should be on to the next one, which is roads. Now, roads on these maps, as I recall, have got two different versions, primary and secondary roads. I might just make them all one. I did that in the starter set. You may note here that we have roads all over. They're all one color, but on my reference map, there's actually two different types of roads marked, and I shall show them. Let's bring up the percentage so you can see it properly. We've got ourselves brown roads. Yeah, the brown ones, these are your primary coach routes. And then you've got the grey roads. These are routes that coaches can go down and can easily follow, but are not primarily on one of the major coach house routes. So, for example, to get to Callaghan, you generally have to employ like one-off coaches, or have your own coach, have your own cart, walk, go by boat. Callaghan is primarily served down the River Bogan, so it's a very, very important town on the river, and is pretty much where Hallskrug has its seat of power. You may notice that each of the seats of power have got a nice little symbol marked above them. Gold being here, that is a sovereign. Silver being the equivalent of Reichland estate. And then your bronzes, here, for example, here, for example, and here, for example, they are all inner provinces. So they don't get a vote in the Reichland diet. Anyway, let's sort out our roads. We're going to make them all the same color, and these are basically done in exactly the same way as the rivers, just with a different set of filters applied over the top. You can be a bit looser with roads, and you will note that there is almost as many roads as there are bloody rivers. They're a little bit less windy, they're a little bit less over the place. Yeah, I think I'll probably do the major ones. I may do some of the minor ones. We'll see, because we're already sitting at now, what, 10 to 10? And we haven't even started the hills. How many hills is there on this one? 1, 2, 3. They're quite easy. What step is this? This is step 5. We've only got 2 steps left, which is hills and labels. Well, we're not doing too bad for time. Let's see where this goes, eh? I'll try to get a bunch of these roads in place, right? I'm going to start a new layer called, strangely enough, roads. I'm going to use pretty much the same thing that I did for the Ubersreich Duchy. So let's get rid of the reference for the moment, just so I can have a quick look at that. Right, as I recall, nice little, we zoom in, you can actually see what I did. It's got a pale edge to it, but there's a difference between, say, the rivers, which have a hard edge. And there's a reason for that. We want the rivers to have a hard edge to show graphically that the PCs are going to have to stop there if they want to cross. It's a very simple thing, but rivers, hard edge, roads, not hard. It's just a general pale one, but light enough that they stand out against the rest of it. These can be crossed with ease, pardon me. Right, so I shall build up my filters for that. Again, all the details for the layer styles that I'm using are on the tutorial on Lawhammer. It being a tutorial one, it's behind our tutorial paywall. Soz about that. I can give you a link if you want it for those of you who are brazen rooks. But if you're not a brazen rook, you're just going to have to live with this. Let me just quickly go into the post, actually, so I can give that to you as a link for those of you who fancy going and checking that out. Too many things on my screen, and that is that. Sweet. There's a link for those of you who want to go pursue those things. That's a direct link through to the post where I detail literally everything I'm doing just now, and you can follow the steps here. I also provide you with the background file, pictures of everything that I've done, how to potentially draw it by hand if you want to do it by hand rather than with Photoshop. It's a relatively exhaustive breakdown of everything we're doing. So anyway, let's get these roads in place. And these are pretty easy, right? First, I want to get myself a basic color overlay of a nice cream color, because our roads are going to be cream to match the other type that we had. So road, there, creamy color, bit paler than that, please. Maybe about there. Maybe a bit more there. That'll do. Yeah, that'll do. And then we'll just do a very simple outer glow, and then that's it. And that'll be it. No more. Where's outer glow? There we go. And I want this to be a very similar outer glow to the other one, which will be a dark brown. Let's make it just slightly higher. There we go. Multiply this time of only 25. I don't want it to be very bright, but I do want it to be very dirty along the edges because it's a bunch of trails. Let's spread it out a little bit. Down the range. I'll do this perfectly. Let's see if that roads up. That does not road up. Why is the color not sitting over it? My God, something underneath. Percentage of overlay of the color. There's the problem. Let's make that 100. Now let's try it. Ooh, it's a bit yellow. Make it a bit less yellow. Yeah, that'll probably do. Let's quickly compare and contrast. Oops. Yeah, it's close enough. Still a little bit. I need a bit more orangey, I think. I want it to be quite close to the original one. Let's drop it down to about there. Let's try that. Yeah, that's much closer. And I can just delete that layer. Oops, that layer. Let's do our roads. Boom, boom, boom. You put that under, drop that down and peel it off. This is the... Actually, we're getting very close. We've only got the hills and labels to do after this, and then we're pretty much done. Bring back up my bit. Let's see if there's any bits I missed. So where was it last? Here. We love to start. Great. Ha! Brilliant. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, it's a little bit slow. My computer's pretty old though. This one was built when I first moved into this house, and we've been complaining about it for years and just not getting around to replace it. Keep on doing things like converting the garages so we can make a sound studio instead of buying a new PC, which you'd think, given that I need it for my work, I should do. But I just haven't got around to doing that. And it is indeed, although I have an absolute shed load of RAM, I can't remember, it's like 64 meg or something, I can't remember. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. I'm glad to hear that Lindsay's still out there watching away. Lindsay, I presume you're in another room in the house somewhere. Right, let's get our roads in place. So, oops, not on the reference layer, please. There we go. So we're going to keep this relatively simple. Follow our primary road routes. That's there. That goes over the three-toll bridge. Assuming that the current version of the three-toll bridge has been put in the same place as it used to be. That road there goes out to the Reichsport. That one there goes down by the Gold College, although somebody told me that they put all the colleges in the, that's down the Imperial Mile. That goes down to the East End, crosses over to the East End. All the colleges were put over by Altdorf University, which I found very odd. If anyone's got the necessary book, she'll be able to tell me if that's actually the case. It's not a choice I think I would have made. The colleges have been spread over Altdorf pretty much since their inception. So that's a new thing, if it's definitely the thing that they went with. Going here by the Mortician's Basket, fortified inn on the road. Pankval. The Old Granger, owned by the von Ostland family, the richest family in Ostland, but not very politically placed. They also own the Grange in Altdorf, one of the most exclusive clubs in the city for nobility. And it's a sexist establishment as well. Something that I'm glad I didn't decide whether I need to put into Altdorf or not, because I tended to avoid doing those. Wow. There's not actually that many of these roads. I reckon we can get through these pretty swiftly because I'm doing them very loosely. Now, last time when I did the roads for the starter set, I started off this pale and then I darkened it slightly and went over some of the roads with a slight white swoosh in places, just to mix it up and make it look a little bit more painterly and a little bit less. I've just done this in Photoshop. Past the sheep market. Used that in a few times. The good old Duke. Reference to, as I recall, one of the Bildhofens. Then into Karlberg itself. Karlberg itself, which is an interesting place. It is both the site of an elector count seat and also the seat of one of the imperial estates. Boom, boom, boom. We're getting there. Oh, no comments. Excellent. Just about to go and check those. Now, for those of you doing a map like this yourselves at home, you'll know I have purposely gone for one of the easiest set of techniques you can get. These are just drawing straight lines all over the place. There's many different ways that you can do your maps, but this map is pretty much by design meant to be as simple as possible. Up to Dullen, I'm going to pop that map in. I'm going to make the line slightly thinner since this is a sub-road. There we go. When the road peters off from being coach-worthy to not so coach-worthy. And then back to being good over by Pre. Telland. And Telland is an interesting place. Massively changed over the course of the last 15, 20 years in the Warhammer world, because the Duke of Telland, and very important figure for a while in the Imperial First Fleet, got rich by taking prize after prize after prize. The money he then used to update his entire province. So suddenly there was canals and new roads and all kinds of cool fun things throughout the province of Telland. And it allowed him to then sink mines into the Skag Hills. He's detailed somewhere. I think he might be in Shades of Empire, I guess. 2nd edition, the Duke of Telland. Imagine if there's anyone out there who has any of those books to hand, you can confirm that. Pretty sure that's where it comes from. Past the Monastery of the Eternal Watch. Down into Callaghan again. Yeah, I'm keeping this super simple. I'm not going to go into too much. Up to the Delfgruber Mines, which any of those of you who've played Anyway Within have probably at least heard of. Oh, there's a place there that's not got its label on. We should go check that. The label might be switched off in the original file. Yeah, like I'm going to open up the master map anytime soon. Yep. Wow, that's all done. Far fewer of these than there is rivers. Love it. I'm going to be done with this in relatively short order. When I do masterclasses again later, I will probably start going into a bit more depth about different techniques. And on that, I intend to do another masterclass next Wednesday. So if any of you got anything you'd like to see me cover, now's the time to mention it until the end of the stream. I didn't bring this up at the beginning because, you know, it's nice for those of you who've managed to hold on for longer than, say, just the first hour or 2 or 3. So if there's anything you'd like to see me cover next time, if you'd like me to say, for example, do cities, like up behind me, I've got the map of Freeport. I could go into building a city. So if you've got any ideas, feel free to start dropping them now up until the end, and I shall grab one of them, and I will cover that next Wednesday for a masterclass. Oh, masterclass with the Brazen Rooks. Our masterclasses are often followed up with a sesh like this, where I use what I learned, what I taught in the masterclass, and show everyone how that can then be applied. So if there's anything that you'd like to see, do tell me. Let's see if there's anything up in comments so far. Oh, what's this? Who isn't? You've gone to less famous places in the Empire maps. You ever gone to the less famous, as in have I mapped places that are less famous for cityscapes and landscapes? I mean, kind of. I mean, I've done all of the Empire at one point or another. Bert Bad Beck haven't, though I've never covered them. Enclosed underground areas like Dwarf Halls, they're an absolute nightmare to do. I have fortunately never been in a position where I've had to do one myself. I started doing all the mapping for Warhammer just after they did a bunch of books that dealt with that. So I was pretty pleased about that, because it meant I didn't need to try and worry how to deal with the three-dimensional aspect of it all. Having said that, though, I did do a couple of maps for Black Library that dealt with that, and it just wasn't easy. I don't think either of us were particularly happy with the options that we had available. Whether you do it as a side view and you ignore the fact that there's greater depth, whether you go isometric, which I did for one of the maps. I also did side view for one of the maps. It's tough. It was a battle for, I can't even remember which battle I was covering. It was one with Skarsnik in it. The battle escapes me. I seem to recall it was first pitched in White Dwarf, and then we did a battle map for it. And yeah, I love those holds. I had a similar issue when I was doing one for Dragon Age. I was doing one of their equivalent to Dwarven holds, and that was eventually just done as a 2D top-down map, much like they did in the game itself. That was the preferred style that they went for, so it sort of matched the game. And I found it kind of unsatisfying because it just failed to capture the depth. So we did a couple of close-up maps to support that. And yeah, Tig. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. I'd also forgotten the word Tig until you said it. Although I hadn't even realized that I'd forgotten the word Tig, because I hadn't thought, what do they call it again? I just kind of went with it. Yeah, the Tigs. Yeah, I mapped an entire Fallen Tig, or whatever they're called. That was a thing. I do love Dragon Age. One of my greatest regrets was not working on the writing for Dragon Age, because I got flooded out my house just as the roleplay game had been announced. I'd been sent over by Green Runine all the designer notes from the game so that I could write for it. And they were super fascinating because they were full of all the notes from EA and all of their original design documents. And I loved that. It was seeing behind the scenes as to exactly what they were intending to do with Dragon Age. And the stuff that's coming out now was even foreshadowed to a degree in the work that they had created for the very first game. So that's all the Dreadwolf stuff that, for those of you who've played the computer game, will be pursuing down now. And they did something with Dragon Age that I still think is some really good world building. And they did the same with Mass Effect, EA. And that is creating deep, believable world sets and then undermining their own histories that they build by showing you the truths that lie behind them to build some interesting, fascinating stories. I have a lot of fondness and love for the Dragon Age games as a set, for all there is various issues with each of them for one reason or another. Lots of fun with those. So yeah, I was very upset that I wasn't actually working on the role-playing game side. But I later picked up some of the mapping work when I was grounded again after my house got flooded. So that sort of made up for it. At least then I could claim that I'd worked on the game. And when they did the big special edition, they put some of my work in that as well. And that was nice. I got to map out some locations from Val Royale, which put a big smile on my face at the time. Because I'm a bit of an old fanboy when it comes to this stuff. The primary reason that I ended up working on Warhammer is because I enjoyed the game so much. And we're almost there. We're like 3/4 finished now. Let's check if there's any comments. Oh, you're right. I'll have to comment up again. Yeah, both of those would be quite fun. Cities and Barneys. Tig is indeed the word. Cities, I've browsed some. Well, what I'll probably do is I'll do a tutorial for how you can build cities yourself to a relatively professional level. And I'll do the same as what I did for this one, where I'll do a bunch of step-by-step techniques that you can then just duplicate and spread. And then I'll map somewhere using just those techniques. So rather than doing what I'd normally do, where I'd use all manner of extra stuff, I'll just keep it to the simple, these are the 5 steps I've told you you can use, let's go, which is what I'm doing here. Normally I do quite a lot more, but I'm quite enjoying it, keeping it simple and just with the techniques, largely because it does represent loosely what was done to build the Ubersreich map. Anyway, let's finish off these roads because there's not that many. Oops, not that many of them left anymore. So that's more on cities. Okay, cities for next Wednesday is looking more likely unless anyone's got any other cool, funky ideas. We'll get that comment off. It went back on because I pressed the space bar. Yeah, I think I'll do if I'm doing that, I will reinforce off, I think it was maybe the second tutorial I did where I discussed bits about villages and how they work together. And I think I'll just work off that and take it one step further. I think should be relatively easy to do. That'll be next Wednesday. If you want to join me, I'm probably going to start that at 8 o'clock. It is for Brazen Rooks only over on the Patreon. But when I do the map for it from that, which will probably be next Saturday at the current run, because we don't have any Rook stuff planned for the Saturday, I'll probably just sit down and map some sort of town, city, place, maybe somewhere from Warhammer that I'll need from my own game. That seems to certainly make a certain amount of sense since I'm constantly in need of extra mappage. We're almost finished these. We've only got the Talabot land sections, and we're pretty much done. There's not much that goes through the barren hills up here, but grab the few bits that do. As you may note, I'm not being exceedingly careful with these roads. What's important is that they're in place. And pretty sure there's a road that goes over the Barn Hills to the north. Yeah, that's the one. By Abel's Lodge. What about in the Stone of Floods? Hey, although it doesn't seem to have a marker on it. That's annoying. Stone of Floods, as I recall, also came from the Nemesis Crown campaign. And there, as I said earlier, a lot of the minor locations in these areas did. I think this goes down by ill-fated Teufel Fewer, pardon me. Teufel Fewer. Gosh, my German is terrible, which is funny given that I used to write in this game so much. Any German speakers out there confirm that it is Teufel Fewer. Teufel Fewer? Teufel Fewer. That'd be what, Devil's Flower, I guess. I should know that. I've even written about it once. Let's grab that one. Down by the south of the Amber Hills. Oops, went a bit far there. We've got the main road that goes through the... I can't remember what the name of that gate is. That's the Griffin Gate there. That's the Wolf Gate. Yeah, I can't remember what that gate's called. It might have been changed in the more recent Altdorf book, though. Teufel Feuer. I was close. Teufel Fewer, Teufel Feuer. That sounds good to me. Devil's Fire. Of course it is. It's Feuerbach. Of course it's Devil's Fire. What an idiot. Yeah, thanks for that, for confirming that, Desmond Vang. Appreciated. You can imagine a masterclass on Noble Disney. Yeah, I totally could do that one. In fact, the whole nobility thing is a central component of how I'm going to be presenting, the Enemy Within campaign. One of the characters is Gerhard Jungfreud. He's one of the PCs. And for those of you who know your Rubersreich set, the name Jungfreud will immediately set you off. Gerhard's actually mentioned in the starter set for being a student up in Altdorf. And he is going to be one of the PCs running through the Enemy Within. Because, as I said, I like the story of the Enemy Within, not just being the Enemy Within that's being forced upon the players. I actually like the players being the central characters of the story. So his central position in the story of the Enemy Within is, well, pretty dang obvious if you start thinking about what happened over in Ubersreich. Who was responsible for what happened over in Ubersreich, why it happened the way it happened, and what that's going to mean for him in the campaign. Well, we'll see as we play it. He's at the beginning of it, already on the run. That goes up into the... Let's see what else we got here. So hell as hell now. Yeah, that's an interesting little step. Yeah, I might do that. It does sound like it'd be a fun one. I'm not quite sure what I present in it because I mean, it's going to end up going a bit Game of Thrones if you're not careful, isn't it? And by the way, if you're not watching House of the Dragon, you should be watching House of the Dragon. There's an awful lot in House of the Dragon that I not only enjoy, but think is potentially very good inspiration for noble households in general. And House of the Dragon is particularly interesting because it's effectively a fantasy family with weapons of mass destruction. And the enormous difference that creates to the political map. And in the Warhammer world, there are all manner of weapons of mass destruction as well. So there's a lot you can draw analogies from. There's a reason that wizards in the Empire are forbidden from holding titles other than Wizzy-Woo. Because we would very easily have wizards on the throne. Don't think the Sigmarites would like that much. All part of Magnus's original agreements. Is there a road up there? Oh, it totally is. I don't remember that one. Just heard a noise over there. It's like, what's that? It's my cat currently trying to persuade me that I should be over there playing with him. Okay, we're getting there slowly. Up the Schmiedorf, which we've discussed already, the smithing heart of Midland. If you're looking for a nice little adventure after the Enemy Within is finished, you could have Schmiedorf's attempt to create the enormous cannon that Middenheim will later have, that is later made by Nuln. And the Nulner attempts to sabotage Schmiedorf so that they can get the contract. Multiple different ways your PCs could engage with that one. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? I mean, are we? We must be close. I think we might be. Oh no, there's a sneaky road up here. But we are really close to being done now. A little road up into Lintlunk Castle. It's from a novel, as I recall, maybe a short story. Okay, I think if we're not done, we're bloody close to it, and we can touch it up later if there's anything missing. Oh, there's a little road sitting off the bottom. Let's grab that in. Yeah, I think we're done there. Okay, let's zoom out and see what it looks like with the roads on. Hello, zoom, zoom. Where's my zoom gone? It's just decided to not zoom. Yeah, discussion there about RAM. Anyway, while it's been busy catching up with everything, let's go. Wow, there's quite a few things here. Oh, there we go. It's caught up. It just didn't like going into the zoom button for reasons unknown. Interesting. Okay, let's get rid of our thing. Let's answer the comments first. All right, so what do we have? All right, the house creator for Song and Ice and Fire. See, that's interesting. The Song and House, it's that was Rob. Rob Schwab built that one, as I recall, the original one at least, and did a fine job of building up the basics for that. I think I did a little bit of work on the Song and Ice and Fire roleplay, like some maps here or there, as I recall. And that's another game that I sort of half wanted to work on, but I was caught up with my house floods at the time, so never got round to it. But yeah, there's some good stuff in there. I recommend going out. Green Ronin again is behind that one. I think it's still in print. Don't quote me on that. Yeah, fireballs, boom. Yeah, agreed. Good basis. There's a nice and quite a lot in there that's useful. Smithyville, yeah, totally. Yeah, that's pretty much part and parcel for it. the pseudo-German is, well, whenever I go to Germany, they like to laugh at it. Super cheesy. I had to explain to Reddit that Heldenhammer is only a hero hammer, and you were spent the painting similar with Goblin Jester was probably allegorical. Yeah, it's Heldenhammer does not mean hero hammer. It means hammer holder. It's yeah, less said about that the better. Let's move on swiftly. Bring everything up in a moment. It's probably going to take ages since my computer's not happy. Oh, I put on the wrong layer there. Let's take a quick look at where we're at. So we've got our provinces. We haven't put our rivers on yet. We've got our roads. And we've got our trees. And that leaves us with highlands and labels. Wow, we're making proper progress. Why can't I see my rivers? Probably because they've not arrived. My PC is chugging along at a ridiculously slow rate because I'm streaming at the same time. Oh, there we go. They are there. And you're right. They are taking bloody ages to arrive. Okay, so we've now got ourselves a map that is very much... yeah. All I can say is, don't ask. It's a long and complicated one. We can possibly take that one up in another call. Okay, we've got our basics. Let's see how that looks in comparison to the other one. Okay, much more lowland and highland in this one. But we definitely have our first steps in place. Okay. I think we're ready for some highlands. This is the bit that sucks. A little story. When I was doing the original Ubersreich map, I reached about this point. And it had taken me, in comparison to this video, about 10 minutes, 15 minutes. That's how much of a difference it takes having already got all the drawing in place and having the layers nice and clean for you to draw from. In this case, I've had to do... Oh, that's a good question. Have I? I don't think I have. Let's do that now. Eh? Let's save it as... What will we call this one? We'll call it the... Wow, it's taken ages. Oh, it's chugging. I think it's the streaming that's causing the chug. But, you know, whatever. It's working. That's all that matters. Princedom. Right. I'll do. Okay. I'd reached this point, and I was looking at it, and I was going, you know what? That hadn't taken very long. This is fine. Everything's going well. I reckon I can spend a little bit more time doing the highlands. I looked at what I had on the master map, which we can just bring up here. If I put it up to the top layer, bring it on at 100%, you can pretty much get the idea of what the master map presented. It's obviously going to take 9,000 years because that's just the nature of my PC just now. And I saw that I had basically some loose contours for the different heights. Oops, I've got that in a multiply. No wonder it's taking so long. Normal, please. There we go. So you can see the contour lines going around. Now, each one of these contours have actual heights associated with them on my base map. My version of the empire is significantly bigger than, say, for example, the Holy Roman Empire. The Middle Mountains, for example, are not the equivalent, really, of any European mountain range directly. The Nordberg in my Middle Mountains is about the size of Everest. It is really big. When you go down to the World's Edge, it's a proper World's Edge. It is like the Himalayas going right through it. And the equivalent of the Himalayas, the mountains of Morn all the way over there, they're, if anything, even bigger. It's a bigger world, and it's colder and weirder and deeper and everything. Warhammer, after all, is nothing more than absolutely everything that anyone's ever had thrown into the middle and then made bigger. I have heights assigned for each one of them. So even the Skag Hills are pretty damn high in places. Not that high. The real heights start coming when you move down towards the mountains in the south of Reichland. Anyway, I saw that I had my contour lines and thought, what's a quick way of using them? So I just used the existing contour lines. Let's zoom into some of them here. And just drew around them with little lines. Adding in little extra details to show where most of the primary peaks were. And did that. Little lines are super easy to do. So I thought, that's not going to take long. Just lots of little lines. All I can say to that is wrong. I started and it took freaking ages just to do the top corner of the map over here. And I do mean freaking ages. But I'd started and I thought, well, the rest of the map didn't take long, so I can surely spend a little bit of time on this. And really regretted it about halfway through when I realized that it was pretty much nothing but highland throughout the course of the entirety of the bottom. It gave me an opportunity to add some glaciers and similar, which was quite fun. Primarily fun because I didn't get to add the glaciers to the Reichland map. The Reichland map was another map that had a very short deadline on it. The Christmas release schedule for the core rulebook was, I think it was Christmas, whatever release schedule it was coming super fast. I think it was actually earlier in the year and we need to get the start set out for Christmas. That was it. And it just there was no time to draw Reichland. And it meant that certain parts of the Reichland poster map just didn't happen. Like, for example, glaciers. I had intent to put several glaciers in several important places on it because it not only shows that the mountains are very high. I mean, the Alps have got glaciers, for example, but it really does give it a bit more sense of scale for the primary big ones to be shown. And particularly when you've got places like, say, the Mound of Krell, which was rather famously on a glacial lake fed by a big glacier. It's nice to actually have those shown on the map itself. Now, fortunately here, I could do that because there you go. There's the glacial lake. There's a bunch of glaciers leading into it. Which we do like. Also, a high mere, a big frozen marsh. Then Gargrimvarn. Going into, as we move further away from the Empire into the heights, we start shifting to good old dwarf Kalazid. Although it's still called Copper Tarn, I almost changed that name. It's because it was called the Copper Tarn in whatever book that I took it from. So I didn't want to change the name, but I was that close to changing it to the Kalazid equivalent because it just fit many of the other places around there a little bit better. But I didn't in the end. There's about, I don't know, 15 dwarven locations to the south of Karak Asgaraz that are named and spread out amongst the mountains down to the south there. So it was really tempting. But the Copper Varn was still close enough to the Empire that I didn't feel like I should have to change it. So I didn't. In the same way that the Fastwasser here wasn't changed with its name because it was in the free territory of Frugalhorn. So it didn't get changed. But quite a few places up in the mountains do get changed into the Kalazid equivalents. Anyway, that's by the by. So we're going to do the mountains in a similar fashion, which is taking the existing contour lines and drawing lines about them. Slightly thicker lines for the main contour areas. Slightly thinner lines when you're down at the bottom and then adding some extra pieces in between. This is a very simple way to do it. And pretty much anybody can copy this one if you're out there. But it is time consuming and I'm warning you ahead of time. We are now reaching 10:30. We have been streaming for 3.5 blooming hours already. There is only 2 sections left for this step-by-step process. Section 1 is the Highlands. Section 2 is our locations. The locations will probably take almost as long to do as the Highlands, so I'm almost certain not to do them during the course of the stream because every single one of them will need to be marked and then written in. Because we are doing this, obviously, from a flattened map. We don't have all the text layers in place. And there are, you may note, freaking thousands of them, or at least a lot. It takes a long time to label up a map of this size. The map that I gave to go into Animate Shadows, because I provided a section of my master map so that they could just make their own maps from it. When I left, I said, well, I'm leaving. Obviously, I'm not going to be in a place where I can do this map myself for Enemy Shadows. So here's what I would have used as my basis. And as I said, they pretty much just took what I gave them and changed some of the filters on top of it and just sadly just used the map as was, which I would have preferred they didn't, because that's the master map. It's a bit weird to see it in print. But I removed all of the smaller locations, knowing that no one would be happy going through the village, going through every single hamlet like Chorberg here or Legdeberg or whatever. Nobody wants to label all those up that aren't really daft idiots like me, Frauen and Laken. And all of these small ones here are like tiny locations that are about 50 people or fewer. The villages are like, I think those ones are about up to 100 to 250 maybe. New Towson is up to, New Towson. Oh dear. I've been streaming for long enough that map made me laugh. That name made me laugh. Okay, so New Towson, a bit bigger. The Houtstad, that's a town, so you're looking up to about 5,000 folk, I think, for those ones. Maybe 10,000. I need to check. I've got it all marked on my map. The Brupfen, is that the bigger one? And then you've got the cities, Altdorf, which is upwards of 1 million if you run by Games Workshop's numbers. Karaberg, which is upwards of, if you run by, again, the numbers we were working with Games Workshop, probably around about 200,000. Middenheim, pre-storm, probably about 250, 300,000. Again, though, these are numbers that will vacillate from book to book to book. So the numbers that I use, which are bigger than many, are going to be so very, very different for the numbers you may use at your home. For your games. My version of the Reichland, I've got all its demographics written, and what its total population is, what the population of every single province that is comprised of it. I'm going to be popping that on my blog at some point, actually. That's fascinating, but much bigger than what many people use. But then my empire in general is bigger than what many people use, particularly those who've come from first edition. Second edition, a bit less so, because second edition already started looking at the numbers and going, wait a minute, we don't have enough people for all the death that is described in all of the books. I mean, this army here has got 40,000 in it. How on earth did they get all that people from a capital city of just 10,000 and no rural population? Because that's where the orcs live. We need to have a think about this. So I completely rejigged all of the numbers and had a good chat with GW when I was with them, and they were happy because it made sense of every book that they had, and also allowed for the earlier books to simply be discrepancies of, let's say, a census had been taken and there was so many households rather than so many people listed or something equivalent, and they were happy running with that. Anyway, let's have a look at the comments before I start doing the bit that I'm actually dreading and avoiding, which is starting our Highlands. So I have. Thanks, although we're still got the important parts to do. The master map is just Photoshop, which is stupid. It's because I started in Photoshop. I'll give a very brief history. It'll only take about a minute and a half. The original master map was created purely because we wanted to have something consistent lying behind all the maps that I made for the second edition. And I was building away at that when I got a ping from Black Industries saying that they'd like to put maps up on their website. And could I possibly do one for each one of the provinces? Now, I'd already started my master map. So I said, yeah, I can probably do one of those. So I started researching each of the books, and I got Lindsay in to start reading through the novels because she reads really, really quickly. She can tear through a book in no time, where I'm a very slow reader. I do not read quickly. So she started picking out locations like mad. We started locating them into place. And I just built it on a relatively small Photoshop file to begin with, because I thought there's not going to be that many. And then as we went on and just added and added, we realized the scale was completely wrong. We realized more had to be done to it. It had to be upscaled and upscaled. And then it just became this enormous, oversized, massively overinflated Photoshop file. It's huge, truly huge. It's so big that I can't even use a Photoshop file standard saving. I've got to use Photoshop special massive size file saving type. It's gigabytes in size. And it does cover the entire empire, and it is all kinds of cool because it's got so much in it. But some locations, because it does draw largely from official maps, official sources, are much more detailed than others. Reichland, for example, is, as you can see, completely full. Now, the scale, actually, because of the scale, it's not full. It just looks full. There's miles and miles of space between many of these locations. In comparison to the real world, this place is actually super sparsely populated. That's neither here nor there. Some of the places in the empire that should be much more heavily populated, let's say, for example, Averland, where it is relatively safe, open plains, fertile ground. There's just going to be a lot of freaking people there. But the actual official maps and the official word in those locations has been surprisingly empty. So building the master map around those areas was easier, I suppose. But so few games took place there and so few novels took place there that, other than, say, for example, there was, I think Robin Laws had one of his books kicking around down there. So that added a bunch of locations. That was for the Angelica Fleischer books. And there's a few others as well. There's one with Esmer in it that had a whole bunch of locations in it as well. But not many. And then when Games Workshop asked for them to be filled up, we then had to sit down and go, right, so if Reichland looks like this and it's considered to be the most populous, what do the other ones look like? How do we make this work? And all the details were slowly filled in. That's what the master map has. Anyway, where was I? We're on to... Yeah, I'll actually provide one of those. I'll pop up in the Lawhammer blog. That one will be popping out for free as well. That's not going to be a post that hides behind any paywalls. All the Games Workshop-y referencing stuff will all be out for free. Yeah, me too. That's why they're there. So you'll find that this map is more detailed than, say, for example, the equivalent that I sent over for Enemy of Shadows. Anyway, let's do our Highlands. Let's get rid of all of our layers that we don't need. And what we're going to do is we're just going to loosely mark where the Highlands are, the Highland areas. So I know where I need to put my contour lines. And I'll then just start lining them all up. Let's get rid of our comment. Let's look at the time. Let's give myself a quick drink. And then consider eating something before I do this bit. This is the bit that I'm half dreading, because I want to do it quickly. And I remember what it was like when I did Uber's Right. Okay. Right, first up, shapes. New layer, contours, and I'm just going. Whoops, can't spell contours. I'm just going to very quickly line these, just so that I know where I'm going to be putting my lines later, because I'm going to get rid of the reference map. Oh no, there's more there. This does not need to be neat. Skag Hills this time. It doesn't need to be entirely accurate. It's going to look well messy when I'm done anyway. Running up by that. Up here. Good old Skag Hills. Anyone out there played any games by the Skag Hills? It's one of those locations that everybody's seen lots of times, but very rarely use in their games. It's the Pre-Ridge. These are obviously slightly higher locations. And there's a little bit of height there too. There's not that many highlands here. We might be in a good place. Herzog Schwart. No, it's Swart. It's not even got an SCH. What the hell? Not used to that. The Amber Hills. The Amber Hills were bizarrely controversial. The Amber Hills have been a part of the setting for a long time. Originally, I think we're probably talking Warhammer Magic First Edition is where they're first mentioned, off the top of my head. Warhammer Magic First Edition came out, what, we're probably talking, someone can correct me, about 92, maybe? And they've been pretty much a part of Southern Altdorf since then in various descriptions. But when it actually came to mapping it, nobody did. Nobody. When they did the area, they just forgot that there's this big wild hill area where the Amber Wizards do their Amber thing. And that was fascinating. And when I said I was going to pop them on, there was a brief moment of, you're going to put what on? And I said, the Amber Hills. They need to go on the map. And they're like, the what? Where the Amber Wizards go outside Altdorf? And there was a bit of, oh yeah, which was a thing. Okay. actually quite a lot of these. Okay, so all of these lines are going to be the primary contour areas that I'm going to be drawing lots of little lines on. Yeah, there's quite a lot, isn't there? Now, I can make a brush to do this, and I mentioned it in the tutorial that you can make a brush to do it, but it ends up looking very artificial if you do, which I don't actually prefer. Okay. Okay. There's the Riker Heights over here. There was almost going to be Castle Rightguard placed over on the Talabot land side of the water. After some discussion, it was decided it definitely wasn't there. Probably, maybe. So it was ended up dropped right in the middle. So given that we've had no extra comments concerning the preferred masterclass next Wednesday, let's go with doing a city. We will stick with it. This is the edge of the barren hills. You can see the trees are all dying out at the edge here. It gets pretty bad up there. In my version, I didn't use the name Devil's Bowl for the place because the word Devil's just not very Warhammer. It's Demon's Bowl in my one. And I'll probably stick with that when I map the place, and then when I present it in my version of the Enemy Within. It's a small piece of vernacular that really makes very little difference, but it helps ground the Warhammer world as a consistent place. And if you add too many different terms without explaining why, it almost undermines the unique vernacular that the game world uses, and I'd rather avoid that. After all, it was named before much of what Warhammer became was nailed down in place, so I have no problems in making small changes on stuff that's taking its origin from a far earlier source. There's still a few places around here. Am I done yet? Must be getting close. There's going to be very little around here because we're all marshes. There's a little bit in between the marshlands and the other marshlands. Interesting, these don't have names. Okay. That must be it. Let me just double check by zooming out. It's not it. There's one down there. Is there any others? I think that's it. I'll add that little one in, and then we can get drawing. Right? There's not actually that many. There's a couple of higher heights over here. I'll grab those two. There's not actually a great deal of height here. It's not like the Obersreich map where there was layers and layers of contour lines. Okay, perfect. Right, let's get rid of my reference map. Let's fade that down so it doesn't get in the way. So it's just there as a reference for where I'm going to be building all my contours. Okay, there's not actually that much. I don't know how well you can see that, given your screen might be tiny at your side. But we've got one major area down there, obviously, for the one there for the Skag Hills, and then and one over there for as we move up into the Barn Hills. I think we're pretty good. I don't think this will take as long as I was fearing. Let's double check the comments before I move on. What's next? The players out there to Skag Hills. Yeah, no, that's fair. I know what my thing. Don't we all? Can't go wrong with a good old haunted mine. Classic adventuring stuff. It's actually, just as a small piece of advice for Warhammer, one of the best ways to build your Warhammer adventure hooks is to take classic stories like that and subvert them. So make it appear that it's one thing, but it's actually another. Whatever the adventurers would normally do in a current situation, have the opposite be somewhat of use. Now, I don't say do that all the time. It then becomes tiresome. But it's a good way of taking a look at what is almost classic adventure fare and saying, how can I make this Warhammery? Often greed, and just simple plain human greed is behind a great deal of the worst of it. Why have chaos when you've got people? Right. Who falls to chaos? Let's do this thing. All right, first I want to set up my new layer for drawing all these crazy lines. Give me a layer, please. Thank you. And we shall call this layer, I don't know, lines for the moment. I still can't spell. Okay, let's zoom in and see what we want to do with this. Let's put a set of filters over the top of it like we always do. Okay, our filters for our highlands are pretty simple. We want them to be colored first, and I want that a dark brown. Sitting about about there. Sounds good. Done. And then I just want to have a simple fuzz around it to give that idea of scree and all the rest of it. So an outer glow, please, on a multiply about. Oh, I'm on the wrong thing. Oh, I did color over the getting mixed up. There we go. Down here. Multiply. Yeah. We're good to go with that. Check it out before I do. I want to have a small brush. About size. Yeah, that'll do. Let's switch off my effects and see what it looks like. Let's zoom out to see how good that is. That is about the scale. Let's double check with our Ubersroute map. Yeah, it pretty much is. Okay. So we're going to be duplicating all of our lines that you can see kicking around here. This is pretty much the last stage of the drawing. There is nothing else to draw after this other than tidying up what has been admittedly a rather speedy and slightly messy version of our rivers and our trees and all the rest. Other than tidy up, there's going to be no drawing after this. It's just labels. This is just, as you see, lots of tiny little lines for each of the main contours, and then tinier little lines suggesting heights. We then go in afterwards with some gray to change the coloring of the mountain areas. You see they're all grayish rather than the base underlying brown. And once we've done that, we should be good to go. I'm just going to bring this one up. That was actually one of the primary goals in that adventure. And that was the love it. That was it. That was a fine example. I'm not going to go into the spoilers for why that made me smile so much, but that has really made me smile. If you are a GM out there looking for an adventure, an example of a subversion, that was that. In the original pitch for the adventure, it was not what the adventure currently is. It was the other way around. Messing with the stone circle did X, Y, and Z, and I was like, yeah, no. Not to give anything too big, but the exact opposite to what everybody expected was the case. And there was a reason for that. It wasn't just inverted for the sake of inversion. It was done for a reason. And it's beautiful because the number of reports from players who come in and their heavy hearts expect certain things to occur. And if they bring that to the table, they almost certainly end up in a worse place than they might have otherwise ended, which is all kinds of fun. And it does potentially end with somebody eating something which won't agree with them in a way that really makes me smile to this day. I rather enjoy writing that bit. Less of that, though, the better. Let's get back to our little bit and put these lines in place. So the lines are about the right size. When they're finished, they're going to have an effect put on them that looks like that to ground it. In fact, I'm going to argue that that's not quite enough. I'm potentially going to rein that in slightly. I don't quite like how that looks now that I see it in place. So let's go to the outer glow. Let's take that down to about. That's a bit better. I'm also going to put a stroke on it with only size 1. I'm going to do it slightly different. I want that on the outside, please. I want that dark. And I want that knocked down. Yeah, that's better. How's that look in comparison to the other one? Yeah, much better. Slightly thicker line and we're good to go. Okay. So let's go up to pen size 6. So each of the main contour lines, you just do this to. It's not hard. In fact, I would argue anyone can do this. The exact numbers I've used, they're all detailed in the tutorial. If you want to get a quick spin down of absolutely everything that we've done here and the way it's been done. In the tutorial, I go in depth into the way that the filters work and what numbers they should be set at and how you can do it different ways if you're, for example, not using Photoshop. There we go. Now, you see what I mean about this taking a while, because this is just the first step. If we go back and take a look at the Ubersreich map, you can see what I'm currently putting in place. I'm putting basically this line here. I'm not sure how well you can see that. Let's put a big line on top of it. This line here is the one that I'm currently making. There's all manner of other little lines to talk about as well. We'll get to those. First job, though, is doing this, and it is tedious. Did I regret this when I did the Ubersreich map? As I said at the time, I was fine at this point because I didn't think there was that many contours because I was only doing one corner of the map, and I was just trying it out as a, will this look fine enough? It's sort of reminiscent of a map that I own, which shows a part of Scotland that was made in 17 something, 18 something. I need to check it. And it made its contour lines almost exactly like this. They were super simple, and I quite like that. They had a similar bleed around them because of the ink that was used on the original. I thought, yeah, let's just copy that. It's basically just lines. The original cartographers, that's what they did. And that's reminiscent enough. And look how quickly we've done all that. It'll be fine. And then at about, probably 5 minutes after this, but about this point, I went fit and screen, realized that all I'd done was one corner of a far bigger map and only one set of the contour lines on that one corner. But I was bloody minded. I kept on going. So I'm going to try and do this relatively swiftly. You can see there's a valley coming in here, which means there's probably a peak sitting here. Maybe a ridge of peaks. Just drop in one of those as I'm going by. Oh, I am regretting my life choices already. I can make this a brush. That'd make it go faster, right? Oh, there absolutely is. Let's bring that one from here. There's not even, whoops, didn't bring up the comment. So there's a very fair comment. Is there a way to do that? Yep. Is there a way you can get a tool to do that? Yep. Does it look like it's a tool? Mostly, yeah. You can easily define a brush and then just vary its strength, but every time I did it, it just didn't look as good. And I've done it multiple times. I think I originally, when I did the last tutorial actually happened twice. The first time was when I was still on the tail end of COVID, and it was one of the worst tutorials I had ever been a part of. It's just, I was feeling terrible. I could barely string words together. I felt before I went into it that I was fine, but actually doing it, yeah, I wasn't well. And I built the brush during that tutorial. So I might find that video and pull that little bit out so you can at least see that, yeah, it can be done. It can be done relatively easily. It just doesn't look as good. Even when you're varying the strength and the way that it appears and moving it up and down, it ends up with something that's almost the same, but not quite. So I found myself constantly just not. So yeah, when I did the original map, if I think back to when I did Ubersreich and I was doing this section, I did exactly the same thing as what I'm doing right now. I started the process and thought, this is probably going to look all right by the time I get to the end of it. Probably. Let's do a quick save while I'm here. And then I got so far and thought, you know what? Nah, this is taking far too long. Oh, apparently Photoshop is no longer letting me grab. Huh. How about another map? Will let me grab there? Yes. Inside this Rookery, can I grab you? Oh, yes. Can I grab you? No. I can choose different layers. It's not letting me. It's not letting me do it. How random. I might have to close Photoshop and start it again. So while I'm doing that, let's just quickly ping up and say, oh, it's there. It is indeed almost 11 now on this side. It's not a sign that I'm stopping. I'm just going to keep on going because I'm an idiot. What I will do, though, is I will quickly bring me up so I can just switch this off and say bye to those who are making your way off. I'm not going yet. I will keep on working on this. I'm going to quickly save it again and go out. There we go. Let's close those off because we don't need them anymore. Lovely seeing you, Sassy Pancakes. Hopefully, we will see you at some of the. It's going to take a wee while to. Let's close Photoshop and reopen it again. Let's see what Desmond's saying there as I'm reopening Photoshop. Yeah, Photoshop has gone into a crying mode. It's not even actually closing properly here. Or maybe it is a sign. There's a blog here. There we go. It's shut. And we can reopen it again now. I create a map generator based on SVG. There's some really good hand-drawn style templates for maps. Yeah, almost certainly. There's some really good ones in general all over the place. I just tend not to use them. Let's give me a second. Yeah, wow, it's taking ages to open. Let's take a moment here just to sit back and for those of you who are still out there, there's a surprising number of you left still watching this stream. I did not expect anywhere near as many of you to still be out there. But if any of you have any questions while I'm waiting for Photoshop to redo its thing, do give me a ping. I'm refusing to actually open at the moment. I'm going to close off everything else just to make sure. And it's trying to make me... My computer tried to make me play Mass Effect. It clearly knows something that I don't. For reasons I don't understand, Photoshop is not starting. I've done some similar bits myself in the past. Yeah, Photoshop has just stopped, and I don't understand why. Maybe if I try to open up a document rather than open up Photoshop, see what it does. Ah, right, I see. It's not Photoshop, it's Windows. Ah, it's trying to update itself halfway through my stream. Oh, there we go. Now we understand what's going on. Windows has decided to update itself. Wait a minute, let me tell it to shut up. Oh, well done, Windows. And it's interfering with everything. Oh, it's shutting down Photoshop for me. Oh, that's very nice of it. I may need to stop and restart the stream, disappear and move out. So if you're still on the call, Lindsay, let's find out if she's still on the call. God damn it, she's not. I was going to ask her to fill in while I dumped off, but I'm restarting my computer. Yeah, time. Yeah, Mark Gibbons would absolutely agree with you on this one. He works purely from it. It's okay, I've fixed it now. I've switched everything off and Photoshop's reopening again. I don't need to restart. Yeah, Mark Gibbons would be completely behind that one. Oh, thanks. I'm really happy that you think so, Executor. I've been doing the old Warhammer gig for a while, so I apparently have all manner of stupid things sitting inside my head that some people find useful to listen to. Let's open the Prince of Reichenland again. Princedom. Let's hope it works. Yes, it does. It's reading. Perfect. We should have this open any moment. Yeah, and there it is. Let's bring that back up again and go like so. Oh, wrong way around. Oh, that looks weird. There we go. We're back. Right. So I'm going to keep on going and let's see how long I can go before eventually I decide I have to give up. I am notoriously stubborn. So it might be a while. Yeah, that's way too big. Oh, scale. What scale were we working on? There it is. It's quite small. And one more time. Yes, I could do a brush for this. No, I'm not doing it. Yes, I'm an idiot. Let's just accept that and move on. Right, that's clearly an important peak. So let's mark it as so. When we come to the coloring of the Highlands, the higher the highland is, the closer to white it will go. The lower it is, it will be a darker grey. If I bring up the Ubersreich map, which I should be able to do from there, Ubersreich, Duchy, Bleed, Extra Bleed, JPEG, that one. Yeah, you can see that where the peaks are all in white, the lower areas are sort of loose greying, and that's about it. If I zoom in a little bit closer than that, you can see that. A bit greyer down there, a bit whiter up here, up to almost pure white at the peaks. Similar, a bit whiter over by the peaks, and that's what I'm going to be doing for the colouring of this when I get there. We'll do the Skag Hills first and then see where that takes us for the rest of them. And there's clearly an escarpment of some sort there. As I recall, near the pre-ridge, there's actually a big escarpment. The heavy drop that drops down into the forest below. Maybe it was an adventure book, can't recall, that had the characters explore a cave near the bottom of it. Right now, I think I would less charitably call it all manner of different names. You could argue that this does indeed show the topography, but right now I'm far more likely to just generally swear and call it all sorts of horrible words. So yeah, you can call it whatever you want to call it, Meow. Oh, this is so much less interesting because you can't see the underlying map. So there's nothing to loosely talk about in terms of the details that we're skimming by. Can I put that underneath? Oh, wow, that's actually really difficult to read. How about if I drop that? Whoops. How about if I drop that down further? Well, yeah, that's not too bad, and it's not going to slow me down. At least I know where I am. And oh, it does slow down a little bit, the extra detail on. Over by the Telland Yard again. Arguably one of the richest families in the Reichland, the Tellands, for reasons I discussed earlier in the stream. And here's the uplands. House Telland are certainly someone that you would like to have behind you if there was, for example, a civil war coming. I don't know why you'd want that, but who doesn't like finances? And it's not like there's ever going to be a civil war in the Empire. I'm quite looking forward to that aspect, actually, of popping up all the details from when I run through the game, which is going to be all the different households in the Empire and what they contribute to the overall political framework of the holy crap. That was one small area, wasn't it? Let's make the contours a bit bigger so I can see them clearly. Oh, okay, no, that's not actually that bad. Yeah, maybe pretty decent time. What time are we at? That's just by 11. I think this might not be as bad as I was fearing. We'll see. I'll do all of this and some of the ones up in Midland. We'll see how that turns out. Oh, we have an actual peak marked here. Hoher or something or another sitting underneath there. So that means the peak is here. Let's make sure that that peak is caught. Maybe a couple of other lines drifting around that too. Let me just pull up Icarus there. Icarus Faith, it's been a delight for you to join us for the call. The video will be up on YouTube, the complete one, when I'm finished. So if you want to catch the remainder of it, feel free to go and catch that later. The next stream for the patrons, where I'm going to be doing the next tutorial about cities, apparently, that's going to be on Wednesday. And the follow-up from that, where I go and draw myself some city or another, that'll be next Friday. Next Saturday, pardon me, if you fancy joining us again. So delight for having you here. Thanks very much for dropping in. And I fully understand if you all slowly but surely vanish over the course of the next 5, 10, 15, 20, because let's be honest, It's getting late, and only idiots like me are going to keep on going with this. All right, so okay, yeah, that's not too bad. We don't have many upland areas. Right, this is arguably one of the most important hills in all of certainly the princedom of Altdorf, but arguably the empire, because it's from these hills that the Holzkrugs have gained their wealth. They've got mines up here, and recently canals have been built down to Caledon to make sure that, and as I recall, down to the main Weisbrook, yeah, there's the canals down to the Weisbrook as well, ensuring that their wealth can be, well, used. Mountains mined for their precious goodies. Enriching our High Lord Ambassador to a degree that allows him to challenge the Holzwig-Schlesens in their own princedom. And that's that one, right? Do we have any obvious, right? So we've got the trees parting here, so that's clearly a peak there. The trees are parting there as well, clearly another peak. There's clearly a ridge there, going to potential peaks. And this is loosely how I did it for the Ubersreich map. I kept it very loose, added in some extra lines afterwards. If I go over to the Ubersreich map again, just one more time so you can see, that's loosely what happened with all those various peaks and bits and pieces and threads. The aim is to make it look like, I'm going to move that away from the river slightly so it goes around the river. Yeah, that'll do. Yeah, so yeah, the aim is to make it look like it's got enough there to suggest all the details, but not so much that it takes too long or indeed looks too complicated. There's a town up there as well. Okay, so that's that one done. Around about it, let's have a look. We've got rivers there. There's probably like smaller peaks sitting around. We can drop in a couple of ridges, follow along the lines of the river, maybe a small peak in that gap in the forest. All right, where's our next mountain range? There's one up here somewhere. Here we go. I say mountain range. These are mostly just hills. Also, let me just say, I am delighted that so many of you have decided to stay on for the whole stream so far. This is, I'm going to say rather amusingly, still more people are sitting down watching just now than turn up for our normal weekly streams on a Saturday, which I find funny. Because I find those streams much more interesting than this. So I'm super pleased to see you all here, still kicking around. It's my side, it's like 11 o'clock in the evening, but for anyone over Europe-wise, you're past midnight now, you lovely people. And if you're admittedly over in the States, you've probably got a little bit more time on your hands, but still, thanks for hanging around. Okay, so we've got a ruined castle there, so I'm going to pop a little bit around that. And let's do this one as well, and then take a moment to zoom out. Probably do the next major hill area after that one I've been avoiding in the center of the map. And I think it is only fair to say one more time, yes, I could get a brush to do this. Yes, it would probably do the job almost as well. No, not doing it. Okay. Let's there's a ridge there. Pull it out. There's a peak. Let's have a look at the Ubersreich map, see if I did anything else with these peaks before I... Yeah, no, not really. Dropped a few peaks in, a few ridges, and that's about it. So we'll do the same here. just so it looks vaguely similar. Clearly some form of ridge there. Oops. That popped up because my pen has got a second button on the inside, 2 buttons, 1 button there, 1 button there, and I keep on accidentally pressing it. Well, I keep on. I did it once, and that can cause the menus to come up like so. Right. It's you know what? I reckon this map is going to probably be at least another 5-hour job to get into a place where I'm at least starting to feel like I'm happy with it. Clearly, there's ridges that the roads are following, contour lines. It splits up there. We're currently sitting at the 4-hour 12-minute mark. Have I got any more up at the top that I'd like to put in place before I skip off down to the main bit? Let's do this one because it's tiny. And then I'll go check the comments again. So if you've got anything you'd like to ask in about the next couple of minutes, now's the time to throw it up on screen, and I will go check it once I've done this little ridge here over in the Barney of Unterdelb. Clearly under the River Delb. Okay, no, don't want it there. I want the ridge between these 2 rivers. Well, hopefully it's bit. Okay, there's clearly some sort of peak around here as well that the river's meandering around. So let's drop in a couple of lines. One of the jobs of this bit is to give a reason for why the rivers drain in the directions that they drain. So suggesting that there's some uplands in various places makes a big difference towards making your map feel like it's a bit more real. There's clearly a drainage going upwards, up in that direction towards the Delb by Hammerwatch there. So clearly it goes up and past what must be a bit of a height that's around here. There has to be an elevation here to stop the water going the way that it's going. There has to be another elevation here to mean that it's going north before it then heads south. So there's probably one kicking around about. There's a road going in that way. The road will avoid a mound here and probably something that is ridge-like there. Part of the job of this part of the map is to just wander around and make it feel a bit realer, right? So where am I at in terms of percentage? That's about a third. Look at the time. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Right, let's get to the questions. All right, so sorry if I missed it. What hull crew mining those hills? That's a good question. I'm pretty sure it's silver and something else, but don't quote me on that. I can check that up. When I do the breakdown for Hullskrug, which eventually I will do over on my blog, I can fill that out then and double check everything. Are these kinds of maps your favorite to create? No. 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 Doing this is, as I imagine you can tell, because of the tedious nature of this particular section of it, it's tedious. It's not the most fun. However, getting all of these bits in place and having it finished, I do sort of greatly enjoy. My particular neural map really enjoys tedious work sometimes. It's one of the reasons I can just keep on going and going and going when I'm doing a particular job. And everyone else is going, don't you want to stop now? And I'm like, no, more to do. Got to finish this off. It's going to happen. And I just keep going. So I kind of enjoy this mind-numbing detail section while simultaneously hating absolutely everything about it. Oh, just there is one of the semaphore stations. So I'm going to put that up on a ridge. It's sitting in a clear tree line. That's the set of semaphore stations that make their way down to Marienburg. One that we don't talk about very often, but does go. One of them's there, and there's another one, I presume, over here somewhere. I don't know where it is. Wherever. It's around somewhere. let's put a bit of a ridge in between here. Maybe by the Silverstone Abbey, we can have that raised up. It's not Silverstone, is it? It's Silver Rise or something. Whatever. Okay, cool. Any more comments as I move down? If you switch over to a mouse, you could raise money for charity, as in lots of mouse clicks. Fair enough. And then if you were to start another master map, would you? Oh, yeah. Yeah. I had a discussion with a professional cartographer about 9 years ago now. I think it was, maybe 10. And he made maps for I think it was the British government he was making the maps for. And he was wildly derisive of using Photoshop. And he made some suggestions for some alternatives. And his alternatives were based largely in ease of work and being able to handle all of the locations much more simply. And because it's all effectively vectors, it zooms in and out much, much better. Yeah, I'd totally do it that way. If I did it again, I just go out, buy myself a program that's designed to do this shit, and do it in there. But the job of translating all of that work over into that is not a small one now. It'd probably take me weeks and weeks and weeks just going province to province to province to province, adding in all those details into a new piece of software, making sure that they were in the correct places. And learning how to use that new software as well. And I just don't have that time anymore. If I was doing it again and going back to then, I'd probably do it in the same way because that means I'd have the work. But I wish I'd done it in a different program. That is the truth. But you live and learn, don't you? So would I do it differently again? Yeah. But I didn't. So I'm stuck with what I have. Is everything? It does appear to be everything. So let's carry on. Numbers are slowly dwindling now as we head towards the midnight hour, here in the UK at least. I do not blame you people. As I say, the finished map will be made available to everyone. And it is going to take me quite a while to finish this one yet, but I will probably stay up until, at least for this part, I will stay up until I've done all of the mountains, the labeling is in place, and I've probably done a little bit of tidy up as well. I can barely believe I've been sitting in the same place now for, what, 4.5 hours. I hope all of you have been moving around far more than I have. I am currently doing the Amber Hills, south of which you will find the Blood Pine Woods, where you get some of the best and most expensive wood that the Reichswald has to offer. It's used in furniture across the old world, actually, not just across the empire. It is, however, a pretty damn dangerous part of the empire. They've attempted to grow the trees in multiple other places and largely failed. There is something about the local soil that guarantees that it works well there. There's clearly going to have to be a bit more range, given that's where the road goes. So let's taper it in a bit. Give an idea. There we go. The Amber Hills are obviously where the college, Amber College of Magic, is sited. Or at least it was, if someone's going to try to change that. Which wouldn't surprise me if that happened. Someone should tell me about that one. Oh, was there anything to do? I didn't. No, back then, first edition maps. That was, I was speaking to Graham about that the other day. I can't remember who did the map. Oh, that's really annoying. It's going to annoy me forever, Creative Fossey. You know that? Nope, it's gone. I'm sure it'll come back to me later, probably when I'm doing something completely different. But no, I didn't do those maps. One of my jobs, though, when I was doing work near the first edition and the second edition era, was to replicate the styles of those maps. So you'll find that quite a lot of some of my work will look very similar to it for that reason. Then I was asked to change my style so it looked like something else. And it's fair to say, particularly when it comes to maps, I don't really have a style. Never have done. In fact, I don't have a style for anything. I just do whatever is needed for the work at hand. When, for example, I did the Sylvanian map that was in Night's Dark Masters, recently did a blog about that over in the Lawhammer blog. when I did this Sylvania map, I just copied the style wholesale that had been done for the Empire map in Sigmar's Heirs. Now, obviously, I added more detail and made sure that everything that had been mentioned in the various editions of Sylvania up to that point were included. But it wasn't my style. And I then copied that style for a bunch of other maps. Like there's a few maps in, let's say, the Tome of Salvation. The Tome of Salvation has got the pilgrimage route to the last temple of Skaranarak. It goes through the apparently last footsteps of Sigmar. And it uses a very similar map style to that one, but that's not my map style. Amusingly, though, everyone thought that that was how I did maps, and I got employed to basically do that map again for a completely different company. Same map style, doing the same thing. And I was like, can I do something different? Doesn't need to look like this. And they were like, oh, but I thought that's all you could do. Like, yeah, no, I'll do whatever you want it to look like. And they were super delighted to hear that. And they sent me over a reference map from a medieval map and said, can you do something like that? So I just sent them back a map that was exactly the same as their medieval map, but mapping the area that they were going for. That made them super happy. Everyone was pleased. And I found that often with pretty much all of the jobs that I have done down through the years, everyone seems to associate whatever map they've seen me do as the Andy style. That happened, for example, with the Critical Role map that was created for Green Ronin's version of Tal'Darai's campaign setting. That map was super interesting in its creation. Without going into any great detail, I got called relatively late in the day to put it together. And there was an expectation, I think, that there were going to be many more maps in the book. But time changed that, layout needs changed that, everything changed. I came in very late and was asked to create something pretty big, a big poster map, in fact, in what was, for me, an enormously tight deadline, because I was already working on 2 other projects at that point. So I had very little time, and I contacted the art director at the time and said, yeah, I can do it, but this is the current state that I'm in and the difficulties that I may face if I do this. But if you want it done by that date, it will be done. And they were like, yeah, not a problem at all. And I said, well, that being the case, I'd like to do it. And I discussed the style I do it in, because I think I'll be able to do that relatively quickly, and I think I'll have a nice finish. And so I did. It ended up having a really, really simple border. One of the things that make creating maps quicker is if you don't go into an expansive border. If you've got a border that's covered with heraldry and pictures of knights and dragons curling around things, that significantly increases how long the map will take to create, because clearly you're moving into illustration territory. And the map for the Critical Role one doesn't have any of that. It's a very simple line border with a graphical device in the top 2 corners, somewhat similar to a D20, but not quite, somewhat similar to the Critical Role symbol, but not quite, with a relatively simple compass rose, which is just a dragon curled around something, which took not very long to make. And the reason for that was mostly time. The 2 maps inside that book, one of Whitestone and the other one of Emon, I think, Emon, however it's pronounced, I forget. I pronounce all the Critical Role names wrong, so I apologize if anyone from Critical Role fan base listens to me murdering their names. I did 2 more, and they had, if anything, even tighter deadline. I had like a day to do the pair of them. And I did, and they were done. And everybody loved them. They said, yeah, this is great. And I said, are you sure? And they're like, yeah, totally. This is the best. We're super happy. And then when it came to coming to the new Tal'Darai setting book, which was recently released by Darrington Press, absolutely gorgeous book. And I was speaking to the producers behind that, both producers, by the way, that's James Hake and Hannah. They've both been on Inside the Rookery. If you want to check out their episodes, well worth coming in. They discuss, Hannah, in fact, discusses the Tal'Darai book in particular. And we were discussing how the maps could be presented. And they basically said, we'd like you to do the same as what you did before. was like, okay, do you not want something? No, we want it to be the same. We just want it to be the Andy style. And I was like, they weren't specifically created in an Andy style. They were created because of time sensitivities. And I had a big chat to them, and they're like, no, actually, I think this would be the best because it'll provide a consistency between the two different settings, versions of the setting book. And if you've got a bit of extra time, you can add a little bit of extra detail if you want, but loosely we'd like it to be the same. So that became another Andy style of map, which was created the way it was created purely because of time constraints. And to a degree, this map is exactly the same. I have had a lot of people contact me about this map and the Reichland map in particular. Reichland, I get a lot of communication about people wanting me to maybe draft or be commissioned to do a map in a similar style. That is another one of the stations, semaphore station. So let's put it on a peak. Asking me to draft them in that style because, they want to have a legit Andy style map. And I'm like, sure, that's Andy style if you say. I just do whatever is needed for the job at hand. And if I've got more time, it'll look completely different. Compare that to, say, the Freeport maps, which again done in a very different way. A lot more time to do that one, so I put a lot more detail into it. Compare that to there's a map for the first city that I did. That's popping up in some of my blogs in a few places. It's a super detailed map, which looks quite unlike any of my other maps, while simultaneously looking quite similar to Freeport. It's fascinating, created in a completely different way, but it ended up looking very similar. Recommend looking that one out if you want to see a map of a slightly different style. But then when you compare that with, say, what Chaosium did when they employed me, Mike Mason, he's the line editor of Call of Cthulhu and a supremely awesome person. Mike, who's also been on Inside the Rookery, you should go watch his video. My Life in Horror. It was from, is it My Life in Horror? Yeah, My Life in Horror. That was from earlier in the year. That was a good chat, like Mike. When I asked him what he wanted his maps to look like, did he have any plans? He very much said, that's your job. Why on earth would I be telling you how to do your job? All I'm giving you is the commissioning document. You can do what you want. And that was super nice. So I ended up making some really different kind of things for Mike. If you're interested, then pop into the Discord server and ask, and I'll pop up some of the maps. That's the Rookery Discord server. Pop in there, and I'll show some of those maps. But they were very different. One of them is an estate agent's sell sheet. Another one is a governmental, I don't know. I mean, how a government map, I suppose, sort of a map. Another one is a website map. That's designed to be seen on a website. All of them having a slightly different style. In fact, all of them completely different styles because there was no actual style requested. So I could just go with whatever I felt worked best for the map at hand. It also meant that one of them was, one map was a 1960s fold out map for a hotel that would be given to guests so they could find out where they were meant to go. Another one was a legitimate old school map from the 1920s, which very much fit the adventure at hand. Another one was a more Google style map. It was quite fun getting the freedom to just go wherever I wanted to go. It's very rarely the case. And if I was to sum up all of that into some sort of pithy conclusion, it would be, I don't really feel like I've got a style, even though I do certain maps in a certain way. I will repeatedly do them that way because it's a certain shortcut that I know that works pretty well, or because I think it will work well for the map at hand. It's not something I necessarily prefer to do, and it's certainly not my style. So here we go. I'm not quite sure what you mean by another greatest hit, but there. I'm just going to presume that you're saying that I'm great. That'll do for me. Oh, Seagull. What you got to say, Seagull? Glad to see you here, by the way. Still, have you been through the entire thing? If so, I love you. You're great. I've been doing all my map making and GIMP Photoshop so far. Good move. I might try a vector program like Inkscape for a trial. Yeah, Me too. I mean, I subscribe to the let's get rid of that so that it doesn't get in the way. I subscribe to Photoshop's full package, so I've literally got everything, all their vector software, be it Illustrator or whatever, and I've constantly meant to get round to using it and constantly haven't, mostly because of free time. It would take me, I would guess, maybe about a week of proper work, just sitting down, playing around with it, getting to feel for it, finding out how it does everything differently, watching some tutorials, eventually playing around with it and going, oh, look, it can do this, and getting super excited about it. I'd probably start designing a few of my own fonts because I couldn't help myself. The second I was in a position where I was in a place to be able to do that, I certainly would. I'd find all manner of things that would do my mapping quicker. I'd find it super exciting. But every week I've got something else to do. And whether that's the Rookery, where we have, we've got some things to hopefully, assuming that we are allowed to say it, we've got, I think that in and of itself says something. We've got some things that we would really like to share. And we've been working really hard on all manner of fun stuff. And that all takes time. I work an average of 40 hours every week just sorting out Rookery stuff. And that means I've done a lot of stuff this last year. Now, admittedly, a lot of that is dealing with things like setting up streams and contacting people and asking them to come on as guests and all that. And yeah, that takes up time. But the actual work is where most of the time sits. And on top of that, I've also got things like I'm busy organizing Lawhammer. I'm going to be doing a big Enemy Within campaign. That's a whole bunch of new players, meeting up with them, getting to know them. These all take time. And the idea of sitting down for a full week doing that just seems an impossibility. And because of the way my brain works, I don't like to do things in small packages. I don't like to just sit on a program for like an hour this week, an hour next week, or whatever. I like to dive in and lose myself. As you may notice, I'm still doing these silly lines, just working my way around them, not zooming out, because I've yet to get bored of it. So I can see where I am. I tend to just go. And that means that if I did that, I probably wouldn't do all my Rookery work and my Lawhammer work and all the rest of it. Much like when I got ill, I found it very, very hard to do any work at all. Some weeks I was getting little more than a couple of hours because I just couldn't concentrate. And for me, that's almost an alien concept because concentration for me is, it's almost a switch my brain off and just do thing. And I just couldn't. It was a very difficult time. And I've had COVID multiple times just to make my life super fun, which is hilarious given how little I come out the house. I blame the kids. Yeah. So, would I like to? Yes. Will I? Probably not. But maybe if I ever have a holiday. But I'm not entirely sure what they are. Holy crap, this is a long bloody mountain range. Bloody Haggard cribs are far too big. I say that we blow them up. Well, there's a really big peak there, though, that I missed. Let's pop that one in now. What one's that? That's on Berrigan Hill. Of course it's on Berrigan Hill. And what else would it be in this part of the world? There's some water around it. Could be careful I don't accidentally hill up the water. Do this bit while I'm passing through. Any other comments when we get through this side? You have? Oh, wow. Seagull, you are a... I salute you. But you're going to have to get some sleep soon. There's something you mentioned before the class about having on one set style. You're definitely... Oh, dude. Dude. You know, weepy now. What have we got here? I clutched bits of your mastermind and put it in detail map on the right. Yeah, well, nice. From Alt Dr. Mardenberg and then created it in Illustrator. 4 or 5 days. Yeah, it sounds about right. Sounds about the right amount of time as well. Yeah, yes, most of the 4E maps do cut off at the Grusher Marsh, which almost didn't get into the game. The border is Seert, spelt one of two different ways depending on the source, S-I-E-R-T or S-E-E-R-T, which actually has its originations not in Warhammer, but in one of my vampire games, where the Seerts were Ventru bloodline. And when I was working on Warhammer bits, I dropped a little town called Seert in there as a little Easter egg for myself. I'd mentioned it in a couple of places. So I believe there's Elven Runes here, so let's mark this as a... I mentioned it in a couple of places throughout the second edition's run, actually. One of the characters who pops up on a bunch of the maps, Adolphus von Seert, is there. Heimreich von Seert is also mentioned in oh gosh, look how much of this there is. Holy crap. Well, let's just start. You never finish unless I do it. Heimreich von Seert, who is very old naval officer who very much wants Marienburg to be back under imperial control, because Heimreich would be able to reclaim his lost title, because Seert lies just slightly on the wrong side of the Westerland border. Or sorry, the wasteland. Westerland as it once was. And the Seerts are a disenfranchised set of nobles, which is why Otto von Seert, who is mentioned on multiple maps, is a wandering around basically as an adventurer. Building little narratives into your work makes it more fun to create. So many of the maps have got narratives built into them. For second edition, it was a fun time. Well, that's a river coming in there, so let's make sure there's enough space for that. I sometimes miss the second edition years. Green Ronin were lovely to work with. Chris Pramus popped on our streams to discuss Warhammer and also to discuss releasing games in as it was described on the stream, this time of crisis. Green Ronin and many games companies have found it very, very tough to not just survive with paper crises and shipping costs inflating by so much. The survival is almost without doubt, because of the nature of the role-playing industry. The companies tend to survive because the people that run them are still going. But that's the issue. Can they in any way make enough money just to survive on it? And that's a toughie. A lot of people who aren't in any of the bigger companies who are making role-playing games, they're not making enough money to live on. They're making enough money to cover all their costs and get some extra money on top and not much more besides. And that's unfortunate. A lot of them are, and those who are being clever definitely are. But one of the joys and sad things about working on Inside the Rookery is you do speak to a lot of people from the games industry, and a lot of us are feeling it. Lindsay recently shared with me an article about the costing of the products that are created in the games industry as a whole, and how outside the expectations of the very large products, the pricing is in nowhere realistic for the amount of work that is put into it. If we just take a look at this map, for example, I've been building here over the course of the last 4 hours. Wow. Almost 5 hours. That's 5 hours of work out of my life. How much would that cost if someone was going to employ me? And how much work is in all of the pictures, all of the maps, all of the layout, all of the words, everything that comprises your favorite games, often much more than many people realize. But they've got to be priced at a level that everyone's willing to pay. And that's where everything gets a little bit difficult. Yeah, I can understand why a lot of people are feeling it. I cheat with this whole setup because my wife works for a very large bank and allows me to do things like this and stream Lawhammery things because she makes enough money to keep us both. That is, however, far from an ideal situation. Oh my God, that took forever. Whew. Just take a moment just to pause. Whew. Do I look at it all now? I think I probably do. Let's fit that on the screen. Holy crap. Wow. Okay. There's still quite a lot of hills left, isn't it? What time are we at? Wouldn't be here without her. Yeah, it's one of the reasons that on the Lawhammer one, we had a big discussion about how to handle our patron there, because obviously I'm part of the patron with the Rookery, but the patron of the Rookery is not necessarily about getting lots of money so that we can build games and stuff. It's more about just covering the costs. So we've got a very small, just £1 a month level, just as a way of saying key thanks, and they add up, those little pounds, and it keeps everybody in touch with us, and that's nice. And we don't really have a super high, massive level where thousands of pounds or even hundreds or even scores, really. We've got our top one's only £25 a month. And that was chosen specifically because we didn't really want to be asking people for money, particularly in this difficult period where a lot of people were hurting and are still hurting, are going to hurt more. I mean, our mortgage is going up by, I mean, we've got to get a new mortgage just now, and our one's going up by a good, I think it was like 7-8 grand. It's a ridiculous amount of money per year. So we didn't really want it to be about that. We wanted it to be about just us enjoying the stuff. And if people could contribute a bit to cover our costs, that would be great. Where for the Lawhammer side of things, this is very much, as it turns out, a particularly large investment. Not just from the players giving their time, not just from me creating stuff, but for just the blogging alone and all the rules and all the bits and pieces of the house bits. It takes hours and hours and hours and hours of my life. And I've tried to find lots of shortcuts. For example, there was a relatively recent post popped up about potentially using AI art as a support for NPCs, not using it in blunt, because most AI art has lots of little issues that I don't like, but certainly using it as almost like a sketch, an underlying sketch that you can then draw over to help get the final pieces ready in a relatively short period of time. But even with help like that, I'm still spending an enormous amount of my life doing this. So when we laid out the patron levels, there was a discussion as to, well, we're going to possibly, if this goes on for any length of time we want to do it, have to give money to quite a lot of people. How are we going to do this? So we changed the levels completely from how they work on the Rookery, where it was all about just covering our costs. Where in this one, it's a bit more, actually, we're spending a lot of time in this. If you have spare money, please. If you don't, that's equally cool. Everything will be offered for free, because that's the sort of people we are. But we do obviously have stuff hiding behind paywalls. But it was a really difficult discussion because you're never quite sure what sort of levels you should do. And if anyone out there has got any ideas, assuming you've lasted this long, there's still a surprising amount of people out there. But it was super hard because nobody likes asking for money for anything. It always makes you feel a bit icky. But ultimately, we were inspired probably most by Amanda Palmer. If any of you know Amanda Palmer and her work, that's Neil Gaiman's wife, if you know Neil Gaiman, the author and creator of many a cool thing. Groslin's behind there. Let's put Groslin on a hill. That immediately changes Groslin in my mind. Groslin has got almost no details officially, so putting that in an almost fortified position completely changes it. Kind of love that. Anyway, Amanda Palmer had a Kickstarter after her very successful Kickstarter, and then moved to Patreon. And we were one of her very first backers. And she wrote a piece called The Art of Asking, a whole book, pardon me, called The Art of Asking, did a TED talk on it. And it was all about not being afraid to ask for help and support from the people who like the work that you do. And it was really good, and she was spot on. So we had given her, I don't know, thousands of pounds over the course of the years that we were supporting her, and we in no way regretted any of that, because we were supporting her like a patron. You know, we were giving her money because we wanted to see her do her work and do her thing. So for the Lawhammer one, we left those options open as well for anyone who's got the ability to do that. And if you don't, we've got lots of cheaper options, or just nothing. You can get everything for free. You can still pop along to the blog and get all of our house rules and everything else. It's for the people who can. Nevertheless, even now, I still find it a difficult thing to have asked for. And if any of you think it's icky and I shouldn't have done it, then yeah, feel free to bring up that conversation. We're happy to engage with it. I don't think we've done the wrong thing. I think we're doing it right. I'm really enjoying the Lawhammer stuff so far, actually. It's been a lot of fun, not just putting the house rules into place, but chatting to everyone about them. I'm really looking forward to having most of the rules done so that we can get a little bit more into in-depth blogs about how different ways of GMing situations or the different reasons why I'm presenting the enemy within the way I'm presenting it and so on. But the house rules, I mean, house rules alone will take quite a long time. There's clearly a ridge here as well. The careers alone, cripes, there's loads of them. Yeah, it is. It's not a project that's bigger than I expected, though. I expect it to be about the shape and size that it is, while simultaneously the reality of it is still quite a step. In that the streaming of games, and a delight you lasted so long, Seagoat. I'm surprised you did. Thank you for coming. As always, the stream end will be popping up on YouTube when I eventually give up and die at this end. So do feel free to try and catch the rest of it later if you fancy. The last long form stream that I did had a surprising number of views, actually, and when it's first popped up, I didn't expect it to be that popular because it's so bloody long. But yeah, feel free to go and check it out afterwards, and looking forward to seeing you maybe at some of the later ones that we do. Good night. I have no idea what I was saying now. I've completely lost track. Oh yeah, Lawhammer being the size that it is. Yeah, it's I knew it was going to be relatively big from the outset. When I first did the call saying, would anyone like to join us as players? I sat down with Andy Leask and Lindsay. That's Lindsay Law, obviously, my wife. And we discussed what streaming a game would involve, because I'd been considering doing it for quite some time because a lot of people had asked me to. And it was potentially offering something that wasn't really that common on the games front. And that was a long-term stream from somebody who'd been responsible for the creation of the game itself. And most streams that involves creators tend to be short-term, 1 or 2 sessions here, or you can come join us to the playtest here. That's a whole valley there. Cripes, how big is this? Whew. But yeah, they tend to be much smaller affairs. Some of them may pop up a stream that's some form of game that they have, but most don't. So we knew it would be potentially different, at least, to what most people offer. And it's always nice to have something of a USP. But right from the outset, I said, if I'm doing this, I'm going to do it properly. And whenever I play a game, I house rule everything every single time. So I'm going to do that if I do this. If we're going to play the game, I'm going to pop up all those house rules. It makes sense. And that'll take a good bit of time. So we had a discussion about whether it was worthwhile. And the general consensus was, yeah, it was worthwhile. Let's give it a go. It's clearly a ridge there because the road's moving around it. Interesting. There's going to have to be a way down there, though, for the temple. So I'll pop that there. Yeah, it's defo bigger than I think many expected. But I think it's fair to say it's about the size I expected. And I'm aware how much work is involved. I'm aware that certain parts of it will unlikely ever be finished because of the nature of house rules. There's always going to be that extra thing you want to add. There's always going to be something cool that you think would be really cool to. Why on earth was it not doing that? Turn my pen over. That's better. That's particularly the case with careers. I mean, if we're super lucky and we really enjoy doing the streaming thing, and if we get enough people who are supporting us as well, and it makes it worthwhile for us to continue streaming. I mean, you might not enjoy the games that we present. You might think that we do it terribly. No one might turn up. And if that's the case, all of the work that we're doing is much less worthwhile, particularly because we're spending an awful lot of money on, for example, converting our garage and setting up everything over in the living room, all stuff that was planned right from the outset, even though we knew it would cost thousands upon thousands. But it was, if we're going to do it, we like to do things right. Much like this. I mean, I could do this with a simple brush, but I'm still bloody doing it with just by hand. I'm going to have to stop at some point because these hills are really doing my head in. And we just need to put a couple of labels on to finish it off. Or at least show how it could be finished off. And then, oh, here's another one. Let's get that in place. So if we do move on to the next campaign, we have an entire campaign already written, pretty much, end to end. I know every major scene. It's the equivalent of around about 4 books worth of material. It's a campaign that will lead the PCs all over the place and will, I presume, to a degree, match some of the output for the actual printed game as well, given that many aspects of this campaign were aspects that I was originally going to write anyway with Gab Thorpe. And Gav and I had a big chat before we decided that we were going to, yeah, I say a big chat, sent a couple of emails. But we had a chat about it, and I said I'd really like to, if we finish The Enemy Within, go into that thing, what we were going to write, but we never did because I'm no longer in the job. And he was like, yeah, absolutely, that'd be great. And I said, you don't mind me doing so? Because he's responsible for half of its creation. He and I were writing it together. And he said, nope, it's half yours. You do what you want with it. You're not wrong. I mean, there's so many of you still watching me bloody doing ridges. You're right. Who needs to stream? I could just draw little lines all day. Good call, Mihao. I know what my future calling is. The Mines of Tame. So we've got a whole extra campaign to do afterwards, and I'm really excited to do that. But if I do that, that's going to end up with a whole bunch of extra rules for elves, a whole bunch of extra rules that we'll need for our game for, oh man, the craziness that we're going to be encountering on that particular adventure. And I'll need rules for all of it because they will not be produced officially. Now, would they have been produced officially as in the job? Maybe. Doesn't really matter. I won't have official rules to draw from, so I'm definitely going to have to create those myself, and I will. So there was always going to be an aspect of me having a lot of work to do this, but I work very quickly when I need to. I don't have any particular concern or worry about that. I choose the jobs I do, and sometimes those are not necessarily the jobs that I want to do. And I generally sort my time as to when something's needed by, rather than doing stuff ahead of time. On the Rookery, for example, there's a couple of writing jobs that I very much want to start doing, but there's almost no point because they're not needed just now. So there's other jobs that I can be doing instead, and I have been doing that. Yeah, but there'll hopefully be more about that come our birthday stream. Right. Okay, so we've got all the mines up here. We're currently in the Duchy of Tame, which is a very, very hilly one into the Hagar Cribs. And the Duchy of Tame has many mines up at its heights, most of which have been subcontracted out from the noble families. They just take a cut from various individuals. The family itself, the Tames, are notorious for having one of the largest mercenary forces that skirts imperial law in the old world. And it skirts imperial law because each one of the provinces is allowed so much for their state armies and so on and so forth, where they claim to be mercenary companies, which are led by the Tames. Let's just say that causes problems in certain quarters. The Tames are the absolute worst. I shouldn't laugh. But yeah, I am somewhat notorious around these parts for having terrible sleeping hours. Because once I get caught up in something, ADHD, Once I get caught up in something, I tend just to keep going. You know what? I think we've got a lot of these hills. Sort of, there's so many. Look at this space. Let's zoom out so we can actually see if I've covered all of it, at least with the basics. Wow, there's a lot of hills left to go. Right. Let's fit that on screen and take a look. Okay, right. We've got 2 down here. Here, you can't quite see them because I've left the comment up. Bring that away. We've got 2 down here. We've got 1 major one up here. A couple of them up in the top here that we could do, and 2 down there. The ridging up between them is taking time. You can see some of it's been done in the northern Haga cribs there. I'll definitely do the contouring. But I think I'll go on to the coloring once I've done all the contouring, and I'll leave all of the tiny little detail work possibly for a little bit later, because I'm conscious of the time, and I'm also conscious of the fact that there's only so much we can fit into one stream before the entire, I don't know, computer seizes up because it's trying to deal with what is now 5 hours worth of video. So I'll go through the rest of these contour lines. So that's the major lining of the edges. I'll contour, I'll do all the little bits and pieces to ground those in the smaller ones. Then we'll zoom out, take a look and do the underlying color for those. And then take a look at what it all looks like, because that should give us a very strong feel for how it's all pulling together. Then I'll work on some of the labels and then probably stop them. There's no point in me trying to do all the labels because I'll still be here tomorrow at around about 11 p.m. Labeling is the unexpectedly heavy job that takes forever. It's also, in terms of computer load, one of the parts that adds an awful lot of, there's so many extra layers, heat to the computer. It just doesn't like it. So let's get back to my hill lines. Let's do these quickly. So how many have we still got on? Well, we've still got more on than turns up for an average Saturday. That's hilarious. And they're across quite a few different platforms. That's fascinating. I've even got some people over on Twitch. Huh. Not Twitch, pardon me, Twitter. Who watches streams on Twitter? If you're on Twitter, you can't tell me anything because Twitter doesn't allow you to do comments onto the video. But if you're on Twitter and can figure out how to go find us on, say, Twitch or YouTube, if you could tell us why you chose to watch on Twitter, that would be awesome, because we always stream out to Twitter just in case, because there's always somebody that wants to use one platform over another. But it's very infrequently used. And because it doesn't have the interactive aspect to it, in that you can't communicate with us when you're watching over on Twitter, all you can do is watch it on your phone or computer or whatever. I've always wondered what the appeal of choosing to go there over somewhere else is, other than it just happens to be the one you landed on. And if it's that, then yeah, cool. But if you are out there and can spare the time to find us elsewhere, or alternatively drop a message over in the Discord, that would be kind of awesome, because we've more than once considered dropping Twitter as one of our streaming locations because of the lack of interactivity, and the Inside the Rookery videos pretty much rely on interactivity. The whole point of them in many respects is that you can communicate not only with us but with our guests, and pose questions to people that you might not normally have access to. It's a little bit like going to a convention and going to watch a convention panel. That was a really scrappy bunch of lines. Let's just delete that. Too busy talking. And I think that's one of the big strengths of the Inside the Rookery videos, because you get an opportunity where you can talk to people that you might not otherwise ever get a chance to meet. Now, admittedly, it's not face-to-face. It's not the same as being at, say, a convention. But even being at a convention is not the same as being at a convention sometimes, in that you might not be very close to the people involved, or might not get a chance to talk to them at all, depending on the type of convention you're at. So it's a good way from your living room seeing these people and talking to them. But you can't do that on the Twitter side. There's no way to communicate. Yet people still pop in there. So yeah, if any of you do get a chance to pop in over, interestingly, our viewing numbers have gone up. So maybe one of you is doing it and you're trying out a different method too. If so, do drop a comment. Viewing numbers going up at this time. Where are we at? It's like midnight. I love you crazy people. You're the best. I was expecting there to be about 4 or 5 people, and that was it. Instead, we've still got a frickin' shed load. Well, not a shed load, more like a box load. Still quite a few. Thank you all so much for hanging on for so long. You're the best. Okay, right, that's that one done. I mean, it's a bit what it is, but yeah, that'll do for the moment. There is a couple up the top. There's still a big one at the side. And these are super small. This is the mine, isn't it? By Schmiedorf. Yeah, this is the iron mine. That's why Schmiedorf is where it is. There's another mine as well, I think for salt close by. Yeah. I'm bringing this comment up because I found that that's the same with me. I've had COVID 3 times. The first time, it almost killed me. Legit balls almost killed me. And it took me out for 6 months. No other way of putting it, I was incapable of doing anything for 6 months. At the time, I was happy hypoxic, and it was before anyone understood what COVID really was. It was before there was vaccines or indeed even tests to see if you had COVID, because we got it in the very first batch. And it was the frickin' worst. I'm not going to go into all the horror stories, but let's just say I did not enjoy it. My sleep pattern got massively affected by that. And for a good part of COVID, I was sleeping opposite hours almost, where during the day I was snoozing away, and at night I was inexplicably untired, and it was really annoying. The second time I got it, it was like a bad flu, and it was thoroughly easy in comparison to the first. And unlike the first time I got it, completely destroyed my sense of taste and smell. And to this day, I still don't have it. I'm at about 30% of my sense of taste, which is rubbish. But I've kind of grown used to it, and sadly eat too much salt now just so that I can taste anything, which isn't good for a man at my age. So obviously I'm going to have to stop doing that. But it's hard because it makes the food actually taste of something. Herbs do almost nothing. And I've tried so many different ones. Pepper sometimes, but it's mostly just heat. I don't get any of the flavor for it. And it destroyed any sense of normal sleep pattern that I had. And sometimes I would pass out for almost a full day. And then other days, I would be awake all the day and all the night. It was just rubbish. Third time I had it, it was a bad cold. It was almost fine. We weren't even sure that we had COVID that time, but the test said that we did. It took me not long to get over it, maybe about 2 weeks. But that was the one that messed my sleep pattern up most. I thought it'd been badly affected with the second time, but I just sometimes sleep and sometimes don't, and sometimes do and sometimes don't, which is not ideal. Would like it to be different. It was the one that consolidated my lack of sense of taste and smell as well. Didn't like that either. And it minced me for long-term walking far more than the second time did. The first time I caught it, I couldn't walk more than about 50 meters for, as I say, about 6 months. I just got exhausted. The second time, I was mostly fine for that. I was walking up to about a kilometer or 2, a mile or 2 or whatever. But this time, I'm back to not being able to walk after the third time catching it for more than about 100 meters or so before I get tired. About a mile, and I'm often just knackered, completely minced in terms of my stamina. It's been really fascinating moving things around the house. We recently moved our sofas out, dumped them actually to get new ones, and we have been moving chairs around and tables, and I can move them. I've got all my strength, but I can only last for about 3 or 4 minutes because I've got none of the stamina. I'm a classic high strength, low con character. Where I was like, yes, this is not a problem. That my wife and the girls are taking the other end of a big, long, heavy thing. I'm taking the other part all by myself. And I can only carry it for about 2 minutes. And then, no, that's it. I'm done. I'm now sweating top to toe. Can't do a thing. So, yeah, I'm totally with you. Oh, we've got midnight. It's almost 1 here in Norway. Oh, well, yeah, quite creative, Fozzie. Looking forward to seeing the complete map fun. Good night. Good night. Been really nice seeing you. Is that you off to bed as well, Infinite Saxon? or you just saying good night to him. Regardless, thanks so much for watching for so long. I still can't believe that you did. And yes, you'll get to see the whole map soon. Have I done all of the external bits? No, I've still got one big bit to do over in Talbot Land, over here and down here. I'm sort of beavering away with these mountains. Not yet. Glad to hear that you're still hanging around for a little bit long. Infinite Saxon. Just because I don't like being all by myself. Because I don't want to be. I'm such a kid. On the whole role-playing the Enemy Within thing, I hope you do join us all down in the Lawhammer side of things as well, because I'm really looking forward to playing it all and giving you an opportunity to meet some of the crazy characters that we've got, because they're definitely special. They're a good set. There we go. We've got a lack of trees around the table there. So I'm going to put that table up in a big hill. Can't remember what the name of that table is. Something like, it doesn't matter. I can check it after. As I recall, that was in a novel somewhere. Big flat rock that was absolutely nothing like the place where Aslan got himself stabbed. Honest. But then Warhammer's never taken anything from anything else, so you got to let it off once or twice. I think that's where the canal is. There. Okay. Couldn't build a canal if it was too steep around here. As I recall, we should have Castle Rightguard around here somewhere. Where is it? Where am I? I'm in Adenauer, so Castle Rightguard has to be here. There it is. Pop Castle Rightguard up on the thing. No one works as hard as Rightguard. Yep. Looks like you might be right about that one. Although the numbers are beginning to dwindle now. We're now down to an average weekly streams worth of people out there. Hi all. I almost feel like I should be doing a big, wait a minute, is that an actual, that's a road. I'm working along a road. What am I doing? I'm losing track of what I'm doing. Careful, Andrew. Right, there we go. That's that one done. There's another one over here. You're the ridge people. Oh, I have an urge to try and make something out of that doesn't end up coming across extremely racist. And whenever you use the word people in something, you've got a careful dance to make. And rightly. Well, more like the village people. Oh no, I could turn it into a punny joke. Maybe make it a quotation from someone. The ridge people. Can I make that work? Heck, there's bits that are still sitting on old Rookery documents that are really not coming out, that are old inside jokes from back when we were running the Rat Catchers Guild. Couldn't help ourselves. We added them in. One of the primary gangs is based around one of the long-standing in jokes from when we were over in the Rat Catchers all the time. I think they may even pop up in Ship of Fools now. I should go check that. I'm not sure. I know they don't. We chose a different gang. I remember that. But I like seeding the stuff that we work on with little Easter eggs that tie into all the stuff that we've done, whether it's being ridge people or anything else beside ridge folk. There we go. Yeah, that helps. Thanks. When you've been streaming for this long, you can't trust anything you might accidentally say. that comes across as much less correct than you planned it inside your head. And you're like, wait a minute, did I just say something exceedingly racist by mistake, or exceedingly impolitic, or exceedingly rude? There we go. Is there another one up here before I get too caught up in there? It's a big one too. Holy moly, does this ever end? That is the last one though, isn't it? Oh no, there's still one down here. So let's do the little one. No, there's still two tiny ones down here as well. Let's grab those. God, I'm stubborn. I should just give up and go do something, do some labeling and take a look at it all. But no, I'm still doing this. Thanks for hanging with me, Ridge folk. Nope, numbers dwindling again. I reckon we have reached the inevitable point where most will begin to tail off, because we are solidly past midnight here in the UK, and that is solidly late if you're over in Europe, where you'll be kicking at about 1 or 2 o'clock. Where's the other one? There it is. It's not that big. Sheffinger Castle. Sheffinger. A little forest, as I recall. It was around here somewhere. One of the always interesting things with building up the Warhammer maps is that sometimes the things are named really badly. There's a few names that we've had to change because they were exactly the issue that I was discussing before, racist or impolitic, or just unfortunately named because of the era that they came from, or because someone didn't actually realize what they were saying. I mean, it's never, as far as I'm aware, ever done with malice, but some stuff just has to be changed in time. I'm making the decisions as to exactly where the line is for names that are, for example, just not very well considered. Bad. Do we update those? Do we change those? And that's always an interesting set of choices to make when you're mapping. Like, for example, much earlier in the stream when I said that my version of the Devil's Bowl is the Demon's Bowl. That's a legit rename. And the reasons for that, as I stated earlier, are largely personal. But that's not really a change that you'd necessarily make if you were making an official map. Not without at least making due consideration as to whether the name change was worthwhile. And it's always fun when you're building maps to decide which places you change names for and which ones you won't, and why. And there are a lot of very rubbish Warhammer names, because many of them come from, say, a White Dwarf article where they were just making a joke. But if you're being completely inclusive with all the material that's been created for a particular game, then they are legit locations which should go somewhere. And what if they're really badly named? Some of the goblin names, for example, whether it's sneaky stabbing or whatever, while sometimes being extremely funny and amusing, don't match the tone of many Warhammer fantasy roleplay games. They do match the tones for others, and it's getting that happy medium place that's often a challenge, because one man's preference is another woman's hatred, and you've got to make sure that you present the best you can for the lot. There we go. What's that? Same cause not? And sorry, I left up the Ridge folks. Fortunately, there's nothing really much there to say. The Ridge folks in the New World is hanging on with their crazy religion. It almost certainly involves lines somehow. There's a river there. And there's also a split of the river there, so there's going to be some ridges kicking around here. And another river. Where's that one going? That's draining that way, so we'll need it. And there's Tame Crossing. So yeah, we'll need a little bit around there too, maybe a peak or two. Anyway, let's get up to the big one and decide whether I'm doing it. Funny thing with Scottish Highlands, one of the things that I wrote in Enemy in Shadows was to view the accents of your empire, pardon me for there, through the lens of your own accents. For example, if you're from Germany, you're going to split up the empire with different accents from different cities and different provinces according to your own German accents. If you're from the UK, you're going to split it up with a bunch of UK accents. From America, split up with a bunch of American accents. And for me, the empire has long had very clear accents for each of its provinces. Not slightly clear, 100% clear, to the point that every single Carter quotation that I've ever written speaks in the accent of their individual provinces or upper class tones or anything similar. And Nordland, for me, has always had a Scottish accent every single time. It even dived right back into, say, for example, its description in Sigmar's Heirs in 2nd edition. In Sigmar's Heirs, they made it quite clear that it was that they were prone for shouting and swearing and doing all sorts of very Scottish things that just made me laugh and reaffirmed my belief that they should be that. That's in reference to, obviously, this comment here was Ridgefolk Homeland up in the Scottish Highlands. Oh, God, no. Next time you're streaming creating maps, I'm a big party with friends. Put in your stream on the big screen for all to see it. We call Mr. Law's Map Party. Oh, no. I don't think the Reitling can ever wear off. Right, so I need to finish off these little bits. I'm going to put a bit of extra here. Yeah, I think that might be the case too. The Sigmar trilogy I found fascinating because it made a bunch of choices that I wouldn't have made. And I'm always interested in that when I view other people's versions of how certain things, I mean, their foundation in that for, say, the White Wolves of Ulrich was very, very different to the foundation that I'd also written for the White Wolves in a completely different book. So I always find those sort of novels super fun because I then try to figure out how to make both of them work. That's part of the fun of it for me with Warhammer. Warhammer is at its very heart full of contradictions, and trying to make all of those contradictions work for your individual game is half the fun. There's a this is by Reich. Let's leave a couple of obvious tree line there as well. Good old proto Nordlanders. What do we have? Oh, hey Andy, I haven't been following up the news lately. Is your in-person stream game project going? It's interesting. We've been talking about that quite a lot on the stream. I, in fact, recommend if you happen to have 5 hours, 18 minutes of your life that you're willing to spare. That's how long we've been streaming for so far. If you happen to have that much spare, there's tons in this particular stream where we've been discussing it. Cut a long story short, yes, it's going very well. We're at the point where our makeshift studio, in fact, I've popped a post up on the Lawhammer blog just yesterday, I think, detailing where the studio is. Our makeshift studio in the living room has just been emptied and carpeted and ready to be filled up, which means that we're buying all the tech this week. We're testing the tech hopefully on Friday. And if everything goes according to plan, once we know the tech works, we can then announce our dates for when we're actually going live. So the answer to that, to bring that post right back up again, I haven't been following up the news lately. Is your in-person game stream project going? It certainly bloody is. And if this stream is any evidence, I apparently can go for an awful long time without ever needing to go to the toilet. I'm going to call that a win. I'm clearly made for streaming. That's going to have to do for the moment. Okay. Still freaking scheduled. Right. There's one big one left, I think, to go. And that one there's just like one big empty blob. And so is that one there, a big empty blob. But there's one there definitely to do. I'm going to do that. And then I'm going to color it in. And then we'll discuss the labels. I can't believe there's still so many of you still watching. Holy cremolians. Don't any of you ever sleep? I mean, I'm delighted that you're here because that's just awesome. Maybe some of you have come after being away for a while. I don't know. For those of you, if indeed there are any of you who are coming in late, I'm working through step 6 of 7 from my mapping tutorial for how to make maps in this particular style that I'm working on. This is the boring step, the step that I hate, the step that I find myself incapable of moving on from because I just want to keep on going until it's finished. And it involves putting lots of little lines all over the place to make highlands. And the reason for that is to make it match loosely the type of style that I did on the old Ubersreich map back in the day. I was made quite a long time ago now. It's amazing how time flies. So I'm just working my way through all of those. If you have any questions or if you want to know anything at all, feel free to ping them into the comments. If you're watching on Facebook or YouTube, you can just use the comment feature there. Same with Twitch. If you're watching on Twitter, I have to ask why, because you can't comment, and that's clearly rubbish. So if you're watching on Twitter, I recommend you maybe pop over to YouTube and find us there underneath Rookery Publications. The live stream will probably still be running. Oh my goodness, there's so much of this. There. I am so close to both completing the basic contours and also giving up on these lines. I will not give up. Now, to the person who right at the beginning of this section said, could you, the people, actually not the person, do this with a tool? I repeat one more time. Yes, you do not need to do it this way. The way I've chosen to do it is the hard way. It's for people who are compulsive line drawers. It is for the ridge folk. Oh, I've been streaming for so long that I'm now laughing at our own jokes. That is not a good sign. And turn it around there. Please almost be at the top. Please. Anyway, we're almost there. Main contour is almost finished. Then it all is tidying up and grounding into the surrounding parts. I'm going to color it in first. As I discussed in the tutorial, the coloring in part is super easy. Go check the tutorial over on the Rookery Patreon if you want to know everything that's involved with the coloring in part. I'm just going to do it very quickly when I have finished doing this contour line. I'm surprised my hand hasn't fallen off yet. Why don't I have writer's cramp? So much tiny impacts and so many tiny little lines. Like a third of this video is just tiny lines. Oh, Tal's table, another one of the tables. As I recall, Tal's table was first mentioned in the Nemesis Crown campaign. I think. I need to check that one up in the old Nemesis Crown map. I think it was. Talbotland. Yeah, because it's not far from Charles Tangle, which is also from the Nemesis Crown map. So yeah. A couple of the one of the Nemesis Crown locations was renamed because it referred to Saturn, and that just didn't feel like it nailed the tone for Warhammer. The Saturnine Tower. Now, obviously, it's saying Saturnine, and just like Mercurial, it's a word in English, and it has its own meaning, and it doesn't necessarily need to be tied through to any classical deity, but or indeed planet. But upon consideration, we decided to rename that one. I think it was the Saturnine Tower or something similar, to something a little bit more German in origin, so that it didn't feel like, oh, basic contours done. Whew. It didn't feel so real world. Wow. There's still a lot of contour work to do here, in that these sections here look just about right. So this part here, let's get rid of our reference map so I no longer need to see it. Let's get rid of my contour line so I no longer need to see it. Yeah, these parts here are beginning to look like the way they should do. But obviously, that's a few small parts in a far bigger whole. We've got a lot of work to do inside the Haggard Cribs and the Skag Hills over there, and over in the Barren Hills over here as well, to make them look like they're properly grounded into the map as a whole. But for the moment, we've got enough that at least I can color it in and feel like this phase is in a good place. And then we can go take a look at it with all the contours are in, not the contours, pardon me, with all the roads and the provinces and the rivers and everything else that we've already drawn. So I'll bring those back in once I've done a quick bit of coloring here. Let's just choose any old brush and make it relatively big. Drop its opacity right down. We're going to go for a grayish color. Let's see what that looks like. Oops, am I on the right layer? No, I'm not. That brush is way too small. I need much bigger. Okay, so we don't have many contours in terms of different sizes to worry about. On the Ubersreich map, there was about 5 different contoured heights present there, because it was going right up into the heights of the Grey Mountains. And they get pretty, gosh darn it, steep. Whereas these mountains, hills, arguably, are much less high. So we've really only got 2 primary contour lines to worry about for the core colors, along with a little bit of highlighting for the primary peaks, moving up towards white there. So the first job is a very loose, I'm going over the lines and not really caring, graying off so that each of the heights has its own tone. If I go back to the Ubersreich map, you'll get the chance to see that there. Here we go. Yeah, you can see that the color there is a basic gray and going up to a higher one there. And while I'm off, let's see if there's any comments. So we've got there. I can only imagine how brushing your teeth later. I'll be using the claw. My hand's completely destroyed. I'll probably watch the Lawhammer stream, but I don't think I'll be able to watch it live very often. I'll be interested to see how you deal with Dark Whispers. Oh, me too. We've already been using Dark Whispers a fair bit, and those Faustian pacts are one of the fun little aspects of the game that I use quite a bit, by the way, particularly once a few corruption points have begun to rack up, and you begin to see the fear and the doubt of potential mutation across the PC faces. And they're like, that thing that I would never have considered before, I'll now consider doing just to get rid of a corruption point or two. Do love it. It just makes for fun. I do love that mechanic. It's a lot of fun. I do still, to this day, wish I'd written it slightly differently. Just in terms of the tone. I mentioned this in the stream that we had with Francesco Nepitello. If you go check that one out, that's building roleplay games and war games. Francesco is the head of roleplay games over at Simon. And we had a lovely chat about games in general and rules and writing them. And one of the questions is there any rule that you regret and wish you'd written differently? And that was the one that I wish I'd written differently. Don't regret the rule. I think the rule's brilliant. I just think that's tonally not quite accurate to think that the loss of corruption should be tied to being told to do something by the dark gods. It should have done exactly the same thing as the mechanic says, but it should have been written slightly differently so that it was nailed in terms of the tone for the setting. Oh, it's certainly sending me over the edge. Right, what's that? I worry my games that players start niggling each other and going tit for tat. Yeah, that's a concern, and it's something that I actually recommend that you discuss with your players beforehand, both in terms of the potential negativity that Dark Whispers can bring to the table. For example, on its simplest level, fall asleep during your next watch and you don't lose your dark, you lose one of your corruption points. That's a thoroughly acceptable use of them. But then somebody creeps in, steals another PC's favorite thing, and it's all because that person fell asleep and watch. And those sort of tensions, if you don't have a group that's willing to deal with those tensions, can cause inter-PC issues, and also sometimes inter-player issues. And that shouldn't be what it's about. It's about telling cool, fun stories. And the cool, fun stories aspect of it, brilliant. PCs getting annoyed with each other, never. That's just never cool. PCs, the characters getting annoyed, that's fine. But the players getting annoyed, never fine. So yeah, I do recommend that you have a chat with your players as to how to make that best work for you. Can't recommend that enough, actually. All part of what many people would view as their session zeros. Other people view it as part of the ongoing conversation. I know some groups that like to have a chat after every single session that they have, where they discuss the things that they felt worked right and didn't work right. Some games naturally build that into how the way the games are constructed. Warhammer doesn't. Warhammer does have a section at the end, though, where you award experience points. And that section at the end can sometimes be used for other things too, to discuss exactly how everything panned out, whether it could have panned out differently, and even do you want to retcon things? After all, it's just a made-up game. And sometimes if an event occurs that you're just all not that happy with how it pans out, just change it. You're all grown-ups. You can cope with that. There's nothing saying that the things that happen at the table have to happen the way that the table presented it on that particular night, particularly if it's something that upsets someone or makes somebody go, I wish it hadn't happened that way. Just change it. Life's too short. Make the coolest stories you possibly can. But yeah, I think you've got a concern there, Executor, but I think that as long as you, well, execute it, to use an Executor sort of word, you should be fine. Alrighty. It's actually something that I wanted to cover in the GM guide, but, you know, I'd already left when that book was getting pinned down. Now, the question is, do I want to do a little bit more of this ridiculous lining, or do I want to just take a look at it? I want to take a look at it, but I'm going to quickly just ground the mountains in a little bit more into the surrounding area so that they bleed slightly. And then I'm going to bring it all up so we can see where the map is, and then decide whether I want to start popping labels on or whether I just want to finish off those goddamn lines. Let's take a look at what we have. Right, let's this is going to take a wee while. No, I don't want that line. I want provinces. So hopefully there's our provinces. There's the Princedom of Altdorf. There's all of the surrounding areas. Next we go roads, sitting over everything. Now the roads should sit over the hills. So let's bring the hills and the color down beneath the roads and the rivers and the woods. So they go right down at the bottom. So we can now see our network of roads. Let's now bring on the woods. That's beginning to actually look a bit more like a place. Now we can also see that our trees really obscure the upland areas. If we go take a look at the duchy map, this was also, let me pull out here, put on screen, also the case here. You can see up there in the Hagerkribs, the southern section of the Hagerkribs, unlike the northern section, which we're currently working on, that almost entirely covers up all of the color. And I was happy with that at the time. I think I'm probably still happy with it, although I think I might like a little bit more contrast with this map because so much of the map is actually tree, and it's difficult to see the heights and how they're expressing here. So I'd probably add a little bit more contrast into that. I'll worry about that in a moment. And let's add our rivers. Yeah, let's pop those on. So with our rivers in place, we should, hello, rivers, where are you? There we go. We should now have something that's beginning to look far more mappy. This part, this section, number 6, is where it looks arguably almost its scrappiest, in that it's beginning to look like it's almost a map, but you're not quite sure if it is. That's because it's the labels that ground this into place. And it's also the labels that are going to decide which part of the uplands I'm wanting to finish or not want to finish. Because if an area gets covered with a label, why bother painting the map bits underneath it? So the next step is definitely let's go through all the labels. Let's go through all the labels, start putting those on, and see just how much it covers up of all of our mountainous areas, and then pick in all the details that are required on after that. I would like to say, though, that's definitely beginning to look like a place. And it's definitely similar in style to this one, although much, much more trees, because obviously the Duchy of Ubersreich is in the Vorburgland between the tree line and the mountains, where our Princedom of Altdorf, pardon me, is very much right in the middle of the forest with the Drachwald the Great Forest, and the Reichwald on all sides. Yeah, I'm pretty cool with where that's going. Let's pop some labels. Before I do that and go on to the very last step of this map at 5.5 hours in, holy moly. Let's bring up, says I worry, Executioner also adds, we had some fun consequences. The one character lost his apprentice who thought he was getting cruel. Yeah. Consequences for your actions. Love it. Right. Pop that off. So, let me just finish off eating this little bit because there's nothing ruder than talking with your mouth full. Next step is the bajillion labels. Now, as I discussed, in fact, I think I'll just looking at that going, those roads getting covered looks a bit messy. I'll worry about that after. This is the last step. We're going through the step-by-step process that I detailed in the tutorial that popped out to all the brazen rooks for doing this sort of map style. So presumably, once this is done, we are done. The aim being that we add in all the labels for all the different places, and they look somewhat like these labels that we've got running around here. And I think, to a degree, it's going to finish off most of this map. I'm tempted to put the rivers under the woods. Let's have a little look what that looks like. Let me just have a quick check. I might remove those woods. I'm going to have a wee think about that in a moment. Yeah, it's a bit more organic. I'll worry about that in a second. So once we've got our labels in place, the map should effectively be done. Now, as I've discussed at multiple points throughout the stream, the complete step-by-step process for the map is available on one of the links that I shared like 4,000 years ago. And if you want to see it, you can see it. Have I still got it as a Control V? No, I don't. I'm going to bring it up just so you can see it one more time. Although Facebook's going mad because somebody's trying to call me on it. Yeah, not the best time to call me, particularly on Facebook. Let me pull up that link. There we go. That's where the tutorial that we're working through can be found. We're on step 7 now of that, and we're about to place our locations. That's where you'll find all the details for all the settings that I'm going to be using for this. There are, however, on this map, thousands of locations. Let's bring up our reference map at full thing. This is from, as I've said before, the master map. Why aren't you going up? Oh, it really doesn't want me to do this. We had some earlier issues with Photoshop deciding that it just didn't want to do anything anymore. It gave up on me earlier. And it has indeed paused for a moment. There we go. So here's our reference map, and you'll notice we have a lot of labels. Now, if I was doing this straight from my master map, all these labels will already be there. All I'd need to do was repurpose them with a different font, with a different style, and just slap them into place. And that's how I did it for the Ubersreich Dutch map. All these labels are there. All I need to do was take my map, pop it into that shape, change all the layer styles, job done. But if you're doing it yourself at home, obviously you need to put on all the layers yourself. So each and every one of these locations needs to be added by me. And I'm going to do some of them at least so you can see how it looks. Oh, wow. Our first bit of proper spam has just arrived from private dating girls chat has just arrived, making comments over on YouTube. I think we'll be avoiding that one. Oh, wow. They're going wild. We've got like spamming comments coming in. I apologize if you're over on YouTube getting this, pardon me, spam comments. I'll get rid of those later. So we have a lot of locations to pop on. I'm going to start with the top tier. Save. We'll start with the top tier, so the main princedom and some of the main areas. Yeah, has been done. And then we'll drill down into some of the bigger towns and obviously the capital, Altdorf. And then maybe we'll do some of the villages as well, so you can see how all of them look. I'll drop in a quick comment or two about rivers and how they're labeled too, so that we can see them all. So that means at least even if we finish this stream without having a complete map, you have seen every single step and all the different versions of the labels that we can use popped on the map so you can see. Right. let's start off with the biggest one of all. And we'll use a similar style to the one that was dropped in here, where it goes Duchy of Ubersreich in bright in the middle. Bright red. Let's do that. Let's add our first one. Let's take all of our... Let's bundle that all up. Let's switch that off for the moment, because we don't actually need that right now. Let's pop in and go Princedom of Altdorf instead. Then just have a look at just how much writing there is on this map for you to realize that this is not going to be something that's done quickly. Text, Princedom of Altdorf. Next, we need to decide what our font is going to be. As I recall, Ubersreich was all caps, probably with... do I really want to use that font? Let's see what the font was. I think it was Dominican. In fact, why don't I open recent? Let's go open up the actual map. I can check the font that I used back then. Back when I will be. Think it doesn't look like Dominican. It doesn't look like Gaudi, not old style either, or Caslin Antique. I'm a bit confused. I'll pull out them. You'll notice it's taking quite a while to open. That's because this map has bajillions of layers. And it is only a tiny fraction of the entire empire. Think how long it takes for the... Oh, well, that's taking far too long. Come on, chop, chop. If you've got any, because while I'm going there, there's anybody left, although quite a few of you left out there. But if anyone's got any questions, now's the time to do them, because we have a little wait while our green bar has decided to just stop and Photoshop catches up with itself. Now's the time to drop them. There we go. Right, so it was Dominican. I was right. Well, there you go. Didn't even need to pull it open. I already knew the font. Right. It's the very font that I had open. Let's make that all caps. Great to see you've made it. We are nearing the end of this particular stream, but I have been thinking that for the last 2 hours. We are currently at the 5-hour, 43-minute mark. We have discussed absolute shed loads of stuff. And I think that if you do watch back this one, you'll find all sorts of interesting nonsense popping up from that. I'll let others decide whether it was useful nonsense. But I found it vaguely interesting to talk about anyway. So first label, Princedom of Altdorf. We want that to be bright red with white around it, so that it matches the same sort of labeling style that we had on the original map. So I'm going to go color overlay, and I'm going to go bright red about there-ish, and then I'm going to go stroke, and quite a heavy one at about 6, I think, and make that a white stroke, please. Okay, so that immediately, let's get rid of my reference. Bring that up. We have our first actual legit label on our map. Oh, I'm so proud. Look at that. The Princedom of Altdorf. Right, we're going to want to check that fits in nicely. It doesn't. I want the color to be brighter on that, please. Let's come up, whack that up. Also, because this is the Princedom of Altdorf, I mean, it's almost the equivalent of the Duchy of Reichland, pardon me, of Ubersreich, actually. So I'm going to leave it at that. So that's label number 1 on our map. That matches label number 1 in there, Duchy of Ubersreich. Looks like I've got a slightly bigger white around that one, so I'm going to bump that up slightly. Okay, so there is our first label. Job done. Yeah, that's much clearer. Next labels, we're going to go in for some of our internal duchies. We discussed these much earlier in the stream when we were talking about the different provinces and the Reichland estates and how they work. We're going to go for the Reichland estates that are in here. And if you look at the original duchy map as well, you'll see that the surrounding Reichland estates, like the Barony of Ostervorburgland, the Barony of Born, the Duchy of Stimmerswald, they're all marked too. The internal ones, they're marked slightly differently. So let me work those. They are all one size smaller, dark brown with matching surround. So let's grab all of our labels that we need there and get on the, not the logo, reference please. Let's put those in. So we have the Barney cycle. Want that size to drop slightly, about 43, so it sits underneath the prince's side. Want to drop, change the size. Hello, did that change? Must have. I didn't see it. I'm going to drop it further then. That's not enough. Yeah, that's better. And I'm going to change the color to that to be dark gray. Color overlay. Drop you down to about there. Perfecto. And then for the surrounding color, I want it to match the background. So it will stand out clearly against anything. So I'll do a quick stroke, but not white, a paler part of that, but just slightly above it, so that it stands out. Now that, in fact, no, I'm going to drop it on that because it's going to be sitting on the green. Okay, so we now go around each one of the Barneys and we add those in. There is quite a few, and as I said before, the labeling is often the unexpected longest part of any map, unless you've got all your labels already in place. A lot of people who do maps don't label everything because of this. Lots of other reasons too. Copy the layer style and pass it over. Copy, paste. The labeling for almost any map can sometimes be, well, days in length. So much to add. Part of the Duchy of Tame. Let's pop that on. Not the Ducky. Hello, Ducky. Duchy of Tame. Be careful not to spell that incorrectly because I always do. Leave the label in the same place so it doesn't interfere with other labels. Duchy of Adenauer. Very important place for the Enemy Within campaign. Good. Then we'll pop up to the Frystad of Nadjagard. Frystad, very important. This place is effectively free. It is ruled by Nadia herself. Another location that was added during the Nemesis Crown campaign. I'll not bother popping those in for the moment. I'll put on the ones that have definitely got labels and worry about the rest later. March of Confluence. Oops. For all those maps you've seen in various supplements with all of their funky little labels or whatever, think of the sad poor person who was left writing all of this stuff in. Because someone somewhere had to label it all up. RNA of N-work. Industrial Heart of Middenland. And later on, the Middenland that Boris rules. This is not the Middenland of Boris Todbringer. I want a bigger one for the Princedom of Karberg. Also includes the Duchy of Karberg, because Karberg is complicated. Because it's outside of the Princedom of Reichland, which is what we're doing, I'm not going to give it the same white text that stands out, because I want the Altdorf Princedom text to stand out nice and clear. Let's go back to here, our Duchy of Karberg. There we go. Base layer style. Lovely. We've got a bunch of internal ones there, but the important one is Hallskrug. We do not want to forget him. He would not be happy if we did. Oh, nice man, our Hallskrug. Let's just avoid the details there. We should at least have another. Schnittel should be around here. Schnittel, very, very old duchy. Right back to the times of Sigmar himself, with the Schnittel tribe of the Amberigans. Shame that the current Duke of Schnittel is a little Schnittel. Right, I think that's all the top tier ones done, because I think we're into the lower ones. Yeah, we are. The other ones are fiefs. Okay, so we've got our main areas. We haven't bothered marking Grunwald down here. There's also a little bit of I don't want to mark that one as well to mark it. Sapona team's down here. That's a duchy as well, as I recall. I think that's a duchy of Sapona team. If I've got it wrong, I'll just change it later. County of Kleinwald, part of it. I'm pretty sure that is, because that's Castle Grauenberg there. If it's wrong, I'll change it later. I'm pretty sure that's Grunwald down there. And let me just agree with there's a little bit there. It is indeed one of the great called German names. Yeah, once upon a time. I love the once upon a times. I've always pronounced it once upon a team because it was too much of a standing joke at my table when we were young. And if I ever said once upon a time, everyone just broke into laughter and went off in some sort of fairy tale nonsense. So we used once upon a team, and that just made it work as a name for us. I fully understand other people pronounce it differently, but that's part of your hammer or my hammer or whatever. We're all going to have different ones. Up here is that's the barony of Reichvoch, I think. But no, it's the march, pardon me, of Reichgard, actually. No, Reichgard's the other one. It doesn't matter. I won't bother putting those in for the moment. We've got enough march on the map for the moment to at least get the idea. I'm now going to bundle them all up into a single folder, which are going to be the provinces. I'll worry about the other provinces later. Let's get my reference map and just take a quick look at where they all sit inside the map that we've got built. And we can hopefully now see, hello, map, are you going to ever come up? Yeah, there we go. We can now see that all in situ. The next job is to start working on our settlements. I quite like the Amber Hills popping out there. That's nice. Over by Altdorf. Love it. Right, so if we have a quick check here. Our major capital is Big Blob, the equivalent of Karakazgaraz. Our town blobs are a bit smaller. Our village blobs are a bit smaller. And the black blobs, which it's actually an interesting fact about this map that most people don't realize. Only the Duchy of Ubersreich has got its hamlets marked. The hamlets are the black spots. These are the places like Geisbach, for example, that are generally about 50 people or fewer. So we're talking a handful of buildings. Perhaps there might be some form of shrine, but there's not going to be a temple. The red blobs are the little ones here. They're the villages. Most of these have got a temple of some kind or another. Then the bigger ones are the towns, Karstad, for example. A small detail, in case you're interested, if the label is capitalized, for example, Karstad here, you can see is capitalized, or down here, Newfalion, that means that it's got proper fortifications, stone fortifications at that. So Karstad does, with the rest and probably have just like wooden walls or something sitting around it. Ubersreich, for example, in full capitals, has got full capitalized walls. Schaffen, pardon me, over there as well. The same, but if you look at most of the smaller places on the inside, they don't. Although Stierlich Manor is properly fortified, so is in full capitals. So little extra details that you can see on the map that you might not originally have been aware of. Similarly, if we move outside of the Duchy of Ubersreich, you'll notice none of the black locations are spotted. It's because I removed all of the hamlets because the map just got too freaking busy. It didn't look good, but having it busy in the center of Ubersreich and adding that little bit of extra detail for Ubersreich felt right. Similarly, we won't be doing any of the little tiny villages outside of the Princedom of Altdorf, but as you will notice, there is an absolute shed loads of tiny locations anyway, and I do mean a lot of them. So I'm going to pull out a couple of them for labels. Altdorf is so big that it actually stretches out beyond label to having its own size if you go by the original map. It is pretty, god darn it, huge. But I'm not going to worry too much about that. I'm just going to use my standard, here we go, get my brush, and I want to have something. I can't believe there's still so many of you out there. Excellent. So let's go labels. Put one up. For all of you troopers that have lasted this long, I cannot but doff my cap to you all. I still got the Once Upon a Team. I thought Najigard had a pun name origin. It may have originally been a pun. It was added by Gav Thorpe. You'd have to ask Gav. Possibly it was added by part of his team that were working on the Nemesis Crown campaign. But it was Nemesis Crown that added it as a location. I grabbed it from the Nemesis Crown map, and at the time, the Nemesis Crown website, which had hundreds of little snippets written about each one of the locations, where they came from. And sadly, that was lost on the internet. And I really wish that I still had access to it because there's loads of tiny fun details in there. I asked Gav if he still had access to it, and his reply was pretty much a laugh in my face and a no. Okay, so if we have a quick check here, our labels have all got a surrounding color that grounds them into the map. If we get in very close, you can see it's basically the same color as the map itself, and also separates it slightly from the roads, which is quite important. But they all have the same color, which is basically the background texture. So I can very quickly go get rid of that and go labels, outer glow. Nope, I don't want that. I want a stroke, and I want the stroke to match. Stroke of 8 will do fine. 100% will do fine, and the color is already background, so we're done. And next, we want to put a color over it. So I'm just going to quickly put a label in the middle of nowhere, just so I can see what it looks like. It looks like grey blob. I want that to be red. So let's go color overlay, and please be red. About, that's a bit too red. It's about there. Let's have a look and see that matches the red inside the Duchy map. And it's a little bit more colorful. So I'll dial it back a little bit because I like matching it, at least a little bit. Let's dial it back to about there. Sounds perfect. Okay, so let's get rid of that and bring up our reference map, and we can start doing it. Now, to keep this simple, having all of the labels having the same size for individual settlements is effectively essential. We want every single town to have the same size of blob. It might not be the same blob, but the same size of blob. And we want every single village to have the same size of blob. It makes it easier to reference for us as the GMs who are hopefully using this map. And it makes it easier for us to reference it and immediately know what the population levels are. If it's marked with a little black dot, we know the population is 50 or less. If it's marked with a little red dot, we know the population is up to about 100 and probably has a small temple. If we know that it's got a bigger dot, the population can go up to about 500 or 1,000, depending upon what you prefer for your individual scales. Now, when I made the Ubersreich map, I purposely didn't label what each one of the different population markers meant, because I was fully aware that everybody's got their own version of the Warhammer world. And for some people, it's a sparsely populated place with nary humans seen for many a mile of walk. For others, when you move down into the Vorburgland, it's farms everywhere. And they've got relatively large market towns with populations numbering in thousands, with Ubersreich having a population easily of 10,000 when it's at its peak and not addled by war. It's thus important that I didn't mark what the population levels were so that everyone could use the map and just assign their own levels for the numbers. But in my head, and for my version of the Warhammer world, they all had very strict numbers. Right, that all aside, let's go choose ourselves a brush and get ourselves an appropriate size. I'm going to guess about 20. Let's see what that looks like. It looks rubbish. And you have different brush and you need more. I need the flow on that one to be 100, please. So look at that. That's also rubbish. That looks like we're still rubbish. Have I got the what color am I? Yeah, literally rubbish. I think something a bit less. Huh. Yeah, that's almost good enough. So if we're doing just the villages first, each of the villages, I want it to be about that size. Now, there is multiple ways I can do this. One is just going around, marking each one, and purposely choosing a brush that's a bit irregular, so that all of the villages have slightly different sizes. So it lends us a bit of an illusion that there's some form of not computer involved. It's nothing more than an illusion. That's one way of doing it. And it certainly gets you going. However, once you've got yourself about 15 or 20 of these, you can just, if you want, copy paste them to save you ever accidentally getting the wrong size again. And you can just wander around going, is this the correct location? Yes, it is. And I'll pop it in there. Now, we don't want to be marking any of the hamlets, only towns, and do that. But it's almost as quick just doing it yourself by hand. You'll notice that the master map has slightly different sizes for each one. There's certain villages, certain sizes. That's a town. That's a village. That's this size. That's a village. That's this size. That's not. That's how many I've marked wrong. I have indeed marked several wrong here because I was too busy just trying to show you how to do little red dots. They are all hamlets. Were they? No, Highland wasn't. That's a village. Now, I'm the sort of person that has gone through every one of these provinces and meticulously checked that there's the right number of villages and the right number of hamlets and the right number of towns for a province of the population size that I have built. So when I do some demographic posts, which I am going to do over on Warhammer because I literally can't help myself, you're going to see the loose population numbers as I see them for each one of these locations. They may not match your version, and that's totally cool because we obviously all play slightly different versions of the Warhammer world. That's half the fun of it. Your Warhammer is not my Warhammer, and that's okay. Okay, that's a village. These are all. Rykov's a town. That was a village, and you see the difference between, say, Rykov here, which on the original master map is in italics. That shows it doesn't have walls, where Demysian up here, Demysian is in capitals, but a much smaller place. So it's got a lower population, but the capitals show that it's got walls, because the original master map also defines and marks everywhere that's got walls. And these are proper siegeable walls. We're not talking just it's got a wooden palisade or something similar. Any more villages around there? There's one. I'm not going to do many more of these because the idea is giving you an opportunity to see them all rather than me doing every single one at the moment, because I recognize that it is super late and it's now past 1 in the morning here in the UK. And apparently you're meant to stop at some point. One of the great benefits of doing it off the master map is that all the labels are already spaced. So I know that if I put a label on that matches where the master map one is, I'm not going to lose any locations hidden behind another location. Telling. That'd be telling. Right. That one's bigger. I'm probably going to stop any moment just so that we've got the basics in place. which we now do. Okay, so that's enough at least to get going with. I'm now going to go onto a new layer, copy layer style, paste layer style, and I'm going to do exactly the same thing, but for bigger towns, I'm making bigger blobs. And keeping those separate layers means that I can easily, at a later date, say I need to have myself a quick GM map that just shows the towns. So I just make all the villages and all the hamlets vanish. I now just see the towns. Also, if I just want capital cities or whatever, I can do, again, the same thing. So now we're going for towns. Our first one is villages. Our next one is towns. And the bigger ones, like this one. And we go for a bigger marker. And again, I'm purposely going for a slightly rough look to these. What matters is that they're all loosely the same size. A little bit bigger there. I can also see if I've missed any villages. I go and just pop into the village layer and just add it in if I have missed one, which I had. Town here with Pantville. And there's a big town. Underdale, bigger town. Fine. Truth be told, I actually think these aren't towns, these are villages as well. They're just bigger villages. We've almost got enough here just to at least get the idea. We're just doing all the ones in and around. Hold on, let's pop into the villages layer and catch the villages we missed. One there. Rename that layer Big Village because I'm pretty sure it is. The numbers are now seriously beginning to dwindle. Now below 20 out there. You are all awesome. Those of you who have managed to last this long. I am still slightly stunned that there's even one of you out there. It's a bit big for Shattenlass. Had a card from Shattenlass once. Johan von Shattenlass. Okay. Let's go for our... Oh, no, that's a big village. Now let's get our actual towns. Towns are big. Whoops. I'm putting all the up. Paste layer style. So gives any quick town. That one I missed. Quite the big towns. Ravenstein, one of the bigger towns on the Telebec. I can't remember where that one was added from, Ravenstein. I remember its heraldry, strangely enough. It's a raven. Can't quite remember where it was added from, though. Culligan, one of the biggest, most important towns in the Princedom of Reichland. Right, that's... well, there's a couple of the bigger villages. Here's another big one. Let's add that in. A couple of big villages there. There's Pre, it's important. Klauendorf. Not a reference to wolf claws in this case, even though it's sort of near Midland. That's dragon claws from the Drakvald connections. Okay, so that's some examples of the bigger ones. Hey, actually, you know, we could probably do all of these. There's not actually that many left. Just get all the layers in place and just finish them off. That'll feel surprisingly, I don't know, worthwhile. Okay, so we're going to build in our hamlets then, since I'm going to do all of them. Hamlets are tiny, and we're only going to build in the hamlets that are inside the borders of the Princedom of Reichland. So we're not going to bother with the hamlets that lie outside the Midland there or in, say, paste layer style. Talbotland are similar. Also for our hamlets, they will be in black. Color overlay in black, which will make them stand out nice and neatly from all those little red splodges. And these are and as we fill these out and you slowly but surely cover every single one of the primary location labels, you're left with the question of, well, what do we do with the forts that you can see are clearly marked in master maps as little castles? And I typically, for the Ubersreich map, mark them according to the size of their individual populations. And I mark them in red regardless. But for this one, I'll probably mark them in a different color, but a different size, because I can. Oops, that's a bigger village. One. Now, these are, as labels go, some of the easiest labels known to man. It's just a quick splodge. Oh, in fact, I said I wasn't doing outside right guard. What am I doing? Right click, pardon me. Waldorf, pardon me. Don't need to do any of those. Any villages? The villages inside the border, which means not those ones. They're outside the border. Or that one. Hamlets. Just check there's no other questions. Again, if you have any questions or you have any queries as I'm going, feel free to bring them up. I will get to them. Because there's still a surprising number of you out there. Which blows my mind. There are so many hamlets. I remember when I was first labeling all these, and it was just as much fun as this is. And by that I mean not a lot. So many to add. It does, however, just ground the area as being just a bit more believable. It's not just Altdorf by itself in the middle of nowhere. There's lots of small satellite towns. In fact, it goes right back to Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay First Edition, where they had this lovely little diagram and description at the back, near the back, about the world of Warhammer, the world in particular, and about settlement distribution and how many villages and satellite villages there were around each one of the major settlements. And these were often used as a basis for that's lying outside the border, as a basis for the gazetteers. And they were lovely, a really nice idea. But the actual maps often didn't reflect the quantity of settlements that each one of the various locations should have. A little hamlet on the outside. No, I didn't, which was a constant source of difficulty. Fortunately, I had chosen a scale that ensured that very rarely was it ever an issue. Sometimes I just didn't label something because I consider it to be a part of something else. For example, an important Garden of Moor is marked on one map, but it's within a mile of the town, so I just kind of kept it as the town. But in most cases, I tended to mark over not marking. And yes, that sometimes meant some of the labels were tight, but often because of the scale of the map, they're not that tight. It's fine. So far, I say no, although I say so far as if I've been updating the master map. I haven't really updated it for the last couple of years. I was still updating it when I was, oops. Also outside the border, Andrew. Well done. I was still updating it when I was the producer for Fantasy Roleplay because I was getting use out of it. But after that, I just stopped. There was, not only was there no fresh material to really be checking up. Midvold, where's the border with Reichland? There's Steichel, Midvold. So that's also lying outside. Let's get rid of that. Yeah, it's all about the scale. Where's the border? Is that the border? I need to zoom out so I can see the border. So that the Stichels inside, Adenauer, and up there, right? Okay, so I need to mark everything in the inside here. Villages. Excellent. Dark stone ring. Oh, it's evil. Village Grosslyn sitting up there by itself in the peak. Gonna make that a bit bigger. It's a village. Hey, we're getting dangerously close to actually having all these marked. Even if they're not necessarily all labeled with their text. Village. Hamlet. Village. Big village. Town. Excellent. Down into Adenauer, we've got a village. That's Geldstock. We've got village priest. That's where all the Huffers gather to take you down through the Riker marshes. Duchy of Adenauer is moving a little bit close there. I can't quite see that label, so I'm going to move that over. Let's pop it there. So a comment coming in. I did. Have you ever every reference and description of a place in every source you could find? Yes. Did you leave anything out? No. I think on the End Times book it describes right going over a humongous waterfall, which would mean Altdorf isn't acceptable by sea. Yeah, shit like that I ignored. But that didn't mean that I ignored it wholesale. What I tended to do was have a massive waterfall, but also another part that went another way or did another thing, or had a waterfall very close to a thing. But yeah, you're right. Stuff like that just makes no sense. The Imperial First Fleet berths in the Reichsport, and the Reichsport is beside Altdorf, and there's a waterfall on the Reich, a river that by that point is miles wide for much of its strength. That would be that would be a remarkable waterfall. So I include details and we try to fit them in where we can, but loosely making sure that everything works wins over every detail being marked exactly as it's described. It's the only way to do it. Yeah, sometimes stuff just contradicts, and when it contradicts, you've got to make a choice as to which one to go with. And typically the one to go with is the one that the text always goes with itself. I will not be doing that because I don't want the Reich to have a lock system. At least not there. It's got to be openly navigable. It's just too big. It's got to be openly navigable by river-going vessels, and the biggest of river-going vessels all the way up to Altdorf. And to support that, the only real way to support that is not locks. It's just not a normal-sized river. I mean, once you get past Altdorf, it's miles wide. It's huge. And yeah, that could have a waterfall. And yeah, it can have lots of strong stretches, but it contradicts some of the just core basics of what the Empire is. And the Empire is Altdorf is a city that can be visited by ocean-going vessels. It is the center of trade for the Empire for a reason. And if you interrupt that, Karlsburg becomes the center of trade because no one would go past that lock system. They just wouldn't, because it would be too expensive. There'd be no reason to take warships up there. That'd be a ridiculous lock system. And whilst it's very Warhammer to have big, ridiculous things, and I absolutely applaud you for your fix for your world, it's not one that I will choose for my world. I think it's awesome, actually. The idea of giant locks is just too cool. Yeah, that sort of thing. I suppose a fall over tribute to join the Reich. Yeah, exactly. And choosing something that fits in with each individual version of your Warhammer is the choice to go with. Normally you just kind of dodge it by trying to dodge bullets by not including stuff, but when it comes to the master map, the goal is to include everything. It's on the wrong side of the Reich. Here, that's what I was doing. And if the goal is to include everything, that includes trying to figure out how to include silliness like there's a giant waterfall in the Reich. Is there now? I mean, really? Did you have to? Right, let's get all our little villages down here. There's not many. A lot of those are hamlets. Then go to big village. That's you. That's you. That's you. And is that everything there? It is. Oh no. Yep, it is. Let's just check over here. Big village. Hohenheim. Anything else outside the borders? Yeah, we've got a couple of little villages here. Little village down by Tame. Big town, Tame itself. Don't recommend visiting. Big village is coming off the edge. And I think we've got pretty much, oh, not quite. I think that's them all. So now we make our decision what we're going to do with our special locations. That's our forts, that's our holy sites. Indeed, this place, that's annoying. That's a seat of power, so I'm going to mark it even though it's only a hamlet in size. Tiny place, but I'm still going to mark it. Our special locations like herdstones. Now we go back to the map here. You'll notice that most of these places, there's a whole bunch of them in and around Ubersreich, but most of them just aren't marked. I believe I marked a couple of temples. Let's check if the red, no, even the, no, there's the Red Claw Monastery. They're marked with little black dots. So Red Claw Monastery, I don't know if you can see it there. Let me just quickly do a big black. That's the Red Claw Monastery in the middle of this map right there. That's marked in black. The Tower of Vane is marked in black. So looks like it went for black markers. I'll do the same, but I'll put it on a separate layer so that we can separate them from the hamlets if we choose to do so. So that is, let's just call them lesser locations. That is good. Now the forts on the map were often marked just as towns and villages as well. So we can now just mark any of those that we feel that we want to, like for example, lesser locations, the Blessed Brother. Oops, we haven't put our copy layer style. Paste layer style. There we go, Blessed Brother. Notice there's quite a lot of holy locations in the forests in and around Altdorf, which really shouldn't come as a surprise given it's the center of the largest cult in the empire, the Silverstone, Alternavi, Dareth's Promise. I don't want to do our join. Let's do places that are occupied. The Red Library, Hammer and Lodge, Temple of Blessed Warwick, Blessed Warwick, Order of the Northern Cross. We haven't done the Holy Monastery yet. There it is. Monastery of the Holy Word, very important place. Monastery of Eternal Watch, also important. Blessed Fang, one of the more important southern locations. The Cult of Ulrich. I'll be the Holy Word. Anything else here? Fingerman House. Temple of Ulrich, effective. Not Ulrich, probably Renald. Important location for Renald. And I also missed a little location in. Now, this should make it clear why I'm using color overlays for the colors rather than choosing the color and painting in the color. It's so that I can skip between the layers of different colors and just use the same color for everything. And the individual layers have got their own color already marked them. So if I go in the big village layer, it goes in bright red. If I go down to the hamlets layer, it goes in black. It means that I never need to change colors. I can just use the same brush to do absolutely everything. Tame's mentioned here or there. Tame is particularly mentioned in the starter set as well. Tame is the center of House Trott. House Trott, that has been mentioned a couple of times in the stream, actually. We've discussed it a couple of points earlier. House Trott are big, relatively important family in the middle of Reichland, and are notorious for being, excuse my vocabulary, but utter cunts. They are horrible people, and they get mentioned a fair bit when the Jungfreuds choose to ally with them, arguably are forced to ally with them when the Emperor moves against them and seizes Ubersreich. I can't remember where they were very first sourced from off the top of my head. I don't think it was a novel. It may have been a White Dwarf article. I'd have to go check it. There's very little written about many of the locations. Some of them may have just had an obscure reference and say a single White Dwarf article from say 1991 or something, and it says there's a big town here. We're going to have a war beside it. Super important, run by mercenaries. Really, really great, and is never mentioned again. But because I drew from every source, I grabbed that and slapped it onto a map. And then whenever I wrote something, I'd be trying to reference all the various sources. And if you should ever happen to read that crazy White Dwarf article, you can go, oh, that's that thing, what I saw once. One of the great joys of writing for the game is pulling out all those references. Let me just pull up the last one. Right, I think we're going to probably probably call it. I haven't put any of the castles on yet. I really should. I've done all the holy sites. No, not quite. The 6 branches. It's a shattered lance. Blood. Any more over here? I mean, we're quite far outside of Altdorf, so I'm quite happy not to include many of these, but I'm sort of doing it. So, right, okay. Last thing to do is just the castles. I've done all other ones. I'm going to mark them on their own layer, same size as villages. So, all right, fortifications. They have to be marked because so many of them are also the seats of power for some of the local lords and ladies that rule. So, having them marked is good, right? Is that layer? Yes, it is. Good. Right, let's check. So we got Fenterm. There should be there. This is the last set of markers. I'm not going to mark the coaching inns. Oh, there's a big village. I missed one. Locations. No, cripes. Big town. How can we forget that? Okay, hold on. I won't mark the ruins. Only the places to still go. I can't believe I didn't get. That's not a village. It's a big village. There's a little village. Don't forget Castle Right Guard. Very important one. Buckshead Castle. That was a very old one. I seem to recall that came maybe Citadel Journal, possibly, back when namings were still a little bit English. So they had a little bit more of an English feel to them. So, question there, how would a waterfall in the Reich affect the population density of Altdorf? And do you mean, why would a waterfall before Altdorf on the river affect the population? It would massively affect it because nobody would go past that point. The bigger population would be Karlsburg. Wherever the waterfall is, post that is where all the ships are going to be trading to. After that, they're just not going to bother, except for the need for trade for all the people that live up town. It would, wherever the waterfall was, would almost certainly become a center of that trade. And I would be loath to put a waterfall before Altdorf. Indeed, on the Reich, I would be loath to put a waterfall before Nuln, because the Nuln-Altdorf route is a massive trade route that is used and sailed a lot and referenced an awful lot in the text, whether it's for things like, say, the Graf, the big, what's the name of the ferry? The Graf Wilhelm, is it that one? Is it Leopold? It's Leopold, isn't it? The Leopold that makes its way backwards and forwards up their pleasure ferry. They wouldn't exist in the same fashion, so I would be less of a thing I'd rather do. Ah, right. Okay, good. Sorry, I was way off on one. Right. Okay. So I missed a castle at the top. Let's just quickly get that castle. Okay. New village. I think. Oh no, no. There's cripes. There's always one more, isn't there? And then there's a holy site. The Stain of Dark Helgis. Can't go wrong with a Stain of Dark Helgis. Helgis, pardon me. Sounds like it's a fine place to visit. Okay. We are nearing the end of this particular stream. It seems impossible, given it's been 6.5 hours, that I missed Aragon Keep. God damn it. Yeah, there I did. Thanks for catching that one. Appreciate it. In fact, I also missed... Oh, there we go. There's another one. Yeah, oof. It's been 6.5 hours. We're now at 1:30 in the morning here in the UK. Oh, and I also missed, there's another castle, the Clown Schloss. No, I mentioned Clowndorf earlier, didn't I? There we go. Oh, there's another. And there's another lesser, but I think we've got enough to at least pin down what it's all going to look like once we've got our bits in. I think that's most, not necessarily all, but definitely most. They're all smaller ones. Yeah, cool. Okay, right, let's get rid of our reference map. Let's pull up our underlying map. Let's let this panic as my it's just a big spotted mess now, as my PC attempts to catch up with it all. There we go. Okay, it's now slowly but surely beginning to turn into a real map. We can see that the green outline that was used for the Duchy of Hallskrog, not the best option for a map that's largely on forest. So we'll change that color definitely before we move towards finish. But oh, there's one place we didn't mark. Altdorf. Oh, my computer's decided not to let me access that layer that I've just added. There we go. Pardon me, my let's do a quick save before my it's not even letting me go onto the file button. Give me a moment while the computer catches up. There we go. Oh, look at it chug. Oh, it's not happy about something. There we go. It's working now. It's because it moved on to the zoom. Photoshop doesn't like zoom. Altdorf. And paste layer style. Eventually, maybe. Hello. Yeah, I think my computer is telling me that we need to stop. Holy moly, it's not letting me do anything. There we go, we've caught up. Let's quickly save this. So I say quickly, it'll probably take like 10 minutes before it eventually allows me to do so. One of the issues on my computer is when Photoshop starts to get 1,000 layers, it starts to get pretty slow. Let me bring that comment up. Yeah, we had that right in the middle earlier when we were working through where Windows decided to try and update itself rather rudely and meant that I had to restart Photoshop completely. Yeah, rude. Don't think so. Man, that water needs to have a little bit of color pulled in it. It's not liking the edging that it's got. And the edging also is sitting in the wrong place. Where's the water? I'm going to quickly fix that. Rivers. Stroke. Or not. I think I should just, there we go. Yeah, the computer's definitely chugging now. It wants to reopen this file entirely. You don't want to know, it's 64. To answer that question, and I agree with that. I'm going to change the color. Yeah, I was noticing that when I was pulling out. Let's just do that now. Right, so that's the border for Altdorf, that one. Color overlay. Color overlay. And let's go with, well, it's Altdorf. You kind of feel like it should be a sort of red color, don't you? Okay, why is that not changing the color? Hello? Am I on the right border? Too many borders. There's the scale, there's the roads. Stikel border, scale, roads, Altdorf border. Nope, it's not that one. Is it that one? Ah, it doesn't matter. I'll fix them afterwards. Right, so we are, given that it's at 6 hours 36, we have a couple of things that I'd like to put in place before I go off and let my poor computer read. It's still going. I'm just a bit confused why it's so poor there. Let's get our Altdorf in. Let's get our major labels in for those and call it a night. Okay, so paste the layer style and wait 10 years for that to actually apply. Hello. I think what I'll do is I will take a moment to say, if you have any questions, post them now. I will do that. There we go. There's the issue. It's the streaming software. It's not the PC. It's killing something. So I'm imagining there's a memory loss somewhere along the lines. So I'm going to reopen Photoshop, which will allow that to go. I'm looking tired. Look at me. I'll finish off the last little bit. It's currently saving. Excellent. And you have any questions? This ridiculous. I can't believe there's so many of you still out there. I know I've said that like 40 times. It's 1:30 in the morning. Not all of you have to be idiots like me. Thank you so much for staying on for so long. I'm going to open it up and finish off a couple of last labels, and then probably call it a day there, even though we've got a bunch of small bits that are left to do. I'll probably do those small bits tomorrow at some point, and I'll post up a finished version of the map. As is often the case with these maps, there's 1,000 different ways to do it. I did purposely choose one of the hardest maps to begin with, the Princedom of Altdorf, because it's so big. If we do any future streamed versions of any of the other provinces, they're going to be so much smaller because there's so few locations by comparison. The Princedom of Altdorf is proper big. So yeah, if you've got any questions before we go, my poor computer doesn't even want to open Photoshop again. I just tried to do an update again. As you were suggesting earlier, Mihao. Wow, it's almost like Adobe was holding off the update and purposely trying to pretend that it didn't exist. Give me a second while I see if I can get this going. If not, then we can always call it a day and just finish it off in the next part anyway. All it needs is really some extra text put on and we're almost there. I'm loath to switch off everything because that will end the stream on this side because we don't have somebody running the stream. It will still go, but I just won't be there and it'll be weird. So let's give this another chance to open. And if it doesn't, then it doesn't. So yeah, I think I should end up with a couple of finishes. Number one, while I wait for my computer to try and fix itself. Thank you all so much for coming along and watching me blather about stuff for the last almost 7 hours. We have a birthday party for the Rookery on the 30th of this month, which I can't express how much I'm looking forward to. Mark Gibbons is going to be coming all the way over from the States for that, and Photoshop is opening up in the background, by the way. So it's going to be great just to see him, if nothing else. Yeah, the PC's a dick. He loses 2 corruption points because he's being a dick to me. Yeah, thanks. The birthday party will have special guests, we'll have prizes, we'll have all sorts of funky goodies going on for there, so it's going to be really cool, I hope. On the mapping side, I have, through the course of this stream, committed to doing a masterclass for doing cities next Wednesday. That's for patrons of the Rookery Patreon. That's for the Brazen Rook and above. And on the following Saturday, that's this time next week, probably a good 6 hours earlier than this time next week, we will then build a city. I'll grab one, we'll make it up. We'll probably choose some Warhammery thing that will be useful for my game, for the stream game that I'm going to be running online. But that has never been and never will be detailed. Maybe something like Callaghan or something like that, where the Hull's crews come from, or Tame. Since Tame, well, actually, Tame popped up several times during the course of this stream. So maybe we should do Tame, and we can build it ourselves, between ourselves. So if you've got ideas for what would really work well inside Tame, we'll just start getting those piled down onto the map itself. That'll be all kinds of fun. So that's that. Let me just open up the file, because apparently Photoshop's decided that it likes me again. Oh, it's so nice. And I'll bring it up on screen, drop a couple of extra labels on, and we can call it a night. Mihao says, thank you, Andy. Very insightful, fun stream. Thank you. Thanks for being a trooper and for all the lore tidbits. Look forward to more Rookery and Lawhammer, as am I. Right. We have a map. Let's bring it up so we can put on a couple of finishy things and call it a day. Is this the correct one? That'll do. That'll put me in the corner. We don't want me in the corner. I feel like baby in the corner. Maybe that one? No, maybe that one. Yeah, that one. There we go. In fact, let's make it a bit bigger. Let's stick with that one. All right, let's get Altdorf on first. Let's see if it will zoom. I just got a feeling that all of Photoshop have decided that it hates me now and that nothing's going to work ever again. Zoom is the worst part of Photoshop when your files are big, but it worked. So let's call that a win, and let's slap that on if it will. Oh, hello. There we go. And let's check, pull that in, and let's get rid of our provinces. Let's get rid of our map, because that'll be what's hogging up all our system. And we'll just go for the reference map, just to make sure our Altdorf is quite big enough. Yeah, that sort of looks big enough. And there. Now, as I've said, my Altdorf is big Altdorf, and I understand that lots of other people don't use big Altdorf, but the Altdorf with a population of approximately 1 million is the one that I use and have long used. It's the only one that makes sense of the world as it's presented across all the various iterations of Warhammer. I recognize many people think that that's daft, but hey, it's your game. Just choose whatever size of Altdorf you want. But my Altdorf is a proper big one. It's a proper Rome or Constantinople of its era, and it's a Rome or Constantinople at its peak. This is the biggest city other than Marienburg in the old world. Marienburg is the big one though, because it's the one at the mouth of the Reich, and it's the reason why it still exists and has not been taken over by the Empire, because it's so freaking huge. Anyway, let's add on a little bit of text for that. Altdorf. Always good to get your Altdorf on. And let's make that one nice and big. Around about. I don't want it too big because it won't fit otherwise. Drop it off to the side as a label. And we will use the same label, I think, as bring those all on, go down, copy their style, and drop that onto Altdorf. Paste their style. We have Altdorf in place. It's the capital. Now, as I recall, I don't want the PSD, I want the JPEG. Here's our original map. Ubersreich had, where it was marked just caps and given the same surround as the rest of the map. So let's do that so that our map matches that. So, get rid of the reference and put a stroke on of there we go. That'll do. Slightly lighter than that, please, so it stands out a little bit more. Perfect. Right, and label number 1. Now, there are hundreds of dots in this map already. And yes, each and every single last one of those is going to need a label. And no, I'm not going to do that right now. I will pick a couple of labels. I mean, do I even need to? I mean, we've got the idea. If I bring up the map itself. Yeah, it's really chugging. The streaming software, I've got a feeling that I'm running it through Chrome. Chrome is hogging my system like crazy because this is running far slower than it normally would do. So I will finish this off probably offline and then post it all up for everybody. And also do some fine tuning. We've got the hills that we didn't quite finish doing all of our little contours on. But once we've done the labels and our contouring, we are pretty much most of the way there to finishing off what is a rather nice big version of. Let's see if we can get the logo up. Much like the logo that I used for the Uber's Right map. Hello, did I leave it there? There we go. The Princeton of Reichland and the surrounds. Drop that in the top corner. I think that's going to maybe drop that down here where there's no text at the moment. There we go. That'll do for the moment. I'll pop a scale on that as well, so we get an idea of how big everything is. But I think that's going to look pretty goddamn spiffy. I'll take off a couple of labels and pop that into a nice little title plate and give it all to you so that you've all got yourself a GM map of the Princedom of Reichland and its surrounds. I'll probably change the logo because even though I created the Reichland symbol there, it's super similar to the one that's written in the official books, and it's always best not to be putting stuff up that looks like it's the copyright of someone else. So I'll just build another one, a slightly different logo that looks a little bit different, and we can slap it up on that. And maybe tomorrow we'll have a relatively finished one. There's a lot of labels there, so maybe the day after. I've got work that I need to do tomorrow as well, so I don't have as much free time as I'd like. But beyond all that, I will answer the final question that's sitting there and then bid you all an adieu. And the final question is there any rule as to where labels go, left, right, in line, with, below, etc.? Is it just so long as they can be read? And the last part of that is yes. It's as long as they can be read. Every cartographer map guy or gal have got their own preferences. Some people love labels that sit directly underneath. Some people love labels caught up in little symbols, so they sit inside or around the location point itself. Loosely, because we read left from right, having the location, if it's a graphic, then going into left and right often works for some people better than having the label going into the symbol. Because the symbol marks the first thing we read. So the first thing we read is, oh, it's a thing, and it's this. So often moving left from right is better, but you will find people that argue completely different things. As long as the label is clearly attached to whatever it is that it's labeling, you're generally fine. And as a loose idea, as long as the label sits within the province that it's working for, it's generally better too. So if you've got yourself, say, Reichland and Talabecland sitting side by side, have all the Reichland labels on the Reichland side and all the Talabecland labels on the Talabecland side, meaning some will be reading that way and some will be reading left, right, and the other way. That generally looks cleaner, but beyond that, the rules are whatever looks best. I know, hey, I mean, who can believe it? I mean, I didn't even last 7 hours. It's only 6 hours and 49 minutes. What sort of low stamina idiot am I? Yeah, what's left of the night? It's not really much of the night, is it? Thank you so much for turning up. Thank you, Mihai, as well. Those red giants, I will finish them, honest. And thank you as well to Cosmonaut for coming in, and Infinite Snacks. I can't believe you lasted so long. Thank you so much as well. There are apparently still 15 of you out there in your various platforms. I can't believe that there's more than one. I can't believe I'm not the only person left here. I can't express how nice it is that you've lasted so long with me. I'm really looking forward to doing another one of these, by the way. Tomorrow I'm going to have no voice. I can already feel it creaking. You might be able to hear it. And I'm also quite looking forward to finishing this map. Thanks so much. I'm going to bid you all adieu. I don't have an ending video, so I don't have a nice little bit to end with thunderous applause because this was a Beside the Rookery impromptu scene. So let's just assume that you're all hearing marvelous music. And I shall bring up me so that I can actually be the messy-haired person who says, thanks very much, guys. You're the best. And I'm looking forward to doing this again. Bye-bye, all. Oh, let me just end with a good night.